Endless Trails. Book 6 of the Montana Trail series. By Bonnie R. PAULSON. This is narrated by AI. If you'd like to read the ebook, please check the description for the link. NGT. She had to leave before losing everything. He can't stay behind or his family will stay lost. If they need each other enough, can they find a way to end their pain? On a mission across Montana to bring the family's leader home, Ryland stops to help a stranded woman on the side of the road. Amy is headed anywhere but back and she begs to go with Ryland on his search for his older cousin. She's a woman who just wants to be free and he wants answers. Can Ryland find what he's looking for, or is Amy the fate he's meant to have in this sweet romance set in the wilds of Montana? Chapter 1. Ryland. Nate was gone. Fine. He'd lost his wife. Ryland got it. He really did. He really did understand that Nathan's wife had died way too young. Ryland had nothing but pity for his cousin. But he couldn't help the frustration at Nate's absence. He had disappeared, like none of the rest of the family didn't matter. Like no one else understood loss or felt Emma's death in their core. Her death had sucker punched Ryland. How many times had Ryland gone to Bella Acres and consoled his loneliness with Emma while drinking a cup of her magic hot chocolate? She'd talked to him about nothing while Nathan had finished up the nightly chores. Ryland had even stayed numerous nights with the entire Rourke family, watching movies, helping in the barn, or just plain being there. Emma seemed to understand his complete loneliness. She didn't judge him when he showed up after everyone else left a family bar, BK, or when he pretended to leave early, but disappeared into one of the rooms to stay later. He'd camp in the living room after everyone else disappeared. No big deal. Then she got sick and Ryland hadn't been able to sleep on the ground. He couldn't explain to others who would stop by at odd hours why he was still there. What was his reason? He was lonely. Forget it. No one would understand. Only Emma got it, and she never made him feel ashamed. Even Damon didn't understand. How could he? Ryland couldn't open up about it. He didn't want to. It wasn't masculine to need anyone. Emma wasn't Ryland's wife and he didn't feel that way about her anyway. But he did miss her. He did miss the easygoing, non-judgmental way she listened to him. The way she scrunched her nose when she told him what she thought. Her biggest thing had been to repeat to him, over and over, that he needed to get out there and meet someone. He'd never fall in love or meet anyone new working ranches and clinging to Bella Acres. And Ryland couldn't agree with her more. Until she got sick. Now, Ryland wasn't only missing Emma, he didn't have Damon around as much since he was with Rakia, mooning over her or chasing after her or just being with her. Ryland couldn't go to Bella Acres without having to deal with Stephanie and Drake or consider the anger and loss in Hannah's eyes. Anger and loss he understood all too well. When Hannah had stormed around for a couple days about Nathan leaving, Ryland had witnessed her tantrum and he'd completely agreed with her. He didn't agree with Stephanie telling Hannah to relax or calm down, but then again, Stephanie had always held her emotions under pretty solid control. Not Hannah. And certainly not Ryland. At least he hadn't thrown a fit. So, Jarrett's directive for Ryland to go after Nate was exactly what he needed. That's what he'd been busy doing for the last few months, dodging from town to town, chasing after the mirage of a man no one could actually predict where he was or if he'd been there for sure. Now, though, if the rumors were true, Ryland would go east, head straight toward North Dakota. There was supposed to be money in the oil mines, even though there didn't seem to be money anywhere. Why would Nathan want money anyway? All of his bills and the ranch had been wiped away when Drake had purchased Bella Acres. Everything had been paid off. So, Nate didn't have any more responsibilities. Except for his cousins, who he was supposed to lead around Montana, Wyoming, and into Colorado as traveling ranch hands. They all needed him. If nothing else, couldn't Nathan stick around for them? Why would he leave? Ryland slammed the palm of his hand on the steering wheel, glancing out the side window of the truck and then back out the windshield at the abnormally warm spring day. He'd heard on the radio it was supposed to snow, but he'd been too angry and motivated in Carson to stick around and wait for better weather. Plus, snow didn't scare him when the temperature chased the low 90s. Meteorologists weren't exactly known for hitting their mark often. Plus, racing after the leader of the family wasn't a glorious job, but Ryland Johnson didn't back down from a challenge. His purpose had become one fueled by anger and the need for justice. Nate might be his older cousin, but if Ryland needed to, he would wrangle Nate right back home where he belonged, or one of them was going to die. He could almost hear the done sound in his head as he thought out the threat. Okay, no one was really going to die. His humor probably wasn't appropriate considering death hadn't been that long ago. Emma's death had started the whole mess. Not that Emma dying was a mess, but it affected the whole family in more ways than just the visible loss. Why couldn't Nate see that? Why was he compounding things? Ryland leaned his elbow on the windowsill of his old pickup, resting his chin on his palm. 1. Hand driving was a requirement on that long stretch of I-90 between Missoula and the junction toward Billings. The road seemed to go forever into nowhere, and the skies and the prairies melded together way in the distance. A blend of blue and green suggested they ended somewhere, but not anytime soon. Winter was coming to an end, and for the first time in a handful of years, they didn't have new snow in the valleys or the plains of the Big Sky State. Plenty of threats, but not near enough action. It was shaping up to be a dry year, and that didn't bode well for ranchers or loggers when the fire danger increased through the summer months. Ryland swallowed his always present anger back. Nate had run. Fine. He'd up and run right after Emma had died from a very aggressive cancer which had plagued her throughout her life. She'd given up, and Nate hadn't waited around to see how anyone else in the family was coping. Keeping Ryland's eyes dry while thinking of Emma and Nate was impossible. Ryland placed his finger across his lip. He watched the skyline seemingly meander past, while his truck tripped along at a brisk 80 miles per hour. The landscape locked him in never-changing beautiful redundancy. If this kept up, he'd go blind. Maybe not, but he had to think about something besides Emma and her death. Nate's abandonment just ripped her loss harder through Ryland's heart. The phone in Ryland's front pocket buzzed, jerking him from his thoughts. He willingly grabbed at the small vibrating body and flipped it open, slamming it to his ear. Yeah. I thought you weren't leaving until after dinner? Damon's husky voice sounded too much like Nate's, and Ryland scowled. You've already missed out on so much. The rest of the family wants to plan Drake and Stephanie's wedding. Tell me you're going to be back for that? Yeah, I don't know. I'll try my best. Look, the only reason I was even in town was because someone told me Nate was in Taylor Falls. That's it. I stopped in, hoping he was there. He obviously wasn't. I told you. I'm getting Nate and bringing him home. Can't do that sitting on my butt, waiting for Rakia or Stephanie to tell me what they need done. He let his wrist rest on the lower curve of the cracked vinyl steering wheel and stared at the hazy road ahead. His dig at his brother wasn't as churlish as it sounded. He was happy Damon was happy with Rakia, lots of happiness, just oozing happiness. He was happy that Drake got to have happy, ever, after with Stephanie. He loved seeing them all happy. He did. He just had to convince himself of that. His older brother scoffed. Don't be a brat. Hannah just got back from town and she said one of her friends mentioned running into Nate in Great Falls a couple of days ago. That might be why you heard Taylor Falls. I think you'll be safe heading that direction. Look, you know, you can stop this, right? You don't have to spend your life savings chasing him down. Damon sounded tired, but not as much as Jareth would be since he'd taken on leading the ranch, handing cousins the Montana trails. The trails were headstrong and stubborn. Everyone had their own ideas and their own plans. Before too long, they'd probably disband, if they weren't on that path already. Nate had led them effortlessly while everyone else just kind of did the best they could without falling apart. Great Falls wasn't far off his route east. He could easily swing through there, check for any ranches that had hired recently or were hiring and see where that took him to find Nate. Even if someone had met him, that would be good enough for Ryland. A starting point. He just needed someplace to start. Thanks, I'll head that way. How's Rakia? Ryland grinned. That Salish princess was going to give Damon a run for his money, and Ryland didn't think Damon would ever be happier. Plus, Ryland genuinely liked Rakia. He liked women with spunk and beauty who didn't rely only on their looks to get what they wanted. Damon sighed, his frustration carrying over the line like hot air. Fine, her brother is a bear. I'm thinking about proposing, but I'm not sure how her family will react since I'm white. Yeah, well, they aren't sure if she's half white or not either. They won't get a better son-in-law than you, Damon. I don't care how white you are or aren't. Ryland had grown up with the divide between the ranches and the reservations. That didn't mean love couldn't bridge that separation on occasion. If anyone could do it, it was Rakia and Damon. He ignored the twinge of jealousy he had whenever he thought of Damon and Rakia. He wasn't jealous enough to be stupid and go after love himself. Ryland could see what happened when you fell in love. Look what happened to Nate. You were torn apart when you lost the other half. No one needed that kind of pain or vulnerability. No matter how lonely you got. Especially not Ryland. Look at what had happened with Emma's death. She was just a close friend, a cousin. Ryland couldn't focus on how torn out his heart felt. If he did, he'd run away into the woods and never come out again. Damon snorted, like he didn't believe Ryland's confidence in him. Just find Nate and get home. Drake and Stephanie got more than just bison on the ranch, and we need all the hands we can get this summer. I'll let you know if I hear anything else. As his voice softened, Damon's concern carried over the phone as easily as his frustration had. Got it. Thanks, Damon. Ryland meant it. He hadn't felt whole in the last few months since Emma had died. His brother's concern left his loneliness a little better assuaged and a whole lot dimmer. Hey, Ryland, just remember no one can make you happy. You have to give yourself permission to find it. And for the record, it's not Nate's fault Emma died. Just like it's not Emma's fault that he's not happy. Damon's tone shifted from consoling to admonishing. Clenching his jaw, Ryland shook his head, pulling his elbow off the window ledge. You might be right, but I still don't think it's fair. Why fall in love when you're going to lose them anyway? Doesn't seem to be worth it. When you find Nate, I want you to ask him. Damon sighed, not mentioning his affection for Rakia and that he might lose her, too. Love wasn't the easiest game to play and Ryland wanted nothing to do with it. Ryland set his jaw to the side. Of course, he would have another task piled on top of retrieving the older cousin and getting him home. The inane desire to just pummel Nate for being so careless with the rest of their feelings and then drive off into the sunset overcame him. He bit out, "Ask Nate what? If any of it was worth it. Would he have traded his time with Emma for never knowing her so he wouldn't hurt so badly?" Damon's tone hardened and then softened as he continued. "Look, there's more to happiness than just grinning all day. Once you realize that, you'll see nothing is perfect and you're going to find joy in the imperfections." Yeah, Ryland didn't really believe him. It still doesn't seem fair. Life isn't about fair. Life's about making it despite all the pain, leaving your sorrows behind, learning to give love a chance, finding people to love again along the way, and trying to survive. That's what Nate needs to do. He needs to figure out a way to live after the pain of losing someone like her. Damon's end of the phone rustled. "Look, I gotta go. Rakia's hollering for something. I'll call you, if anything comes up. You do the same." "Got it, thanks." Pointedly not making any promises, Ryland hung up and tucked his phone back in his shirt pocket. The sun would set soon. Oranges and purples streaked across the sky as the sun got lower along the horizon behind him. He'd heard once that all the colors in the sunsets were from chemicals in the atmosphere. Hopefully, that wasn't true. Something so beautiful shouldn't be attributable to something so awful. The new angle to the sun gave a better view of the road ahead. Just past Nisler and the southbound I-15 junction toward Dillon, the silhouette of a vehicle flashed emergency hazards in the far distance. That wasn't the place to be broken down. The abnormally warm spring day wasn't the best time to be stranded. As he got closer, Ryland squinted his eyes, searching for the occupant or signs of life. If there was someone there, he'd stop to help. If not, he'd keep on driving. Most oftentimes, people stopped right away in Montana. Courtesy and helping their neighbors were unspoken state mottos. Ryland lived it and he knew many more that did, too. The sedan's hazards blinked in a slow pattern that didn't really scream urgent. The battery was probably running down, which meant the car had been out there long enough to burn it out. He just about decided to pass the abandoned looking car and movement caught his eye from beside the back tire facing away from the highway. Ryland would never pass up the chance to help someone, let alone a woman whose hair flew about in the warm breeze. Montana was known for inclement weather run by a cranky Mother Nature. While the hot sun still beat down as it worked its way toward the mountain range, pregnant clouds overhead suggested the warm streak was just about over. A tumultuous spring storm was no place for a lone woman to be. Ryland turned on his blinker and slowed the truck down. The distraction from the conversation with his brother was exactly what Ryland needed. Chapter 2. Amy. Amy ducked behind the rear panel of her old Buick. The car fought her on everything, but she'd been certain it would carry her to Basin. Then the confounded thing hadn't even made it to Butte. Why couldn't anything go her way? She reached in and turned off the AC, which really wasn't working with the engine frozen anyway. That was fine. Not a big deal. At least it was starting to cool off as the sun got lower in the sky. She could handle the cold at night. That was bearable. At least then heat would dissipate. If it were summer and were stranded on the Montana plains, without any AC, it would have been more than she could bear. Cars didn't fly by on the freeway very often, but when they did, she had to hide. What if one of them was Buck coming for her? She wouldn't survive being caught. Not again. And now, she had so much more to live for than just making him hot dogs and mac and cheese, and being his punching bag. She had to. She had to do better this time. She could do better. Amy usually loved the warmth of a beautiful spring day and relished the beautiful simplicity of a Montana sunset. But March wasn't the month to count on a warm evening. In fact, she could already feel the sun's warmth fading as the clouds from the east rolled over. The sun could have been pulling the clouds across the sky as the sun itself sank behind the mountain range. Trying to escape with the threat of snow wasn't exactly what Amy had planned on when she'd pulled out of the driveway. To be honest, she hadn't been prepared for a lot of things when she'd left. She worked her dry tongue to try to come up with some spit to swallow. Amy would give anything for some water. Or almost anything. She couldn't use the small amount she'd brought for her. She needed that. Who knew when she'd get to a place she could get more? A quick breeze came up and picked her long blonde curls from her shoulders and tossed them wildly around in the air. She moaned, reaching up carefully to tug her hair down tight. Why hadn't she tied it back? Hopefully, she hadn't been seen. She peeked out past the silver outline of her bumper and winced at the sight of a slowing truck as it crept closer to the sedan on the side of the highway. She couldn't see the color or the exact make with the sun at its back. Ducking behind the panel, she pressed her back against the hot metal. Looking up toward heaven, she murmured, "Please, please, please." Although, why she even tried didn't make sense since she'd never been given any favor from the rodeo upstairs. From not too far off, a truck door closed, followed by the crunch of cowboy boots on gravel. The pace was more languid, like that of a slow, moving creek rather than a raging river like Buck. He moved in varying degrees of rage, never anything but mad, madder, or fuming. Amy dug her fingers under a collection of scraggy rocks and gripped them tightly in her hand. If the man was there with ill intent, she'd make sure he ate a mouthful of rocks before she'd let him have her. A shadow cast across her face, the abating heat more of an indication and the increased darkness over her face. She slowly opened her eyes, first one and then the other. He was a dark form over her, but not intimidating like Buck would be. No, the new man had his hand extended downward and the flash of white teeth when he smiled. "Looks like you're having some trouble. Can I take a look?" Taking his offer, she let him pull her to her feet, the comfort in his touch foreign. She was on guard as she stood, keeping herself between him and the car as he passed. Pointing at the raised hood, he smiled. "I'm Ryland. I know a couple of things about cars. Do you have any idea what happened? What it was doing before you pulled over?" Ryland, huh? He had a square shape to his face with a strong jawline and brilliant blue eyes. His jeans fit well and Amy's cheeks flushed and she caught herself tracing the rear of his pants down to the well-stacked jeans over his faded and worn brown boots. His button-up blue and white plaid shirt had been rolled at the sleeves to the elbows, revealing forearms that testified of hard work and time in the sun. Well, I don't know much about cars." There was a couple knocks and then a horrible grinding noise, and then the engine just kind of stopped. I shifted into neutral as fast as I could and coasted to a stop here. She didn't tell him how terrified she'd been. Instead, She blocked his view of the inside of the car as he rounded the front of the hood and leaned over the dirty motor compartment. She made a point not to run around the car, closing all the doors and windows. That would just bring unwanted attention to the precious cargo inside. She didn't need that. All she needed was for the car to work so she could get on with her escape plan. Ryland reached down, his arm disappearing into one of the many holes amongst the engine compartment. Ryland grunted and commented while he worked. "Wow, your oil plug feels like it's missing. How far have you come?" "I left Dylan a few hours ago." She tucked her hands into her rear pockets and glanced over her shoulder. "Was Buck close?" "My oil plug is missing." "Is that bad?" His chuckle wasn't condescending, but more like she genuinely made him laugh. "Yeah, that's bad. If you'd lost it closer to Dylan, you would have broken down closer. Once that plug's out, the oil drains pretty fast, especially on these highways, and with the shaking the frame would be going through. They don't have the best highway maintenance out this way." He looked at her over the long side of the hood. "You're lucky you made it to the side." That was fast thinking. Well, the grinding and the smoking were kind of alarming. She'd known something was wrong when she'd heard something metal clank against the undercarriage of the car. She'd pulled over and cried for who knew how long. Nothing was going to fix that motor. One more thing destroyed by Buck. She had no doubt that's what happened. Because that's the only reason her oil plug would have fallen out. Her ex-boyfriend or fiancé or whatever he was had most definitely messed with the engine. He'd probably wished she'd get in an accident so tracking her whereabouts would be easier. Amy tried hiding her fear as it mounted in her gut. Sitting there, she was worse off than a herd of elk in a prairie on opening day of hunting season. She couldn't afford to get caught by Buck. Not there. Not when she was so vulnerable. She had to get away. There was nothing more important. The guy standing there seemed nice. Did she take a chance and trust him enough to ask for help? Or was he a part of some good old boy club where men had each other's backs and didn't care about anything else? Hadn't she thought Buck was nice when she'd started dating him? Wasn't that the trap she'd fallen into? Now, look where that got her. She wasn't exactly the best judge of character. Ryland wiped his hands on a handkerchief he pulled from his back pocket and closed her hood. No point in leaving that open. There's nothing to be done. Ryland winked as he retucked his bandana in his pocket and approached her. He nodded at his truck. "Can I give you a lift? You're probably heading back toward Dylan, right?" Even though she was facing away from there, it was a logical assumption she'd want to go back to where she'd started. The only problem was, she couldn't go back. She shook her head, her curls fluffing around her face and attacking her eyelashes. She puffed them away from her mouth and took a deep breath. "I'm not going back to Dylan. I can't. If you're going this direction for a ways, can I tag along until you can't take me any further? I can hitch from wherever you need to drop me." Chewing on the skin on the inside of her cheek, she widened her eyes in her most ardent attempt at pleading. She wasn't a beggar, and the action didn't come naturally. He looked back at his truck and then down the highway in the direction the vehicles faced. Ryland returned his gaze toward her and considered her proposition. "I'll take you as far as Jefferson City, does that sound all right? Or I can drop you in Butte, if you want to stay on I-90. That was a whole 30 miles further than she'd planned on escaping. She nodded excitedly, almost breathless with excitement. "Yes, thank you so much, mister." Chuckling, he shook his head. Sure, it's Ryland, though. Grab your things and let's get going. I'm kind of on a schedule myself. He winked at her, reaching up to tilt his hat in her direction. What's your name? Amy, my name's Amy. She smiled and held his gaze for a moment longer. The sound of a baby crying froze the smooth smile on Ryland's face. He glanced toward the rear seat of the car and then back at her face. You have a baby? Yeah, is that okay? She didn't care if it was okay or not. She needed out of there, and he had promised to take her. She'd blackmail him or knock him out and steal his truck, if she had to, but she wasn't leaving without her son. He nodded tightly. Hurry up. It's too hot out here for a baby. I've got some water in the truck, in case he's thirsty. You, too. His amusement changed to concern and he waited by the back door of the Buick while she retrieved her 2 bags of meager belongings, and the most important, the diaper bag. He took them from her before she could even place them on the ground to grab. I've got these. You grab that young'un. He headed toward the truck, tossing her 2 bags in the back and carefully transferring the diaper bag into the front seat. He started up the engine and a trickle of fear mixed with Amy's reassurances. Would he leave with everything she had? But he didn't move, just waited patiently for her as she unhooked the car seat from its base and then unbuckled the base from the seat. Cody, her 6-week-old boy, blinked tiredly at her from his sweaty car seat. She cooed at him as she carried him and the base to the truck. It's okay, sweets, we're getting out of here. No more hot. Okay? Mama will fix it. I promise. She was going to do whatever it took to give him a better life. Even if that meant running from the boy's own father. She climbed into the seat of the truck and Ryland took the base without asking and buckled it in the right way. Snap him in and we'll test it to see if it's in right. They attached the seat in the right position and Ryland adjusted the straps to make it fit. Let's go. Amy closed her door, buckling herself as she peeked at Ryland out of the corner of her eye. She reached down surreptitiously and felt for the soft rustle of overly touched waterproof vinyl envelope under the edge of her bra. The envelope held all the money she'd managed to squirrel away from Buck and his thieving fingers. The man stole from her cookie jar any chance he got and she'd learned to put a small amount in there to train him to not to suspect any other place held her cash, like the bottom of the bathroom can, underneath the garbage bag. She took the trash out. He didn't. It was the only safe place in the house. Ryland pulled the truck out carefully onto the highway headed east, and for the first time Amy allowed a little bit of the tension in her shoulders to fade. Buck would never look for her in a truck with another man. Not immediately anyway. She could rest. Someone else had the wheel. Literally. But not for long. She only had until Jefferson City. Once there, she'd have to figure out how to make the expensive formula stretch while keeping her son healthy and happy. When would she catch a break? She glanced at Ryland. Maybe she'd finally gotten an inkling of favor from the man upstairs. Jareth. Rolling his shoulders as he straightened from the fence, Jareth stared out at the land his wife had bought him only a month or 2 ago. In the middle of winter, the exact details of the ranch hadn't been clear, but the conditions had been right. Plus, with a baby on the way, Jareth didn't want to spend too long looking for a place to call home. They needed something halfway between Taylor Falls and Cyan's parents. Jareth wanted to settle down. Other than the location, he was open for anything. And what they'd gotten filled him with happiness every time he looked over the sloping hills that led away from the house as if chasing the creek along the most western border of the property. Long grain filled one of the fields, while another had been set up for a herd. The barn wasn't massive like the ones he'd seen on other lots, but it had space to grow, if he wanted, and there were enough stalls for Jareth to start taking on boarders. Cyan loved saving animals. If Jareth could do something along that route to provide for the land, then she'd be happy. That's all Jareth cared about. Making his wife happy. Nothing else mattered. With the baby on the way, Jareth couldn't believe he'd found what he hadn't realized he'd been looking for. A family to call his own. A home to keep his family. And the burning desire to see his cousins all happy as well. Not for the first time that day, Jareth checked his cell phone for any missed calls or texts. Damon had promised he'd reach out to Ryland to get an update on the situation regarding Nate and the search for the long-lost eldest cousin. That call was supposed to take place not too long ago, and then Damon said he'd call Jareth to let him know how it went. The pressures around the Montana trails weighed on Jareth's shoulders. He didn't want to be in charge or responsible for any of them. It wasn't fair that he had that on him. Okay, but at the same time, it wasn't fair that he expected Nathan to carry everything. He wiped at his brow and dropped his gaze to the fixed fence railing and took a deep breath. An unusual storm was coming in from the east and he didn't want to leave anything undone. He'd been traveling the property the last few weeks, focusing on anything that needed repaired before he finished his plans with Cyan about taking on rescue horses and retraining them for dude ranches. There was a lot he and his wife could do to contribute to the community. That's what Jareth wanted. That, and he wanted to fix the pain he knew his cousins were all in at Emma's loss. Hello. The call came from the direction of the house and Jareth raised his gaze, adjusting his Stetson on his head as he squinted toward the waving figure in the distance. Grabbing up the last of his tools, he tucked them into the saddle bag of the horse he'd ridden. Claiming the reins with one hand, Jareth led the mare over the field toward his cousin. As they got closer, Jareth jerked his chin upward in a greeting and called out. I was just waiting for a call from you, Damon. I didn't think you'd drive out to report to me. He grinned and clapped his arms around Damon's shoulders in a hug. Nice to see you, cousin. Damon pulled back, his smile friendly, but something distracted in his eyes. Yeah, well, Rakia wanted to come see Cyan. She suggested I come see you so she can stay longer and visit. With how long those girls like to visit, you might as well have brought your overnight bags. Jareth laughed, shaking his head and falling into step beside Damon as they headed toward the barn beside the house. You guys settling in okay? The place looks great without all the snow. Damon scanned the layout as they got closer. Their boots whispering across the new green grass as they walked. Yeah, with the baby coming, Cyan is already nesting. Her mom has been burning sage and whatever else she can get her hands on. Jareth laughed and shook his head as they rounded the corner of the barn. I thought I would have to worry about my house being turned into a hippie center with tofu as the main course, but Cyan has been serving meat at every meal and she's refusing to let her parents put tie-dye in any part of the place. He shrugged. I'm counting that as a win. Damon laughed, but didn't say anything else as Jareth led the horse into the barn and put her away with a handful of alfalfa and some oats. Coming out of the stall and locking the gate, Jareth glanced at Damon and pointed toward the bench along the wall. Let's sit out here for a minute before going inside. I'm not ready to talk about whatever they're most likely talking about, just yet. They settled on the smooth, worn, oak bench. Jareth leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. Okay, tell me. What did Ryland say? He could tell from the worry etching lines around Damon's mouth. The call hadn't gone well. Ryland said he left as fast as he did because he'd heard a rumor at put Nate at Taylor Falls. He'd checked with us at Bella Acres because he didn't want to take a chance he'd miss him. But, I don't know, Jareth. There's something hard in Ryland's voice. He's taking Nate's abandonment personally. There's a lot more at stake here than just Ryland being gone. I think he actually prefers to stay away. Damon inhaled deeply and leaned back on the bench, staring up at the rafters of the barn. Considering the things Damon had shared, Jareth nodded and then leaned back as well. Look, we know why Nate left. I know why I had to send Ryland after him. Ryland isn't, he's not happy just doing the day-to-day. There's something in that kid that is seeking more. He didn't clarify that he knew Ryland wasn't a kid in age, but he was younger than the two cousins talking about him, and that was enough to be a kid in their eyes. But what? What is he looking for? I don't understand it. Damon folded his arms. Do you think he's looking for a wife or something? No. Jareth slid his booted foot out from under the bench and stared at the pointed toe of the boot. I don't think it's that simple, or he could just snatch up a girl from Taylor Falls or from Colby and get married. I think what he's looking for is purpose. And Jareth had given him a specific purpose: find Nate and bring him back. Jareth had directed all of that anger and frustration Ryland barely held in check and turned it toward a solitary mission. As long as Ryland had a goal, he would feel like he was fulfilling some sort of calling. Jareth recognized Ryland's needs since his own sister had always been the type to need goals and plans. Damon sighed, rubbing his hand down his face. Okay, well, you might have to be the one who calls and talks to him next time. I think I just came across as demanding and lecturing. Nothing worse than an older brother who thinks he knows it all, right? Don't worry. This situation isn't easy for anyone. Drake was telling me the other day that he wants to rebuild the forge room at the back of the barn, but he wants Nate's opinion. Stephanie won't let him touch anything because she still feels like the house is hers, Hannah's, and Nate's. She's having a hard time separating them all out. Jareth offered a shrug. When Nate left, he left a hole, and I don't think anyone would argue with that. We just have to figure out if we want to leave that hole empty while we wait, or if we want to somehow fill it. Ryland is determined to bring Nate back and shove him back in. Damon chuckled sadly. The comment might have been a slight joke, but he didn't deny the truthfulness of what he said. Well, Ryland is going to have to learn that this is Nate's journey, too. Nathan might not want to come back. If that's the case, then Ryland will have to learn to live with that. As we all will have to. Then we'll need to figure out how to patch that hole up so we can all get on with living. Easier said than done. Jareth completely recognized that fact. There was only so much holding on a family of that size could do. The fact that the Johnsons, Rourkes, and Darbys had even made it as far as they had was a true testament to how important they all were to each other. Jareth was going to hold on to that fact. You think he'll find him? Damon folded his hands, letting them dangle between his knees as he glanced at Jareth. I know Ryland will find Nathan. I just don't know if Ryland is the one who will be able to convince him to come home. Jareth pulled off his hat and settled it on his knee as he glanced at Damon. The only one who will be able to convince Nate of that will be himself. Nodding, Damon pressed his lips together. Yeah, I understand. I just wish I could fix everything for everybody. At that, Jareth laughed out loud, slapping Damon's shoulder as Jareth stood. You and me both. You and me both. Come on. I'm sure we're going to have something with bacon and steak for dinner. Cyan is craving all kinds of meat. I hope all of her pregnancies are like this. I'm eating like a king alongside her. Jareth pulled Damon from the bench and readjusted his hat. He wasn't going to tell anyone yet that he'd heard from Ruby. Or that Kyle's determination to get revenge for his sister had caught a hold of Jareth. No, instead, he'd just keep that developing situation in hand until he had more information to share with everyone else. As it was, he'd already put enough on Damon and Ryland. Jareth didn't need to make more stress or worry for anyone else. Not yet. That would come, but hopefully, Nate would come back in time and the family could work on it together. As one. Unfortunately, Jareth couldn't count on that happening. He hadn't been lying and he'd told Damon that Nathan was going to need to make that decision on his own. Coming home would be hard if all he had to do was face Emma's death. But that wasn't all he'd have to face. He had to face an angry and hurt family. That wasn't something a person willingly took on. Jareth just hoped Nate's love for the trails was bigger than his pain and shame. They wanted him back more than they wanted him to hurt. The trails just wanted to be whole again. There was nothing else to it. Chapter 3. Ryland. The small child's soft hair wisped around his fine features, and his mouth worked around the green pacifier the woman put between his tiny lips. Creases on the sides of her eyes had been present when he'd first seen her, but they'd softened as she relaxed into the truck seat. The rig was old, but the air conditioning worked fine, and while Ryland rarely used it, that afternoon was an exception even without the child and woman inside. Dark marks where perspiration had worked its way through her shirt started to fade. They'd been on the road for a few miles before Ryland felt comfortable breaking the ice. I didn't expect the baby. He adjusted his hat by the crown and glanced at her with a sardonic smile. Neither did I. She looked at the boy with mock shock and opened her mouth in a circle. Putting her hand over her mouth, she said, "Do you think he bites?" Her humor was refreshing and surprising. Ryland chuckled, careful to keep his volume low as he took in her playful side. He's probably the most dangerous one in the rig. The softest scent of cherry blossoms assailed his senses when he laughed with her. Her vulnerability reminded him of his cousin Ruby a long time ago. She'd been so many things: sweet, innocent, desperate for affection. Ryland and his cousins had done so much to stick up for her, protect her. They'd failed. He'd had a soft spot for women in trouble ever since, like maybe he could save someone else, change their situation. Be the knight so many needed but didn't know how to accept. And that wasn't always true. So many women could do things on their own, but there were some who couldn't, who needed help to get to the point where they could do what was needed. He wanted to be the help they could get. He hadn't been able to help Ruby. Maybe he could make it up to her one day by helping someone else. Soft blonde curls framed Amy's face and fell around her shoulders. They had the look of burnished gold and under highlights of copper. Her tan skin and dark brown eyes confused Ryland on just what he was going to say. "So, where are you going?" Clearing his throat, Ryland shifted on his seat. The truck was comfortable, but Dawn gave if it didn't get worn in spots when he drove in it for a while. She shrugged, the rounded curve of her shoulder barely moving as she stared at the road. "I guess wherever is the furthest from Dylan." Her humor had faded, leaving behind a tense honesty. "You don't care where that is?" Ryland tried not to seem too worried or interested. Women like Amy were skittish. They sensed danger before they sensed heat or cold. The innate ability to survive had nothing to do with talent and everything to do with necessity. She looked at him and then at the freeway stretched before them and behind. Honestly, if I could choose, we'd already be off the interstate. She picked at her cuticle and tried to keep her calm as she spoke. I'd want to go deep into the woods and hide away in a cave or something. She laughed at herself and shook her head. Stupid sounding, I know. If I didn't have to head north, I'd get you off the highway as fast as possible. I understand not feeling safe. He snagged her gaze and narrowed his eyes. You're safe with me, though, okay? I know only murderers say that, but I'm not a killer. I can't even put animals down when they need it. His rueful smile was more at himself than anything. She glanced at him, then at her hands, and then back at him. Thanks. Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't know if I believe in safe anymore. More of her brutal honesty. Who are you running from? Ryland didn't know how legal it would be for him to take her and her child across the state, if she was married. There were all kinds of custodial laws that he didn't want to violate, but he would, if she were in serious danger. Something about her brought out the protective side he'd never really tapped into before. My ex-boyfriend. Or fiancé. I'm not sure what we were. I didn't want to move in with him, but there was a point where I didn't have enough money to pay for my own place and, she shrugged, blinking back her shame. I did the best I could. I always knew something was wrong, I think. But, she offered a lopsided smile. He's really mean. He wasn't always mean, you know. I think I just always hoped he'd stop, if he loved me enough. She wiped at tears under her eyes and finished in a whisper. He promised if I ever left or tried to leave, I'd never see Cody alive again. Shock held Ryland's tongue for a drawn-out moment. What did he say to that? How did he even reply when anything he offered were just empty platitudes? After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally murmured, I'm sorry. That sounds like a horrible ordeal. He shook his head. He didn't have anything else to offer her, but a ride far away from there. Too bad, it wasn't far enough. What could he do to help the woman and her son? A wave of protective need for Amy covered his angry drive to find Nathan. Both missions could be accomplished at the same time. He just had to figure out how to pull it off. His phone buzzed in his front pocket. Glancing at Amy, Ryland muttered, Excuse me. Ryland pulled out his phone, reading the caller ID before answering. Hey, Damon. We just spoke. You okay? Yeah, I'm at Jareth's with Cyan. She just heard from a friend who is running the ranching circuit trying to find work right now. Apparently, he said Nate has taken on a job in Godfrey headed toward PAULSON. I'm not sure if it's temporary, but he's been there a couple days. Sounds like he's just doing odd jobs at the best ranch, outside of town. Go check it out, and let me know what you find. Damon sounded tired, like he had more on his plate than finding their leader. Ryland didn't want to ask. Shooting a quick glance at Amy, then back at the road before answering, Ryland nodded. Yeah, I can do that. Thanks for the heads up. He tamped down the desire to be sitting at Jareth's place with his brother while talking about everyday things. That lifestyle wasn't for him. Not yet. He had to fix the family before he could earn the right to settle into something simpler. They hung up and he replaced the phone in his pocket. He tapped his thumb on the steering wheel. The turnout was up ahead. He'd have to change course immediately to follow the lead from Damon. "Are you sure you want to get off the main highway? If you're dead set on the direction of Butte, I can drop you off, but I need to head northwest toward Godfrey. I don't want you to feel pressured, but I have to get up there as soon as possible. You're welcome to go that way with me, if you want." She didn't hesitate, but nodded, her curls bobbing as she moved. "Yes, I'll stick with you." She absently put her hand inside the car seat to hold the tiny fingers of her son. The tender touch reminded Ryland of his own mom. He resolved to do his best to help her. "When we get to town, I'll get us some rooms. You need to get some real rest tonight." He made himself a promise. No matter how she'd felt to that point, as far as he was concerned, she would be safe. Moms deserved more than fear and uncertainties. They deserved everything. Ruby's fear no longer controlled her. Nothing was allowed to get under her skin. Not anymore. She'd been essentially abandoned by her family, and her aunt and uncle weren't going to let her forget why she'd come to them. Fine. That was just fine. The ever-present pain at losing something so possibly dear to her had sunk its teeth into her heart and never let go. No matter how many times her aunt and uncle had told her to brush it off. She snuck down to the nearest town from their house in the middle of nowhere late one night. She didn't even know the day of the month sometimes. She had to dig through her aunt and uncle's dressers and private rooms to find any of the mail that had anything to do with her, like Emma's funeral announcement. She'd been able to break away a few times over the last few years to call her brothers. Even though they'd talked, she never let on just how hard things really were for her. She'd never talked about the body in the grave or how much her soul wanted to go lay beside the headstone and never get up. Loneliness was her constant companion, and she hated that she couldn't break free from the sadness. Being alone meant she couldn't stop her thoughts from always returning to the events that had sent her out to nowhere. Literally, that was the name of the area. Nowhere, Idaho. Ruby liked to tack on to the end of that where people go to be forgotten. She'd been forgotten, and she had to fix that. She had to take the rest of her life back. Get control. Maybe she couldn't regain what she'd lost, but she had to try to get some of her sanity back. She had to do that. All she had to do was figure out a plan how. Chapter 4. Amy. The idea of getting a room at a hotel with Ryland didn't scare her. It wasn't like they were actually sharing the room. He'd said rooms, which had to mean two. Plus, what man was interested in sharing a room with a baby? The guy was as gentlemanly as they came anyway, even averting his gaze while she changed her shirt in the truck when Cody spit up on the one she was wearing. The sun had set solely by the time Amy and Ryland pulled into Godfrey, Montana. The small town was nestled at the base of two mountains that seemed to want to dance together. Moonlight highlighted the trees along the ridges and gave the town a picturesque appearance that Amy had no doubt would disappear in the harsh light of day. Stars twinkled in the cloudless late summer sky. "When do you think the storm will reach up here? I'm surprised how early our spring is this year." She just wanted to find something easy to talk about. Something neutral. She still couldn't believe everything she'd spilled to him about the life she was trying to escape. "I think this recent heat wave will be gone in a couple weeks. There's not much holding it here, and with rainstorms in April around the corner, hopefully, we'll get some rain before our guaranteed long, hot summer." I'm actually surprised the storm hasn't reached up this way yet. Ryland pulled into a spot close to a neon sign screaming in startling green, "Vacancies." Situated in the back of Main Street, a very small motel hunkered down on top of the bar like a frog on a log, waiting for visitors. Music from the sluggish jukebox pulsed along the cement stairs to the manager's office. Pulling her sleeping child into her arms from the car seat, Amy cuddled Cody closer to her chest. She'd wrapped him pretty good in his sleeper, but she was running low on milk. The formula she'd been able to grab from Buck's house hadn't been very much. He usually made her store the formula in his truck so that whenever he left, she couldn't leave because she needed food. This time, though, she'd left anyway. Ryland ducked into the manager's office, while Amy enjoyed the cooling air outside with her baby. She leaned against the slatted walls and rocked the little boy back and forth with the barest of movements. I'm not sure how, Pumpkin, but I'm gonna make sure we're okay. She leaned down and brushed her lips across his forehead. I promise. She had to make sure that was one promise she didn't break. After a few more moments, the door opened and Ryland came out with one key. He brandished the diamond-shaped key fob and shook his head, sheepishly muttering, "I'm sorry. They only have the one room down on the end." Apparently, there was a job call and the interviews are going on this week up at Bess Ranch. Which could be why Nate's up this far north and so far west. He motioned down the catwalk for Amy to precede him. A lot of the ranch hands looking for work are staying here. That explains the full parking lot. Ryland led the way down the small balcony-style hallway that led to the external doorways of the rooms. A wrought iron guardrail separated them from falling off of the one-story catwalk and they walked all the way to the end. If it's okay, we'll share the room, but I'll sleep on the floor. Ryland reached the room that matched his key number and he unlocked the knob, ushering her inside. Hey, here's a plus. There are 2 double beds. That's convenient. Amy hesitated at the doorway. The details didn't matter. She could have slept on the floor just as easily, but rooming with a man she didn't know? With a brand new baby? She glanced back at the parking lot. She suddenly felt less comfortable with the idea of staying in a hotel. When she'd been fine with it, she'd thought there'd be 2 rooms. Things had changed and she wasn't sure how to feel about it. Ryland spoke calmly, like he might to a nervous horse. If you're not comfortable, I'll sleep in the truck. I don't want you to be worried at all. Honestly, it's not a big deal to me. She turned her gaze to his worried expression and studied him and the situation carefully. Nervous wasn't a reason to be rude. She wasn't even nervous as much as she probably should have been. There was something soothing about him and his presence. 2 beds. He chuckled as he backed into the room. Plus, these walls look like they're thin as butterfly wings. You could call out for help at any time and any number of cowboys would run to your rescue. He winked as he went into the bathroom and flipped on the light. Oh, look at that, there's a full shower and a bath, too. A bath. Buck didn't let her use the bath. She would love a bath. She wanted to cry with the relief she felt at just being away from Dylan and Buck. She might be able to get some sleep, too. She cleared her throat and kind of laughed. Well, if I was nervous about you, I probably shouldn't have gotten into the truck. That was an understatement. As long as her son was safe, she could do anything she needed to. There wasn't really any chance that Buck would find her in a hotel clear up in the middle of Godfrey. She could take Cody with her to the bathroom and lock the door. Anything was possible. She could and would do whatever it took to keep them safe, while she figured out how to make herself stronger, her situation more stable, and her heart less vulnerable. She carried Cody inside the room, cautiously scanning the interior as if a snake might slither out and bite her. 2 double beds, with innocuous comforters, made up the majority of the furnishings. A small television manned a dresser with 4 drawers. Between the beds, a 3-foot-wide nightstand held a light with a plain shade. There was nothing remarkable about the space, and yet, Amy felt like she'd never seen anything so luxurious. "Do you think you can feel safe here for a little while?" Ryland studied her from beneath the brim of his cowboy hat. He leaned against the door jamb leading to the bathroom, his arms folded harmlessly across his chest while he studied her with questioning eyes. Could she? At least for a little while? As far as Amy knew, Buck had never been north of I-90. Buck might have made it to Missoula at one point, but it wasn't for anything other than a rodeo and a dancing ladies' nightclub. She nodded, but then was reminded of her need for formula for her hungry son when her own stomach growled. She hadn't eaten a full meal in a while. "Do you know if there are any stores around here?" She hadn't seen any on the drive into town, at least which were open, which wasn't surprising. Usually after 9:00, most small towns shut down for the night. "I didn't see anything open. Do you need something?" Ryland turned back to the door, glancing at her over his shoulder. "Cody is running low on formula. I think I have enough to get me through the night, but I'll need to go to a store in the morning." She chewed her inner lip and pulled her son tighter in her arms. She wasn't proud of the fact that she hadn't been able to continue breastfeeding her child. He'd been allergic to something in her milk and had lost weight the first week. The doctors had put him on formula, and he'd started to grow and thrive. Nothing that mattered to Buck. She cast her gaze to the ground, shame mounting as she realized what kind of a mother she had to seem like. "I'm sorry to be a bother. I'm really not your responsibility. None of this is your problem." How did she tell him how grateful she was that he was helping her? How did she tell him that he had surely saved her life? He had certainly saved her son's. Buck hadn't wanted anything to do with the small infant. A fact he'd made clear over and over. Ryland ducked his head, the brim of his cowboy hat covering his face in shadow. "You're a pleasure to have around. I'll go get our things. Do you need all of your bags, or just a couple?" He waved his hand in the air like batting off his comment. "Never mind. My mama always told me never ask a woman what she needs, just give her everything." He grinned and stepped out the door. Amy grinned. His mother sounded like a smart woman. She moved further into the room, able to see more of the details she'd been too nervous to notice before. The room was clean enough, but had definite signs of wear and tear. The comforter had pilling and the pillows looked flattened. With a solid door and a private bathroom, Amy didn't have to be afraid Buck was going to run in the room and do something atrocious. She was relatively protected, and that took away the breathless state she felt like she was permanently stuck in. Maybe she and Ryland could watch programs without getting in a fight. The possibilities were endless. The door opened again, revealing Ryland's return. All of the bags in his hands were hers. Cocking her head to the side, Amy gently rested Cody on the clean blanket on the bed. He continued sleeping. Amy approached Ryland. "I could have grabbed my stuff. Do you need to go back for yours?" She furrowed her brow and watched him carefully stack her items by the small table set up by the bed. "No, I usually travel light. I've got a little pack and it has a toothbrush and soap and stuff in it. My dad taught me long ago, pack light and you'll never have to worry about leaving stuff behind. I'm actually not on this trip permanently. I have a place back in Taylor Falls on the reservation where I've been staying with my brother. This is just a mission my family gave me. He chuckled, shaking his head as he straightened from setting her things down. They're pretty bossy. They sound interesting. Amy rounded the bed and nodded her thanks as she took the diaper bag he held out to her. She pulled out Cody's bottle and with fresh water from the tap made him a new batch of formula after scraping the last of the powder from the container. She moved over and sat on the bed furthest from the door. There's a TV. Did you want to find something? She was nervous he would turn her down, but at the same time she was nervous he would get the wrong idea about what she was offering. Cody didn't take up that much space on the bed she'd inadvertently claimed as her own. She would sleep with the baby in her arms. Since she didn't move throughout the night, it was the only way she could sleep and not worry about Cody disappearing. She never slept at Buck's, a place she couldn't even call home. Sure, we can watch whatever you want. Ryland unbuttoned his flannel shirt, revealing a soft white cotton tee underneath it. He draped the overshirt on the single chair Amy hadn't noticed in the corner of the room. He kicked off his boots. Claiming a spot on the bed situated not too far from hers, he sighed. I'm tired. Do you ever just feel bone tired? You just described the last few years of my life. Amy tried covering it with light laughter, but she cut off the sound in case she woke her son. She gently shook the bottle before pressing the nipple to her son's lips. She knew he was hungry, but she didn't want to wake him either. Cody didn't bother opening his eyes as he took the bottle nipple in his mouth and hungrily suckled. He was a hungry boy and most of the time Buck limited how much Amy was allowed to feed him. Well, now that she was away from Buck, maybe she could get Cody as fat as she wanted to. She didn't believe in a baby being on a diet or having food restrictions. Buck hadn't felt the same way. He constantly said his son wasn't going to be fat. But how could a baby be fat? Healthy and satisfied. That's all Amy wanted for him. That wasn't that much, really. She traced her finger over the soft, smooth skin of Cody's forehead. Looking down at him, she muttered to Ryland. Can you believe anyone would think he's not perfect? His dad. She swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. His father didn't want me to be happy with him. He always talked about the best thing for the baby would be for him to be raised by someone else. Anyone but me. That man wants to take him away from me. Ryland spoke softly, his tone tender and warm. Why wouldn't he want you to be happy? I don't even know you yet and I just want you to smile all the time. Amy's gaze snapped from Cody's face to Ryland's. They weren't more than a few feet apart, as he had leaned over the space separating them to look down at the baby. His proximity took her breath away, but not in a scary way. He was comforting and warm and he smelled like the outdoors with a hint of vanilla. She licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. Do you like children? One could always tell the measure of a man by how he treated or talked about children. Ryland continued, staring at Cody. He nodded slowly and then lifted his gaze to hers. I think children are amazing in their teeniness, if that's a word. I've always wanted some of my own. He dropped his tone to a whisper and he raised his gaze to hers. Don't worry about your ex. I won't let him get you. I promise. She shook her head, softly petting Cody's head. A wry smile lifted the corner of her mouth against her volition. You don't know my ex. He's threatened to kill me more than once. He's threatened to kill Cody more times than he has said the boy's name. If he's determined to find me, he will. She smiled sadly, as if it was the inevitable she couldn't escape. Because it was. She just wanted some time with her son. Just a little. He will. How long do you plan on running? Ryland lifted his head from inspecting the baby, and Amy could feel his gaze as he searched her face. A tremble of fear shivered down her spine. As long as I need to. I just want Cody safe. I need time with him before Buck finds me. That's all I want. I can't guarantee your son's safety as far as I'm going. I have to find my cousin and get him back home. But I can help you find a safe place to shore up until I can come back and get you. You'd be welcome back at the house in Taylor Falls, but I'm not going back that way immediately. I've lost too much ground already. I'm sorry. He shook his head regrettably, as if he was responsible for the outcome of her life. Before she could interject that she didn't need him to alter his entire life for her, Ryland continued, if I can find Nate here, and get him to come back with me, then you can come back, too. No strings attached. No expectations. There's plenty of growth over in Taylor Falls, and the rest of Clearwater County. I know you would be welcomed. The community is tight-knit. They would rally around you and protect you. Your ex and his baggage wouldn't be tolerated. Amy looked at him, the earnestness in his face consoling. She nodded softly. Well, let's see what tomorrow brings us. Thank you again. You really are a lifesaver. And for the first night in longer than Amy could remember, she slept hard. The next morning dawned bright and hopeful. In the last 24 hours she'd gone from desperate desolation to hopeful optimism. The swinging pendulum of emotions could only be attributed to Ryland's presence. They got ready for the day, bumping around each other as they used the bathroom and dealt with the awkward moments of cohabitating with someone you didn't really know. Amy fed Cody the rest of the bottle she had and Ryland took them to the small grocery just down the street from their room. While Ryland picked out some bagels and juice, Amy carried Cody with her to the miniature baby section and winced at the price of the cheapest formula. Her savings weren't much, but she'd hoped to be able to make it spread out past the first week or two. Even so, she grabbed 2 cans and paid while Ryland waited to the side. Ryland reached out and claimed the cans, while Amy settled Cody better into her arm. Amy smiled in gratitude at Ryland as he handled the extra things she couldn't manage on her own. Back in the truck, Ryland waited for Amy to get Cody resettled into the car seat and herself buckled, before he handed her the bagel breakfast sandwich filled with a fried egg, ham, cheese, and a hash brown patty stacked between the round bread halves. Amy blinked in surprise. I thought you were just getting bagels. This is too much. I can give you money. She wanted that sandwich like she'd never wanted anything. Her stomach growled again, reminding her that the last full meal she'd enjoyed had been a few days ago. She'd snacked at small moments she could sneak food away from Buck. Ryland wrinkled his nose while he smiled, an endearing small dimple making itself known on the left side of his mouth. Nah, it's not enough. You look like you could use a few solid meals to stick to your bones. Eat up. I got juice and some nuts for a snack later. Just in case we don't make it back before lunch. He wrapped his own sandwich halfway in a napkin and started the engine to the truck. Okay, here we go. We're off to the best ranch. He tossed a side smile at her and Amy couldn't help. Not did she want to fight, the warm fuzzy feeling blossoming in her chest. Using directions from the hotel manager at Ryland had secured before they'd gone to the store, Ryland drove the truck down beautiful tree-lined roads, shading off the already rising sun. The final turn took them north on a gentle winding road with forest on one side and a large fenced-in field on the other. About a mile up from the turn into the drive, a barn and house had been snugged into the vertex of the valley where the mountains seemed to start their venture into the sky. Parked along the fence, by the southern part of the oversized red barn were a line of trucks and horses. Tucked into the hillside, the dark brown house was hidden in part by overcropping rocks and other trees. Ryland bypassed the tryouts for ranch hand positions and went straight to the main house. Parking the truck closer to the house, Ryland studied the windows of the home as they reflected back the early morning sunlight. Amy was more than happy to tag along. As long as she stuck with Ryland, she wouldn't be in danger of being left alone to face Buck when he found her. When, not if. After the drive out there, Cody would be ready to come out and go for a walk while Ryland asked his questions. Amy hadn't pried too much about the mission Ryland had said he was on. She didn't want to put him in the position to divulge anything more than he was comfortable with. She'd already proven herself to be an oversharer as it was. Okay, let's get this over with. He nodded at her before climbing from the truck. Ryland came around and helped Amy out after she pulled Cody from his chair. The small boy snuggled into her arms and she put the pacifier into his mouth. He'd eaten his share of formula. The pacifier was just for comfort at that point. He was awake for a little while, watching as the sun blinked overhead through the leaves. Amy followed Ryland up to the front porch, her arms blissfully heavy with her son's weight. Ryland glanced at Amy and knocked the heavy metal knocker over the metal ornate B on the large thick wood door. A kindly older couple answered. The woman stood just slightly behind the man, drying her hands with a towel. The tryouts for ranch hands are down at the stables. I don't hire women for ranch hands. Sorry to disappoint you. The man was gruff, but kindly as he took in Ryland and Amy's appearance. His smile was controlled, and he backed up as if to close the door. Ryland held out his hand. Ryland Johnson, sir. I'm not here for the ranch hand position. I'm looking for Nate Rourke. Rumor has it he's been working here at the ranch for a couple days. The elderly man took Ryland's hand and shook it, a new light in his eyes. You know Nathan? He looked back over his shoulder and motioned the older woman up to stand beside him. Mother, they know that nice young man we just hired. His last name is Rourke. I didn't know that. All he said was his name was Nathan. The woman came closer, her hands folded at her waist. She glanced from Ryland to Amy's face, and then her gaze traveled naturally down to the small bundle in Amy's arms. The woman of the house widened her eyes, and she reached out to softly touch Cody's small back. My, what a sweetheart. I'm Mary. This is Dean, my uncouth husband. We sure like that Nathan. He's one sweet boy. He doesn't talk much. But that can be fixed. She smiled again at them. Her blonde and white hair fell down her back in a loose braid with curls around her face. Dean motioned toward town, his gnarled finger curving as he pointed. I asked Nathan to run into town and grab me some more supplies. He should be at the hardware shop about now. I'm surprised you missed him, although he was riding that horse of his. I keep telling him horses are more of a help than he realizes. I couldn't even get my truck out because of all the other guys parked there. Nathan, sure as heck, oh sorry, dear, just took his horse and walked right through the mess like it wasn't even there. He nodded his head and pulled on the strap of his red suspender. Thank you for the information. We'll go back into town and see if we can find Nate. Nathan. I have some family business to discuss with him. Ryland had taken off his hat and he turned it over in his hands while conversing with Dean. The blonde highlights in his already light hair glimmered in the morning sun. Oh, your family? Dean narrowed his eyes at Ryland, his white eyebrows craggy and drawn together like a tight line. Yes, sir. I'm Nate's younger cousin. We're a pretty tight family. We can tell Nate's missing. The hole in the group is pretty significant from his absence. He's always been a good leader. Ryland added in good-naturedly, I'm not sure that I miss being wrestled around by that big guy, but other than that, he's missed. Dean chuckled. No, I don't imagine you do. He looked again from Amy to Ryland and then at Mary. Well, my offer stands. Family of Nate is good enough reference for me. If you're still looking for something to do after talking to Nate and you want a job, you're welcome here. Pointing a swollen knuckled finger at Cody, Dean tilted his head. I'm sure we could find something to do for the little one, too. How about that, Mother? Maybe you could talk this nice young lady into helping you out around the house while you watch her little one. Mary's eyes widened once more as she considered her husband's words. She looked hesitantly at Amy. Only if it's something you're interested in, dear. Don't feel pressured to do anything. You guys run into town and the offer stands. If not, no hard feelings. She smiled, and then again reached out and softly patted Amy's shoulder. Ryland and Amy looked at each other but said their goodbyes. As they walked back to the truck, Amy couldn't help glancing back at the house. She'd felt a spark there, like she might connect with those people. She hadn't needed to say much, but in the best types of places you didn't have to. Would she get to go back? Would she get a chance to help out around the house, even if for only a moment to get a breather? If she did, how long would it take for Buck to find her there? Chapter 5. Ryland. Ryland wasn't sure how he had gone from chasing after Nate to being responsible for a single mother and her child. Where he thought he would be upset, he strangely wasn't. He liked having her around, and the little boy was almost like a balm on his loneliness. Laying there in the dark and listening to them breathe in the quiet hotel room had made his stark loneliness poignantly clear. Being treated the way he had by Dean Bess just left Ryland feeling even more isolated and alone as he traveled around on his mission. Thankfully, he was being directed toward Nate, and Ryland could maybe stop his search there. He carefully edged the truck down the drive, past the other ranch hands that were trying out for the vacant jobs. Ryland glanced at Amy, as she held on to Cody's fingers. She was always touching the baby, which brought a smile to Ryland's lips. What do you think about their offer? He didn't know what he thought about it for himself. Amy's opinion mattered to him. Keeping her safe was important. Keeping the baby safe was something they could both agree was even more important. A safe place like the Bess Ranch was rare. Especially when the older couple seemed more interested in taking care of Amy and her baby than they were in making her work hard. As far as places to leave Amy and Cody, it was ideal, if Ryland really had to. Bouncing on the edge of the seat, Amy tossed her hair back. Her eyes bright, it's amazing. She reminds me of how my mom used to be, sweet, gentle, and just wanted to be around kids. She glanced at her son and then back out the windshield. My mom would have loved Cody. Her tone turned wistful and she leaned back, some of her excitement diminished. She hasn't met him? Ryland's forehead scrunched at the possibility of family not being involved in each other's lives. No. She doesn't know I had him. She blinked hard and avoided looking at Ryland as she stared out the window. Where does your mom live? Ryland didn't understand why her own mother didn't know about something so huge. Maybe she lived far away, or she was so poor she didn't have a phone. He didn't know what reason justified keeping something like that a secret, but knowing Amy's sweetness, she wouldn't do it out of spite. Sighing, Amy's shoulders slouched forward as she huffed. I didn't like the way Buck treated her when she came to visit, so I asked her to stop coming. She really just didn't like anything about him, but it embarrassed me, her seeing me like that, with a man like that. She told me once I had a baby with him, I'd never be free. She sniffed, her chest rising rapidly. She was right. She glanced at him. Sorry, that's not what you asked. She laughed at herself, shaking her head and wiping at her cheeks. Missoula. My mom is in Missoula. Ryland let the silence soothe the shock of her answers. After taking a second to compose himself, he finally allowed his natural optimism to come out. Well, Mary and Dean sounded sincere. You might keep their offer as an option. Depending on Nate's answer, Ryland might have to keep it as an option for himself, as well. Ryland pulled into a diagonal parking spot on the street in front of the hardware store. He stared at the sign with big block letters indicating he'd reached the hardware store, the grocery store, and a small gas station that looked like it had seen better days and more cars than were measurable. There was no sign of imagination in the town's signage. Something that surprised Ryland when he'd come from Taylor Falls, named after a man whose last name was Taylor. Apparently, Mr. Taylor had been so drunk on his horse, he'd fallen into the center of a field. He'd called the spot Taylor Falls, and that was that. Amy climbed out of the truck, pulling Cody back into her arms from the car seat. I'm going to go to the store and see if they've restocked the formula. It can't hurt to have a few more cans on hand. Can I meet you at the hardware store? The yellow sunlight shone off her multi-hued curls. She smiled at him. There was something about her that tugged at Ryland's insides. He returned her smile like an idiot, nodding with a dopey grin. What was he doing? Get it together. Even his tiny pep talk didn't keep him from calling out reassuringly. I'll be right in the building. I won't leave without you. What if it wasn't his cousin in that store? What if he'd come all that way, been given all that hope, only to have it dashed at his feet? All of it was too close to the surface. He could lose everything and nothing by going inside. He watched Amy walk away, her shapely curved hips swayed with each step as she carried her son into the store. Procrastinating going into the hardware store wasn't a bad thing with that kind of view. A soft nicker to his left drew Ryland's attention. As if the pretty caramel-colored mare had missed Ryland or knew that he was way too far from home, Nate's horse shook her head at Ryland. The animal must have recognized him. As Ryland ambled by, he reached out and patted the silky smoothness of Missy's mane. Hey, girl, we miss you, too. Here goes nothing. Gathering his courage in the face of uncertainty facing Nate, Ryland took a deep breath. How would Nate react? What would he do? Why was Ryland worried about what Nate would do? What did he expect? Maybe he thought Nate was going to throw a punch or something. Ryland's boots scratched on the cement sidewalk as he made his way toward the hardware store door. Inside the door, Ryland took his hat off, tucking it against his side as he looked around the aisles and tools stacked inside. His cousin had to be in there. Ryland was getting sick of chasing after the man. Scanning from left to right, Ryland narrowed his eyes until his gaze lit on Nate's broad shoulders. His height would stand out anywhere, but at the counter and beside the diminutive woman ringing him up, he was even more impressive. Ryland turned his hat over and over in his hands as he waded off to the side of the doors. He didn't need to interrupt Nate. Nate wasn't going anywhere without walking past Ryland, whether he wanted to or not. It didn't take long for the cashier to bag up Nate's items or for him to turn around. The light in his eyes had died, leaving his expression fairly deadpan. He almost didn't focus on Ryland as he walked by, but his gaze flickered to the left at the last second and he blinked. Coming to a stop, he narrowed his gaze at Ryland. His arms full of paper bags prevented Nate from reaching out and shaking Ryland's hand or hugging him. He nodded tightly. "Why don't I think this is a social call?" The moment had come. He'd focused so hard on getting to the point where he was standing in front of his lost cousin, Ryland hadn't planned on what he would say or what he would do. Did he tie him up and drag him home? Ignoring the illegal aspects associated with that move, the logistics didn't work. Ryland was a big guy, but Nate was bigger. He didn't know what to say, so he tried to wing it. "No, Nate. It's not social. I don't know why I would come to Godfrey. It's not even on the way to anywhere." True, it was a gorgeous area, but it was small and far from family. Ryland was a hard-core fan of Clearwater County. Godfrey was on the boundaries of nowhere. "What do you want, little cousin?" Nate stared him down, the blue of his eyes a different shade than Ryland remembered. Could grief change a man so much it altered him physically? The planes and angles of Nate's face had taken on a harder, tighter cut, as if he'd been chiseled from marble. He wasn't willing to be a soft version of himself. After the pain he'd been through, Ryland didn't blame him. "We need you home." Ryland lifted his chin. He was one of the younger cousins, but that didn't mean he needed to bow down to the likes of Nate or anyone. "Well, I'm not going home. Now, if you..." Nate glanced up as Amy entered the store and approached them, a smile on her face. Gold curls framed her face and gave her a youthful appearance that belied her trouble-filled life. Nate narrowed his eyes more, glancing at the baby in Amy's arms and then back at Ryland. "You're out having babies, huh? Dragging your family along. Why? To rub it in my face that I failed?" A derisive squint tightened the corner of his eyes. "You should stay away from me. I'm cursed. I couldn't even keep the woman I loved alive." Nate glanced at Amy and then back at Ryland. His eyebrows raised and he tilted his head to the side. "Protect your heart, cousin. If something happens to her or anyone you care about, it'll be trampled like a herd of mustangs got a hold of it." His eyes softened imperceptibly as his gaze returned involuntarily to the baby. Without looking at Ryland, he murmured, "Run, little cousin, for all you're worth." He didn't wait or even acknowledge Amy in a polite fashion. He stepped to the side, walking around them as if they were a cart in the way and nothing more. Ryland turned, his mouth agape as he followed Nathan outside. He watched as Nate tucked the bags of items into his saddle bags just off the rear flanks of his horse. Then, without a backward glance, Nate mounted Missy and pulled her harness from the post. In seconds, he rode off in the direction of Bess Ranch. Ryland sighed, leaning back against the metal framework at the hardware store used for their storefront. He studied the lines of the tiled flooring as if his life depended on it. What should he do now? What was his next move? If he couldn't get Nate to even talk to him for very long, he wasn't going to succeed. He couldn't go home without him. He just couldn't accept failure like that. Not when Ryland had devoted so much of his time to the project already. What he needed was a plan. How was he going to get Nate to come home? They needed him back. Ryland had just made contact with Nathan. He hadn't had enough rejection as it was just yet. He wasn't willing to give up. He had to keep trying. Reaching out, Ryland gently curled his fingers around Amy's elbow and pulled her to his side. He softly murmured, "Don't take his curtness the wrong way. I apologize for that. His wife just died, not too long ago. By not too long ago, I mean in the last 6 months or so. She fought a long, hard battle with cancer. Toward the end, she just kind of gave up. Nate's been dealing with forgiving her and trying to find what's worth living for. Again." Ryland tried not to let the emotions of her loss in. He really didn't want to get wrapped up in the fact that losing Nate felt like he was losing Emma all over again. No. He wasn't going to give up on reclaiming Nathan. Someone had to tell Nate he hadn't failed his wife, that her loss wasn't his fault. She died. It was time for all of them to move on. Tears shined in Amy's eyes as she glanced after Nate's disappearing figure once more. That's awful. He must have loved her so much. Ryland looked down into Amy's eyes as she lifted her gaze to his. He spoke from his heart since it was a topic he thought about a lot. I've never heard of a love like theirs. He hadn't. Something about the way they'd fought for each other, through sickness and family problems, spoke to something deep inside him. He wanted that. He wanted to find someone worth fighting for. No matter what he did though, he couldn't shake the feeling he was riding an endless trail of loneliness. Amy gazed up at him, her eyes wide and her sympathy strong. She joined him on the journey, and Ryland couldn't help jumping to the possibility that maybe she could be the one for him. But wait, wasn't that exactly what he didn't want? He didn't want to be tied down to someone else, rely on anyone, hope that his happiness wouldn't die in the arms of another person. Stuck in the moment of longing Nate's grief had left behind, Ryland tried to pull himself out. He needed to get some air. Walking from the protection of the overhang and into the sun, Ryland readjusted his hat. He strode the short distance to the truck and braced his arms on the rear panel of the uncovered bed. He waited for Amy to join him. He sensed her presence, but he didn't look her way. He stared at the gray and white sharp rocks ground into the dirty road top. What exactly was he doing? Sighing, he lowered his head, his shoulders rounding. Well, Amy, what do you want to do? I have a very specific goal that I have to accomplish, and it's all wrapped up in Nate. If he stays here and works, then I'm staying here and, I guess, I'm working. He straightened, a need to look at her stronger and the need to think through his options. He met her gaze straight on, trying not to reach out and run his fingers over Cody's soft hair. Do you want to stay here? Or would you like me to give you a lift somewhere? As it was, one way or the other, he had to make plans. If Nate was there, so was Ryland, until he was told otherwise. If she asked Ryland what he thought, he would be mute. Ryland didn't know what he wanted to do with her, let alone what he should do. All he knew was he didn't want to say goodbye to her. If he could help her stay safe out at Bess Ranch, while she got to know some nice people and shore herself up with a better support system, that would be the best case scenario. Getting her into a better position for her future would be the best way he could protect her. He didn't want to take Amy away from anything safe. If he got to go out to Bess Ranch, too, and spend some time with her while wearing down Nate's resolve, then it would be like roping two calves with one lasso. Not an easy feat, but possible. Ryland was up for the challenge. Amy adjusted Cody's face to tuck into her neck as she raised him to rest more fully on her chest. She squinted in the morning sunlight. Actually, I'm really interested in what the Besses offered. If they were serious about letting me stay out there, I'd like to see where that could lead. Do you think I could go with you? She bit her full bottom lip with uncertainty. Ryland's worry faded. He would get a chance to know Amy and work on Nate. Maybe things were going his way, after all. He chucked her softly under the chin, just looking for a chance to touch her. Let's go. I don't think there's anything better than having a plan. They gave us a chance. Let's take it. It wasn't going to be a perfect fix. Nate still had to answer for abandoning the family. Maybe being around Nate on a more consistent basis would get Ryland the answers he was looking for. Maybe, just maybe, Ryland could convince Nate to come home. When that happened, if Amy didn't want to come back to Taylor Falls, Ryland would have to make sure she and the baby were protected. He hoped he could just ask her and she'd come. Trying to convince two people was going to be a lot harder than just the one. He hoped he was up for the challenge, but if he had to choose, he wasn't sure which way he would go. Not yet. Facing that choice wasn't something he wanted to think about. Chapter 6. Amy. Amy chewed her lip as she rode in the truck next to Ryland. Mary and Dean had offered them a position, welcoming her and Ryland, if they wanted to come back to the ranch. Would they feel the same way when Amy and Ryland actually returned asking for the promised positions? If she could get a part-time job to help her pay for Cody's food, and pay for a small place, she could maybe be free of Buck, even if it was just for a little while. She had no doubt her ex would turn the whole state upside down looking for her. A small reprieve would help her get some confidence back. They pulled up in front of the main house. A few of the trucks had disappeared, leaving a wider space for Ryland to drive through. The log home had a faded red cedar stain that helped it blend into the shadows of the mountain. Towering trees spread their boughs over parts of the roof and across the large river rock corner chimney. Elegant and rustic, the home had a presence over the valley, as if the grasses on the plain and the creek running down the center performed for its pleasure. Ryland leaned over and touched Amy's shoulder, pulling her closer as if to tell her a secret just between them. If, at any point you want to leave, just say so. I'm here for you, too. Not just Nate. If you need me, his concern was heartwarming and it brought out a smile on Amy's lips. Thanks. I really just want a soft place to fall. She had a feeling that if she pushed, Ryland could become her safe spot. Was that what she wanted, though? To go from one man to the next? Cody was fast asleep, and Amy pulled him carefully out of the car seat. He didn't wake as she transferred him to her arms. Sliding from the cab of the truck, she followed alongside Ryland as they returned to the house. Red rhododendrons had grown around the foundation of the beautiful home. The blossoms stood out against the wood and rock. As they brushed past, Amy trailed her fingers along a few of the soft red petals. Coming to stand at the door, Amy took her place beside Ryland with her son in her arms. She glanced at the man to her right, suddenly overcome with how much he'd become a fixture in her life in just a collection of hours. Ryland reached out and used the metal knocker, the sound solid. Dean and Mary opened the door together again, as if they did a lot of things in tandem. Dean dropped his 10-gallon black hat onto his crown and smiled. "I'm just heading down to the job call." "Why don't you join me, Ryland?" He clapped Ryland's shoulder with his large hand. "I hoped you'd return. If I can get family of Nate's to stick around, I'm going to have a winning crew." "You came back." Mary dropped the edge of her apron and raised her hands as if in thanksgiving. "We hoped you would." Dean slipped his boots on, and then stepped out the door. Amy followed Ryland's gaze to where Nate had tied his horse to the post by the barn a short distance from the house. The cousin hadn't arrived too much before them. They'd watched him go inside the large barn with his arms full of the bagged supplies. Ryland met Dean's gaze head on. "I'd be honored if you would consider hiring me on. I'm a hard worker, sir, and I don't balk from any task. I can take a leadership position or I can jump in with the gang. I'm not picky and I'm not too proud for anything." Ryland had shared with Amy in the truck to the ranch that Nate had once made all of the Montana trails recite back to him multiple times what each of their traits were. Ryland worked hard on doing what was asked of him. Amy had laughed when he said he took pride in the fact that he didn't have too much pride. Apparently, he was able to look at a man and see him for his worth, including himself. That was admirable. There was a lot about Ryland Amy found admirable. The list was getting longer and longer. Dean studied Ryland, a pensive tilt to his head. "I can see that. Nate is a hard worker and I'm glad to have him. I'd be happy to have you. The problem that we have is there's not enough room in the bunkhouse for you and to also have this lady here, with her young one." Dean walked down the steps, leading the way down a faded trail. Amy's shoulders slumped. She tried to hide the disappointment that he didn't have room for her, but she couldn't stop her mouth from twisting in a frown. She rubbed Cody's back as if that would console her, but what was she supposed to do now? She didn't have a place for her and her child to sleep. A bunkhouse filled with men wasn't an option, and it sounded like they didn't even have room for Ryland. They couldn't stay at the motel again, even if they did have the money. "Don't you worry, dear. We have something special in mind for you and these two men." Mary patted Amy's shoulder and bustled along beside her. Mary's girth made it difficult to share the trail side by side, but she angled her body to slip between the trees and pushed the bushes to the side with her wide hips. After a few yards, Mary had worked herself ahead of Amy and glanced over her shoulder. "Now, keep up. Sometimes Dean goes fast and sometimes he just goes slow. It really just depends on how much energy he has." She winked as she all but skipped over a tree root poking from the gravel-strewn grass. Today he happens to have a good amount of energy. Amy followed alongside Ryland, curious as to what the resolution would be for having not enough beds in the bunkhouse or room for her and Cody. Dean's voice carried as he spoke lovingly about the Bess Ranch. He waved his arms wide toward the north end of the valley as it disappeared into the mountains. Bess Ranch spans a couple thousand acres up that way. I even picked up some national forest and it went on auction a few years back. Best purchase I ever made. My bison love the terrain of the hills and it helps keep the hunting down back there." He looked over his shoulder and paused. "Ryland, have you worked with bison any?" "We have bison and cattle. They come and go in the prairies, but they're good herds." Ryland reached out and cradled Amy's elbow in his palm as he steadied her over a twisty bump in the trail. Yes, sir. I see you have good pasture land, as well. Do you have irrigation in, or is that something you're doing naturally? Naturally, for now. At least in some spots. I made off with a good chunk of piping and I went to that auction a couple summers ago. I can't remember the name. Thinker's not as sharp as it used to be. Dean tapped his temple and returned to leading after they'd caught up to him. Walking along the trail and following Mr. Bess, Amy hoped he was serious and he waved them on and called out, "It's just down here. Not too far." Mary had assured her they had something in mind. At the pace they were going and the distance down from the house, Amy hoped it wasn't a cave. Although beggars can't be choosers, and she could probably make a cave work, if it kept her out of Buck's reach. Glancing back toward where they'd come from, Amy realized they really weren't that far from the house. Couple 100 yards at the most. Just past the curve of the drive that bordered the land and separated the barn from the house. Then, as if the shadows draped around it like a cape opening, a small house emerged from the woods. House was being optimistic. The whole building looked more like an oversized tree house that was designed to look like a cabin and used a boulder as its foundation. Built with logs, like the main house, the dark stain blended with its surroundings like a camouflaged blind. Flower boxes under the windows and ornate wrought iron railings gave it a more home-like feel than a hunting blind. They climbed up metal steps to the single-panel door. Each step creaked as Dean and Mary led the way up. The stairs were sturdy and Amy climbed them, confident that Ryland would say something if he questioned the workmanship or quality. At the top, the stairs spread into a wide landing platform, large enough for 8 of them to stand comfortably. Dean turned, pushing the door open. "This is our in-law suite. I made it for my mother-in-law when we thought she was going to be moving here with us. She passed shortly after the home was completed. It's been sitting here and used for quite a while. We have it fully furnished, just need to take the dust sheets off. There's a small kitchen. You're welcome to come up and get some food from the pantry in the main house, if you decide to stay." Amy filed into the house, behind the rest of them. Cody had stayed asleep on the walk over and she longed to put him down for a solid nap in a bed or a crib. The poor child was going to be used to moving when he slept and probably wouldn't be able to sleep in a stationary bed once she had one for him. The floor opened up right from the door. A living room and dining room were differentiated by the presence of a couch and shelves and coffee table in the former and a small 4-person table in the latter. The kitchen was more of a kitchenette that ensconced the corner and shrank the dining area more. A beautiful dusty rose-colored paint had been used as a trim accent with cream wallpaper and warm oak cabinetry. The stove had 4 burners, but had been laid out in an economical pattern and a small oven below. Double sinks, albeit with small basins, skirted a small window facing out toward the forest. Flecks of light lit up the ferns and moss hiding beneath the canopy of trees. As Amy moved further into the small house, she couldn't help holding her breath. Was it possible that she could call this place home? Would she have a safe place for Cody? For herself? Mary spoke, her words coming as if from far away. "We would love it if you would eat meals with us, at least one a day. If you're comfortable, the 2 of you can share this place. There are 2 bedrooms. Ryland, you can keep an eye on Amy and the baby when you're not busy with the ranch work." Amy shot a glance at Ryland to see his reaction, but he was half hidden behind Dean as Mary spoke to them both. Amy shifted around, moving closer to the rest of them standing in the living room. Mary watched Amy and glanced after every few words at Dean, then back to Amy. Amy, if you would like a position, you can come up and work part-time in the house. I can watch your son while you do that. She glanced with such longing at Cody, Amy instinctively pressed her palm to his back. Dean chuckled, interrupting Mary's awkward spiel. What Mary is trying to say, but also trying not to say, is that she wants to spend time with your baby. I'd like to get out of cleaning and doing the dishes. My sweet wife has a hip problem and can't bend down to load and unload the dishes or to mop like she used to. And, quite frankly, I hate it. He grinned, wrapping his large arms around his wife's back. Anything to get me out of having to clean makes me happy. Dean winked at Amy. Mary smiled, blushing, and took her husband's hand in hers. I would like the help. We don't know you yet, or you us. While we don't expect you to feel comfortable with us right away, we sure hope this will work. Godfrey doesn't have a lot of young people that come through. We could do to have the age difference around for a while. Holding up his free hand, Dean cut in. The pay isn't terrific, but finding a young woman around here that has the time to help out at the house is almost impossible. We'd like to throw in room and board here to sweeten the deal. Everyone else in Godfrey has their own home. Like I said, pay isn't much, but hopefully a place to stay helps. If you need anything, you're welcome to let us know and we can see if we can make it happen. As if he'd finished a practiced speech, Dean lifted his eyebrows and pressed his lips together, rocking forward and backward in his boots. Mary and Dean watched Amy and Ryland expectantly, almost nervously, as if maybe they thought they were going to run out or maybe they would get a better offer somewhere else. Amy's heart leapt and an inkling of relief worked its way through her limbs. She blinked back tears, gazing off to the side while trying to control her emotions. That's a very generous offer. I don't know what to say. She sniffed, unwilling to tell them no how much they were really offering to her. Just say yes. Dean reached out and shook Ryland's hand. You can start tomorrow since the day is already winding down. I have one more guy to hire and I'll let my foreman, Kevin, know I've found someone, as well. Okay, yes. Amy laughed, tears spilling over but not in an ugly cry way. Dean turned to Ryland, his bushy eyebrows raised. Well, what do you say, young man? Want to give it a go? Everyone in the room seemed to hold their breath as they waited for Ryland's response. He, so far, had remained fairly quiet and hadn't said much other than to shake Dean's hand and watch Amy. He glanced at Dean and then turned his gaze toward Amy and studied her face. After a short space of time, he nodded slowly, his smile growing. Yes, I think I would like that opportunity very much. Thank you. Mary wiped under her eyes as well and she stepped forward, holding out her hands. Would it be okay if I held the baby? Ardent hope filled her eyes. Of course, he's sleeping, but I think we can transfer him okay. Amy gently traded Cody from her arms to Mary's. She glanced shyly at Ryland. Did he realize he'd just agreed to live with her? They'd have their own rooms, but living with someone was a level of intimacy she hadn't expected. A small whimper of delight left Mary's lips as she gazed down at the child nestled in her arms. Dean tucked his hands in his pockets and watched, a sheen of tears in his own eyes as Mary held the child. Isn't he precious? Mary looked at Dean, who gazed at his wife adoringly. Well, we hope you like it here enough to stay a bit. Still watching Mary, Dean chuckled. I have a feeling you're welcome here as long you want. Amy waited for the dread to come that usually swelled up in her throat at the thought of being stuck anywhere. She had nothing to be scared of, which drastically decreased any reason not to stay. While she was worried now, it wasn't because of Buck finding her, it was because when he did, he would take his anger out on Ryland and the best couple because they'd been nice enough to help her. If she was a man and didn't have a small child to look after, she'd go for Buck and kill him herself. Not to murder him out of spite, but to protect all the people in her life that she seemed to be collecting like precious gems. When you cared about a person, they became a liability. Cody was her biggest liability, and she'd do whatever it took to keep him safe, man or not. If she was a man though, she wouldn't be stuck in that situation. She wouldn't be having her problems with Buck. She would worry about Buck later. At least for a few days, she should be fine. She just needed a little bit of time where she didn't have to worry about anyone or anything, except Cody and herself. Spending time with Ryland without every thought laced with Buck would help a lot in granting her peace of mind. The home was more than she'd hoped for. Now she wouldn't have to say goodbye to Ryland, and she could get to know him a little bit better. What if he really was the gentleman his actions declared him to be? If Amy wasn't careful, she'd rebound fast onto someone more worthy of her heart. The only problem with Ryland, so far, was his drifter eyes, like he'd never settled long enough to establish roots. If he jumped ranches as much as his cousin seemed to, Amy's heart would be safer with Buck than with Ryland. The difference was, she wasn't in danger of falling for Buck. Sherry. Do you think it's dumb that I want to do the wedding late summer and give honey as the guest gifts? Sherry wrinkled her nose, leaning on the counter at Cyan's new place. Sherry still couldn't get over the fact that Cyan had her own place and she'd decorated it with elegance and class. There wasn't a beaded doorway covering in sight. Cyan shrugged, licking peanut butter from a spoon as she sat on a stool on the other side of the kitchen island. I'm going to be the size of a whale at that point, so don't expect me to sit outside in the heat. She straightened on her seat and slapped her hand on the counter. I know. Let's do it in the barn. We could get air conditioning units in there and do misters outside. It could be really classy. Rakia opened a door to a cupboard and turned, resting her hand on her hip. Since when do you do classy and elegant? She waved her hand around the kitchen. I mean, this is nothing like your mom's style. What is going on? Not vocalizing her agreement, but definitely thinking it, Sherry glanced back at Cyan. She'd been wondering the exact same thing. With the streak of blue in Cyan's dark hair, she'd always given off an eclectic vibe in her clothes and things she owned. The shift in taste was leaving Sherry and Rakia a little confused. I think it's gorgeous, don't get me wrong. I just expected something more lively. Rakia reached into the cupboard and pulled out a container of Nutella. She pulled out a drawer after closing the door on the cabinet. Brandishing a spoon, Rakia claimed another stool and took a bite. Well, that's just it. That was my mom's place. I want something that is more me, more Jareth, and more him and me. Have you noticed he's not flashy? He's pretty low-key. I don't want to make him be in an environment that he's not comfortable in. Cyan shrugged, her blue silky blouse gliding over her shoulder as she moved. She furrowed her brow and pointed toward Sherry. Do you want something? I have raspberry-filled donuts. They're a late-night indulgence, right now. Sherry pushed off from where she rested against the counter and shook her head, holding her hands up at chest level. No, thank you. I'm fine. I actually have decided to try to lose at least 10 pounds before the wedding. I just don't know how I'm going to be able to accomplish that. Everything looked so good, and she was already starving, and the diet had only been going on for a day and a half. You don't need to lose weight. Oh, my word. Cyan shook her head. She glanced at Rakia. Right, Kaya. She's perfect as is. A bark of laughter burst from Sherry's lips. Oh, yeah, easy for you to say. Pregnant like you are and you still look like a model. She heaved a sigh and shook her head again. No. I need to be strong. I want to look perfect for Kyle. The last thing I want him to think is he's getting a raw deal. Just thinking about how much she loved Kyle and how much she wanted to do for him left Sherry almost breathless. Could he ever love her as much as she loved him? Are you serious? If he thinks you're any more perfect, you'll be up there with the Virgin Mary. No, you just need to be you. I promise. Cyan rolled her eyes. You guys are disgustingly in love. Don't fix what isn't broken, sure. Yep, exactly. We're all pretty lucky. Damon was just telling me the other day he thinks our babies might have blue eyes. I think he's hoping I'm half white. Rakia's lopsided smile testified to her own feelings of love. Sherry rested her palms on the counter in front of her as she studied her best friends. I think it's amazing that we all found our cowboy in the same family. What are the odds? They all stared around at each other, their smiles girlish and giddy. Until Rakia's smile faded and she inhaled deeply. I feel bad about Nathan, though. Damon is pretty torn up about the fact that Ryland is off searching for him. He still hasn't found him? Cyan scooped more peanut butter from the family-sized container and pointed the full spoon at Rakia. I wonder if he found him and he just doesn't want to tell anyone. Why would he do that? Rakia pressed her lips together and folded her arms. No, I think what actually happened is that he just got sidetracked. It takes cash to drive all over the place. Trust me. He probably had to get a side job or something to pay for the gas he's using up. Sherry had to admit that Rakia would have more insight into the situation than either Cyan or herself. Rakia's journey all over Montana, Wyoming, and northern Idaho in search of her biological father had been a hard journey for her and her family. But she'd done it. Reaching out, Cyan squeezed Rakia's shoulders with one arm and groaned. I know that was hard. I'm sorry. I was telling Jareth it was almost like you went on one of those Native American spirit journeys. Like the boys did to prove their manhood or whatever. Laughing out loud, Rakia threw her head back. After a moment, she reached up and wiped at tears under her eyes. Still chuckling, she shrugged. I never thought of it like that. I'm totally going to tell Dad that. He'll get a kick out of it. They fell silent and Sherry couldn't help asking. How's Maverick? Maverick had been taking his pain and anger out on everyone else since Sherry had found someone else and gotten engaged. Rakia's mirth faded and she sighed. Cyan avoided meeting Sherry's eyes as she dug into her peanut butter jar again. Clearing her throat, Rakia blinked at Sherry and then spoke somberly. Well, just so you're aware, Mom is talking about him going to a matching. A matching was where multiple tribes got together and matched up the single tribe's members for marriage to protect the bloodline, their culture, and to create more ties between the varying Salish tribes. Sherry nodded tightly. She always felt on the defensive when the topic of Maverick came up. Why hadn't she just kept her questions to herself? He was a friend and she cared about him, but he wasn't the man for her. I understand. She offered a soft smile, ready to change the topic. Back to the wedding. I'm thinking late summer. I'll ask Kyle where he was thinking. You might have a hard time getting him to agree, to be honest. Jareth told me not to plan anything this summer since it's the busiest time of year. What if you did? What about like a winter or fall wedding? Cyan screwed the lid back on the peanut butter jar. But there won't be any insects out at that time of year. Sherry loved insects. Her job as an entomologist consumed her. Not just because she worked and studied the creatures, but because she'd always loved anything with more than 2 legs, even more than 4. Exactly. Cyan arched an eyebrow at Sherry. I was just going to ask if that is really a bad thing. Rakia smirked, setting the Nutella container on the counter. Seriously, is it bad? Oh, you. Okay, well, just keep in mind, I'm the one who picks out the bridesmaid dresses. Sherry winked at them as they booed at her response. She wasn't sure what she was going to do, but she did feel bad that she'd hurt Maverick. What was she supposed to do, though? She didn't love him. Not the way he wanted. She wouldn't ask anyone to set their dreams aside. It wasn't fair, he wanted that from her. No matter what, Sherry hoped Maverick found his happy, ever, after. If he found someone, then he would be fine with Sherry being happy. Wasn't that what everyone wanted? Chapter 7. Ryland. Ryland and Amy had eaten at the Bess home at first night on the ranch and then retired back to their place. Just referring to the small house as theirs was both exhilarating and a little disconcerting. Just a few days ago, Ryland had been on his own, bemoaning his loneliness. Now, he was living in a home with a woman and her child on a ranch where the owner was both welcoming and encouraging. If Ryland wasn't careful, he was going to end up losing his heart to more than just Amy. Dean promised an early start the next day, so Ryland went to bed as soon as they got back, leaving Amy and Cody up to explore their new place. Up before the sun, Ryland quietly got ready for the day and slipped his boots on outside the front door. He tried walking softly down the steps so he didn't wake Amy, and then strode confidently across the uneven trail to the drive and then down to the barn. The rest of the hands were just stirring as they walked in and out from the bunkhouse to the large locker room-style restroom. Ryland removed his hat as he stepped inside and moved to stand against the side of the wall. He was one of the new guys, which meant he waited for orders and a fast introduction to the lay of the land. Along the other wall, Nathan stood with his shoulders pressed against the surface behind him. He stared down at the ground, his hat brim covering the majority of his face. Ryland waited for him to look up, but didn't draw any undue attention to himself, like calling out or walking across the space between them. He didn't want to put Nate in any uncomfortable positions, so he waited for Nathan to discover him on his own. Dean slid the large barn door open and stood with his legs shoulder-width apart and his arms folded. The cowboy hat sitting on his head gave his expression a harder angle. He gave a piercing whistle which brought the men to the bottom level of the barn to stand in lines. Grinning broadly, Dean nodded at their speed. "Thank you, gentlemen. We have some new men and I'm excited to get some things accomplished around here. As you know, Nate will be helping Kevin assign work. We have 2 new hands that are starting today and 3 more tomorrow." He waved at Ryland and someone in the middle of the group. "Ryland and Davis, wave your hands so everyone sees you." Ryland lifted his hand and nodded at the group, catching a glimpse of Nate's reaction to his presence. He'd have to examine the response when he had a minute to think. Slipping into the schedule and tasks at hand, Ryland found himself working alongside Nate as they tackled first to rewire the western fence and then the south. "You're lucky, Kevin just gave us rewiring. He's not happy you're here, at all." Nate grunted, as he hefted a solid post to a straight position. Ryland knelt in the damp spring grass, already reaching mid-calf. "Yeah, the glare he gave me wasn't exactly welcoming. I gathered he isn't excited for me to join the crew. He already had some guys picked out for the positions. I think he knew the men, but I don't know. I wasn't here when they interviewed." Nate offered a side smile as he pulled out wire cutters and snipped the end of a tie. "You'd think you'd hustled someone out of their rightful spot. You gotta watch Kevin. Something isn't right about him. Boss seems to think he's the greatest thing, but you keep your eyes peeled. Got it?" Nathan slipped into his protective oldest cousin role easily, as if he hadn't been gone for months with no word to anyone in the family. Ryland ground his teeth together. He didn't want to ruin the easy rapport they'd fallen into with nagging about Nate's behavior, but he couldn't just ignore the fact that Nate acted like nothing had changed. In fact, the only thing since the day before that gave away how Nate really felt was how he'd squinted at Ryland when Ryland had been introduced at the morning meeting. Nate shook his head and looked away, shifting his weight in his boots. Ryland knew Nate wasn't stupid. He had to suspect what Ryland was up to. In fact, the impression Ryland had gotten off Nate that morning didn't match the way Nate was acting. Nate ran all over the place because he didn't want to be bothered. Ryland expected Nate to be taciturn and not speak to him. Maybe he'd get a grunt or two when Ryland asked questions, but overall, he'd been polite, done what he was asked, and spoken like nothing had ever changed. Like his wife had never died. Like he'd never abandoned his family, one of which who worked alongside him after chasing him all over Kingdom Come. Kevin didn't seem to have very much respect for either of them as he yelled and barked orders at the cousins and spoke to the other men in a normal voice. Fine. Ryland had been warned. He'd worked with hard foremen before. Normally, Jareth or Nate buffered the treatment. This time, only Nate and Ryland got the heat. 2 mornings in, Ryland jumped on the chain gang, passing buckets of rock back and forth along the fence line to shore up the wire and prevent coyotes from digging in the front pasture. Ryland missed working with his cousins. Usually, when the cousins worked together, they fell into a quiet routine that didn't require anyone to tell them what they were doing. They just did it and got it done. On that particular crew, Ryland and Nate were the only two paying attention to detail and finishing projects in an order that made sense. Efficiency was one of Nate's leadership traits that made him effective as all get out. Under Kevin, the other guys stopped every few minutes to wipe their foreheads and grumble about the hard work. The complaining grew annoying and Nate and Ryland glanced at each other more than a few times, smiling. Handing rocks in buckets back and forth along the fence to straighten out posts and for shoring wasn't hard work. Not when they had both worked on the reservation digging wells. The reservation had clay layers, and they could get stuck digging in atrociously thick spots. Clay was hard on arms, backs, and shovels. Buckets of rock were nowhere near backbreaking. On the 3rd day, as the men settled down for lunch, Ryland hit a yawn. He'd put in long days and hadn't seen Amy much since starting. Dean was a fair boss and offered more compensation for long shifts. Nate worked the longer shifts, which was enough of a draw for Ryland. One of the perks of working at Bess Ranch, among many, included a packed lunch. Amy and Mrs. Bess packed sandwiches and sides which were brought down by Mr. Bess mid-day. The sandwiches were thick and flavorful with numerous layers of meats, cheeses, lettuce, pickles, tomatoes, and onions. Sides ranged from pasta salads, potato salads, to chips and more. Everything was possible, and when they pulled out a gel-o salad, Ryland realized nothing was off limits. He loved the variety and the sheer abundance of food. The men clustered around the baskets, gathered their food, and then dispersed around the large river rock clearing on the side of the barn. Just in the shade, many of the rocks were flat and large, like chairs, and the men used them like picnic areas to sit and chat while they ate. Ryland stuck to Nate, unwilling to get too attached to the other workers and not sure how long Nate would be around. Plus, he wasn't willing to miss out on the chance to take as many jabs at convincing Nate to go home with Ryland as he could. Shoving a forkful of potato salad in his mouth, Ryland relished the quiet with Nate. He couldn't help overhearing the other men as they spoke, and he rolled his eyes at some of their topics of choice. With his hat tilted back, Kevin reached out and slapped a buddy's arm. "Did you see that new meat in the kitchen? She's got some nice curves on her, doesn't she?" He took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. "I wouldn't mind tasting that." The ranch hand laughed, and spoke around a large bite of his sandwich. "Yeah, but she's got that kid hanging off her. Not much you can do with the baby around, Kevin." Ryland lifted his gaze from his sandwich to the small group of men. They spoke of Amy like they had even the slightest chance. The disrespect rode the air like greasy exhaust, and Ryland clenched his jaw. He ignored the glance of warning from Nate. Kevin snorted, lurching back on the jutting rock he'd claimed as his seat. "I can do a lot with anything around. Anyway, you can ship them off to foster care or get them adopted out. I don't need a brat hanging around when I want attention." He smirked, gulping from the water bottle at his side. Ryland hurriedly chewed his food and swallowed. He moved to open his mouth and angrily retort, but stopped at the touch of Nate's hand on his wrist. Nate shook his head sharp, but only a touch. "Not here." He kept his words low and from the side of his mouth so that they stayed between Ryland and Nate. Never one to ruffle feathers, Nate's quietly effective actions claimed him more respect than anything else. Gritting his teeth, Ryland nodded tightly and settled back into his lunch. Words weren't a problem initially. It was the actions they led to that made the difference. Later that afternoon, Nate and Ryland walked out of the barn. They'd finished tagging the new calves on the back pasture and had earned themselves a break with a drink. Kevin called after them, hooking his fingers in his belt loops. "Hey, you guys need to take those tarps and fold them up. They go up in the loft. We don't need them out for a few more days." Nate turned, shaking his head. Spitting to the side, Nate cocked his head and called back slow and steady. "Those tarps aren't dry. I'm not going to fold them up or take care of them until they are. Another couple days in this sun, and they'll be fully dry and ready for storage." Kevin stepped forward, his patchy beard quivering under the loose skin around his weak chin. "Are you talking back, Nate? I told you to fold the tarp. It's dry enough." Nate didn't back down. He didn't move much or even flinch when Kevin stepped forward again. Instead, he casually tucked his thumb into his front pocket and settled his weight on his hip. "The tarp will rot if I do that. I'm not doing that to Mr. Bess. A tarp that size won't be cheap. You let me do it my way and back off, so we don't cost the boss man any money. Or you be prepared to deal with the consequences of getting in my face." Ryland glanced at Nate's expressionless features. A small tick in his eyelid suggested that he wanted the fight, He was counting on Kevin to brazen up and get in his space. Maybe Nate needed an emotional release after the hard months and years he'd been dealt. Maybe he was just sick of jerks taking advantage of good people. Either way, Nate was raring for a fight, and Ryland would lay money that his cousin could take on 5 or more men at once. Kevin prodded his finger into the air, stepping forward, but not as aggressively as before. His eyes shifted from Nate to Ryland and back to Nate as if he wasn't sure which man to watch for. He pursed his lips while he spoke. I don't care about the money. Bess has plenty of that. I was told to get that tarp taken care of, and I want it taken care of. You wrap it up and throw back up in the loft, like I said. He nodded his head in a staccato beat, like they would do what he said simply because he said it. Thank you, Nate, for keeping my costs down. That helps me a lot. Mr. Bess stepped into view from the side of the barn. His no-nonsense tone left little to the imagination of his disregard for Kevin. He hardened his gaze as he looked at his foreman. I'd like that tarp to stay out 2 more days, like Nate suggested, Kevin. Once it's fully dry and you've had a chance to turn it over to make sure of that, then I would like you to fold it up and you to put it away. Kevin's jaw fell open and he turned his startled gaze back to Nate's. Backing up a step, he narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips together. Yes, sir. But his eyes promised more to Nate, and Ryland hoped he'd follow through. Nate needed the therapy a good old fight would bring. Kevin was just mean enough to deserve one. Ryland turned to Nate when Kevin stormed off. Ryland's whisper was one of warning, but, more importantly, respect. You just made an enemy. As Mr. Bess approached, closing the distance between them, Nate shrugged as if he was bored with the whole situation already. Won't be the first time, not gonna be the last. As if seeing Nate in a whole new light, Ryland watched his cousin without staring. If Ryland didn't know how much Nate was hurting, he'd think the man had ennui. He really did look like he couldn't be more bored. Mr. Bess, how are you doing today? Nate reached out and shook Mr. Bess's hand. Pulling his hat off, Mr. Bess smiled, his teeth white and his silver hair combed just so without a hint of a hat line. I'm doing good, son. Thank you for sticking up for my ranch and my interests. Makes me glad to hear it, glad to hear it. I can't tell you how disappointing it is to hear that my foreman doesn't feel the same way. I'll have to take that into consideration. Looking around Nate, Mr. Bess grinned broadly and spoke to Ryland. I hear Mary is up there with the baby and Amy. They're doing a whole bunch of womanly stuff. The baby is making my wife feel young again. I appreciate him being on loan. Mr. Dean winked at Ryland and clapped his shoulder. How long have you and this Amy been married? Ryland blew out a puff of air, heat flooding his face. The question asked a lot more than just a time. Ryland would have to share information that wasn't all his. No, sir, we're not married. I actually picked her up on the side of the road because she was having some car trouble. Dean blinked in surprise, but didn't react more than to settle his stance for a listen. Glancing at Nate, Ryland hurriedly continued before judgment could set in. She had some problems with her ex in the past. I promised I wouldn't make her go back there. From what I understand, he threatened the child. So, I just kind of took her under my wing and offered to give her a hand. Ryland offered a smile and tried to downplay his role in Amy's life. No one needed to know just how well they fit together. She's an amazing young woman. I'm glad you had the wherewithal to help her get out of the situation and away from any option to return. Mr. Bess nodded gravely. He hooked his thumbs into the front straps of his suspenders, staring off toward the pasture and the head of cattle that had ambled in for water and to pick at bales of alfalfa. You do cattle and bison, Mr. Bess? Is that lucrative for you? Ryland took one of his gloves and slapped it on his upper thigh to soften the damp, then, dry leather. You know, I don't like cattle as much as bison, to be honest. The bison are hardier and don't need half the attention a cow does. Bison seem to fit into the woods and they're sturdier in a storm. If I need to, I can hook up the bison and use them as work animals. I don't usually, but I've had to on occasion, and they do the work and then go back to grazing. Cows, however. Well, you ask them to do anything extra and they decide to dry up. He winked and tapped his finger to his forehead. Much like my brother, Eddie. Ryland grinned at his answer. Grateful Nate laughed as well. Nate had failed at trying to raise his own bison. He had no idea that Drake was adding bison to the offerings at Bella Acres. Ryland couldn't wait to tell him. A lot of great things were happening in Nathan's absence, and Ryland didn't want him to miss out on any more than he had to. Nate was already missing weddings and baby announcements. He didn't even know if Ryland had been married to Amy or not. He'd probably assumed like Dean had. While Amy was fast growing on Ryland, he couldn't agree more with Mr. Bess's summation. She was an amazing woman. Hopefully, he had the wherewithal to court her the way she deserved. Ryland looked forward to the opportunity to go back to the cabin they shared and actually talk to her for more than just a few minutes. Something about spending time with Amy made him feel a little less lonely and a whole lot more appreciated. Another ranch hand approached, drawing Mr. Bess's attention. They spoke loudly, talking out the merits of leather belts and one or two buckles. The way the men used higher volumes around Mr. Bess, Ryland couldn't help wondering if they thought he was hard of hearing. But the old man didn't even act like he couldn't hear anything. Nate leaned over, watching Mr. Bess as he whispered, "Be careful, little cuz, this is how heartbreak starts. Next, you'll fall in love and want to have a house together." "Oh, wait, you have the house." Wiggling his eyebrows at Ryland, Nate resumed walking beside Mr. Bess. Even with the joking movement of his eyebrows and the facial expressions as he teased, there was nothing jovial in the sudden deadpan expression in his eyes while he spoke. Should Ryland be worried? His heart really was starting to soften toward the idea of spending a lot of significant time with the woman and her son. They were a package deal, and watching her with Cody sent stabbing longing through his chest. Ryland could never tell Nate or his brother. He'd never hear the end of how he'd become vulnerable and soft toward a woman and another man's son. Later that evening, Ryland climbed the steps to the small home. With the windows lit up, it welcomed him like a beacon after a long day. He was tired, but his spirits lifted the closer he got to the house. Carefully pushing open the door, he entered quietly in case Cody was asleep. Amy's laughter rebounded off the cozy interior as she stepped around the kitchen with Cody in her arms, singing a lullaby to a faster beat. Her happiness pulled Ryland in deeper. He watched from the doorway as Amy cradled Cody in her arms, singing to him like he was the only person in the room. While the little boy couldn't laugh yet, he watched his mother with enraptured attention. Every few steps, Amy would giggle. Her bare toes peeked from beneath her soft worn jeans under a coffee-brown apron tied at the waist. She'd clipped her hair back in a tussle of curls, leaving her freshly washed face to glow in the warm light of the kitchen. She glanced up, startled at his appearance. pressing the fingers of her free hand to her chest. She gasped and laughed at the same time. "Oh, Ryland, won't you join us?" She winked and stepped aside as if to make room for him on a grand ballroom floor. Surprising himself, Ryland stepped inside and shut the door, then joined her in the space she indicated. He lifted his arms and moved to the music she hummed, dancing as if they were a small family. It was domestic, and Ryland wasn't sure if he was ready for domestic. But, no matter what happened, he wasn't telling his heart they weren't a family. He needed the moment with them. He needed to belong. Chapter 8. Amy. The evening couldn't come soon enough. As much as she enjoyed Mary and seeing a grandmotherly-type figure with Cody, Amy missed Ryland. She enjoyed the domestic sensation of being in the house with him, and with his long work hours, she hadn't had a chance to see him much in the last few weeks. When he stepped in to dance with her, she had looked at him with new eyes. It hadn't been more than a handful of days, and it seemed like they'd known each other forever. She didn't know his favorite color or what his favorite breakfast was, but she knew what his eyes looked like when he was worried about her, and the way he absent-mindedly would replace the plug in Cody's mouth when it fell out. Now, with a few weeks past, they'd fallen into a routine that left her feeling comfortable and safe. Both of which scared her. That morning, Ryland had caught Amy rocking Cody after an early feeding. He'd inclined his head at the door and promised he'd be home in time for dinner that night. Home. He'd called the place they lived home. Amy had ridden that high all day. She wore an apron again when he walked through the door, already plating his food. She glanced up as he entered, suddenly breathless with his appearance. Pushing loose curls out of her face, she smiled. "I hope you like baked potatoes and chicken. Mrs. Bess gave me some staples for the kitchen, so we can have dinners here. If we want. They've invited us for breakfast and you're not so busy with work." Amy laughed and put the plate at the small table in the living room. She grabbed a second plate for her and moved to sit down across from the spot she'd set for Ryland. With Cody in her arms, she crossed her ankle over her knee and rested Cody on the cross basket created by her legs. He was too little to really do anything more than just blink at her sleepily after another exciting dance party. Amy and Ryland didn't talk much other than small talk, but it was comfortable and relaxed. Ryland looked tired with extra lines crinkling the corners of his eyes and shadows above his cheekbones. He yawned more than he spoke. "Are you tired?" Amy couldn't help asking an obvious question, a little anxious at his answer. Buck would get tired and he would be mean. While she knew Ryland wasn't like that, she couldn't quell the nervousness in her stomach. How long would she worry about that with someone other than the devil? Ryland nodded, covering another yawn and smiling. "Yes, sorry. When I get tired, I get really quiet. Probably pass out on the couch after dinner." He glanced behind him at the small sitting area that had been furnished in the log cabin. "If I make it that far." He chuckled and turned back to his plate. "This is so delicious, though. If I could make myself stay awake just to eat, I could die happy." "Thank you. Mrs. Bess is teaching me some great recipes. I think it's so cute in here. I love how they have it done in such a simple country style." Amy scooped a bite of potato and ate it cautiously. Food was something she either had access to because Buck didn't know about it or she had to ask him for every bite. She never had access to food to eat, let alone practice cooking. Needless to say, the baby weight had come right off, but it was a habit she had a hard time getting rid of. They finished up dinner and Amy cleared the plates. With the kitchen picked up and her half-asleep son almost ready for bed, Amy just wanted a bath. Desperately, she leaned over to Ryland, offering her groggily blinking boy. "I've been dying for a bath. Would you mind holding him so I can? He should be fine. I've already fed him and he's been changed. He just needs to be held." She didn't want to say Cody just needed a man to hold him. That might be putting too much pressure on Ryland, and Amy didn't want to do that to him. She didn't know where she and Ryland were going in a relationship way. If they were going to stay friends, then she didn't want to run off the only friend she had. Ryland put his cup of water on the table and reached easily for Cody. "I can't wait until I'm an uncle, or a cousin, uncle or whatever they're called. I sure love these little guys." He cuddled Cody close and stood from the chair, not even glancing toward Amy as he walked into the living room. But she wasn't jealous. The tenderness with which Ryland handled Cody reduced a large part of the ache in her chest. The side of her that was a mom screamed in relief for a man that was even somewhat gentle to her boy. Somehow, she'd found him on the side of the road, and he'd been more than an angel to her and her son. She needed to see the positive interaction, or then Cody needed to experience it. For once, she felt like she was finally worth the good things that others had. Glancing back once from the hallway, Amy caught her breath. Ryland had relaxed on the couch and held Cody in the crook of his arm. Ryland's blonde curls had been left free to twist on his head, pushed back from his face. Without the hat to hold the curls down, the bounce to his hair gave him a youthful appearance. If she and Ryland ever had children, their babies would have the blondest, curliest hair. She covered her mouth with her fingertips and ducked into the bathroom. Where had that thought come from? There was only one bathroom in the cabin. Located down the hall from the living room by just a few feet, the bathroom was situated before the bedrooms and had a warm feel with fluffy rugs and flowery curtains. After Amy got the bath water drawn and she eased herself into the soothing liquid, she leaned her head back and listened. The gentle splashing of the water was the only sound mixed with her breathing. The water settled down and her breathing slowed. She snapped her eyes open. What was that sound? She inhaled through her nose. The lavender bath salt subtle but aromatically soothing. She didn't move, searching the surface of the water as if she would find the source of the sound by just moving her eyes. After a moment, she realized what it was. Ryland murmured sweetly to Cody. He was probably sleeping by this time, and yet Ryland continued singing a soft song she couldn't make the words out to. A small tear slipped from her eyes. She was safe, somewhere safe, even if it was just for a couple days. Her son was safe. Dang it all, if her heart wasn't. Mrs. Bess, no, wait, Mary. How many times had Mary asked them to call her Mary? It wasn't easy to change a habit, but Amy would keep trying. Mary had given Amy a wrap to carry Cody in. She was teaching Amy how to cook a roast, and Amy was having a really fun time. Especially with Cody snuggled tight against her so she could feel his every breath and know right where he was. You ladle the gravy over the meats after it has cooked a little while. This redistributes the moisture. Mary handed the long-handled spoon to Amy and stopped for a moment. She watched Amy and Cody standing in her kitchen. Mary sucked her tongue against her teeth, creating a smacking sound. You don't know how badly I needed to have you in my home. I don't know by what graces God brought you here, but I'm sure glad. She blinked, the pain in her eyes sparkling with a sheen of tears. Did you have children, Mary? I sure like being here. You're more maternal than anybody I've ever met. I needed you in my life. Being open and honest was easy with Mary. She was always complimentary, warm, and affectionate. The older woman shifted her gaze from Amy's face toward the window and looked out, melancholy fading her normal cheery demeanor. I was a mother once. My daughter would be about your age now. She and her son. Mary's face tightened and her eyes misted. They died in labor. We couldn't get them to the doctor soon enough. My little Elizabeth passed away from complications, her son with her. She pressed her lips together, the age lines disappearing with the pressure. The 15th anniversary of their death was the day you guys walked up to our door. I haven't seen a baby in so long. I saw him and something about the way you look, and I remembered her like she was standing there in front of me. I'm sorry to say it, and I hope it doesn't sound like we're using you to remember her, but we needed you. You're like an answer to our prayers. She nodded, wiping at her cheeks. Amy couldn't bring herself to speak. She reached out and wrapped her arms carefully around the older woman, holding Cody between them. Pulling back, she met the older woman's brown gaze. I'm so sorry. No parent should lose their child before their time. Speaking of parents made Amy's heart hurt. She missed her mom. She missed everything that she could have had with her mom and Cody. But even then, free from Buck, she couldn't run to her mom. She couldn't endanger her. Mom's house would probably be the first place Buck would look, if he were smart. Buck had the instincts of a hunter. Maybe he would know she would never run to her family since it was the most obvious. But as far as Buck was concerned, who knows what he would do or what he thought. Amy patted Mary's shoulder and pulled back to return to ladling the gravy on the thick cut of meat. You know you don't have to hide here, Amy, right? You're safe. We can certainly help you, if you let us. Mary's quiet voice calmed the storm raging through Amy's heart. Offering a tight smile, Amy threw chopped onions into the roasting pan. I'm not so sure, yet. I don't want to bring any of my nightmares to you guys. You've been so kind to me. She was comforted that Mary would take the time to even say that, whether it was true or not. Mary pressed some dough on the flour-covered surface on the island beside Amy. Ryland has tomorrow off. I think most of the guys do. You and your young man should run into town. I know there isn't much in Godfrey, but maybe you could pick up a chef's salad from the market. That Annie does a great job in there. I can watch Cody. You know, I would love to. Town wasn't far, but Amy didn't feel comfortable leaving Cody that long. You and your young man need to get out. Mary winked at Amy and added some potatoes to the roasting pan. Heat rising in her cheeks, Amy spluttered. No, I mean. Ryland isn't my. Mary waved her fingers in the air, little flecks of flour sprinkling from them. That's okay. Men usually need convincing. You keep working on him. I figured having you two live together would get you hooked together real fast, especially to a girl like you. He has eyes for you, Amy, mark my words. She wiggled her finger in the air. I have a nose for these kinds of things. Amy chuckled and looked back at the roast. Eyes for her? She hoped and hoped, but she didn't know how to force him to see her as anything other than someone's mom, or a victim, or someone running from danger. How did she make him see her for who she was? Would he like the person she was, once he saw? The idea of spending time with Ryland held more appeal than Mary knew. Amy tried adding a nonchalant tone to her voice. But she failed miserably and couldn't help laughing at herself. Actually, that sounds kind of nice. Would you mind if I brought Cody in the morning? Maybe right after breakfast? Mary glanced at the child strapped to Amy's chest, her eyes wide and bright. I can't wait. Amy had hoped to get out of bed before Ryland, but when she got up, the truck was missing. He probably had run into town or run up to grab something from Dean. It was supposed to be Ryland's day off. Amy grabbed Cody and his things and strolled up the trail to the main house. The Maine frosts were over. The almanac warned of a late frost that was supposed to hit in the next week or so. The unusual heat so early in the year would be talked about for years to come by ranchers as they compared reaping seasons and the extra cuttings of the lengthy season. Mr. Bess had mentioned already that work would really pick up once the summer heat hit. He'd glanced meaningfully at Ryland and he'd said that, and Amy hadn't missed the not so subtle hint. Ryland didn't have to be there for Amy to take Cody up to the house. Mary was excited to spend some time with the boy, and Amy wasn't going to let Mary down. After reassuring Mary she would be back in an hour or two, which shouldn't be too long to be away from Cody, Amy returned to the trail headed back to the house. Kevin, the foreman, waited by the curve out of view of the house. He held his hands behind his back and put his weight on one leg. He tilted his hat toward Amy as she approached, and he stepped forward to cut her off. She came to an abrupt halt, stopping with her hands on her hips and stepping back. She watched him with her eyebrow arched. Putting her finger on what threw her off about him wasn't easy. He was creepy in how he scanned her whole form and licked the side of his mouth with the tiniest tip of his tongue. Kevin was like a lizard that watched a fly buzzing by. Amy had the distinct feeling she was the fly. Hello, Amy. We haven't met properly. I'm Kevin Smith. I'm the foreman. He lowered his eyes to half-mast as he spoke his title with reverence. He pulled his head back as if he expected her to be impressed. The creep factor didn't wane and her hackles raised another notch. I know who you are. Nice to meet you. Excuse me. She smiled stiffly and moved to walk around him. Men like that weren't as rare as they liked to believe they were. He stopped her again, blocking her way by thrusting a bouquet of wildflowers with daisies and some purple flower she didn't know the name to. Actually, I was wondering if you would like to go for a walk. I brought you some flowers. The unexpected gesture took her by surprise. She hesitated as she reached out to accept the flowers. Was he the type of guy who demanded reciprocity when he offered something? Most men were. Ryland was turning out not to be that way, but that didn't mean all men were innocent. Better to be safe than sorry. I'm actually heading back to the house right now. Maybe some other time. She stepped around him, holding up the bouquet as she walked. Thank you for the flowers. Another time. His eyes narrowed and she tried not to look back as he watched her walk away. If she wasn't walking so fast, she'd shudder. Ryland's truck still wasn't at the house and Amy sat on the front step waiting. When would he get back? Where had he gone? What if he'd left her there? With Buck looking for her and now the eerie foreman interested in her, Amy didn't know if she'd feel fully comfortable without Ryland somewhere accessible. At the same time, she wasn't exactly the safest she'd ever been sitting there back away from the drive in the shadows of the forest canopy. She'd be better off out where everyone could see her, regardless of who approached her. Plus, she only had a couple hours without Cody and she didn't want to waste it sitting there waiting for Ryland. Maybe a walk around the pasture was just what she needed. She could do it. She wouldn't have Ryland around forever. The fence made it easy to find the trail, and she already had her hiking boots on. If she was lucky, Kevin would already be in the bunkhouse. If she was lucky, she would see Ryland before she'd left the driveway. Chapter 9. Ryland. Catching Nate before he got the urge to run was the first thing Ryland had to do. There was a look in Nate's eyes the night before that looked suspiciously like he was starting to feel penned in. Ryland had watched him at dinner, and something in the way he'd watched the men and ate his meal slowly created a ball of nerves in Ryland's gut. Early morning, Ryland rushed down to the barn before most of the men had even stirred in the bunkhouse. Treading softly over the wooden floor, Ryland moved quickly down to the bunk Nate used. He'd slept on the top and his bedroll was missing along with his pack. Worry twisted somewhere along Ryland's spine. Nate hadn't stuck around and Ryland had to race after him before Nate was gone again, for good. Nate could have run because of Ryland. Did Nate hate seeing Ryland? What if Ryland reminded Nate of too much pain? Nate didn't seek confrontations, and he'd been having more and more with Kevin. Things weren't looking good for Kevin's position at the ranch. Yet, Nate might not want to be asked to step into the leadership vacancy like he had at home. Too many variables could contribute to the unrest in Nate's heart. Regardless, Ryland knew the man was up to something. He could sense it in his bones. Maybe Nate hadn't left yet. Missy was a beautiful horse, but she needed time to get ready, too. Ryland rushed down the steps, taking them two at a time until he stomped through the stalls. Missy's stall was empty. There was no other way to look at it. Missing horse plus missing personal items equaled one missing cousin. Ryland slammed his hand on the railroad tie post that the stall door swung from. He hung his head, bitter disappointment tingling in his limbs. Nate would be headed east. His cousin wouldn't go west. West was home. West was Emma. West was everything Nate couldn't have. If Ryland could bring Nate back, he could grab Amy and Cody and return to Bella Acres. He'd always been fine with the wandering life, but since he met Amy, the idea of sticking around someplace had a lot of appeal. What was wrong with Ryland? He clung to the hope that he could bring Nate back with him by just talking, by just being around him. Ryland knew what was going to happen. He should never have gone back to the house to spend the evening with Amy. He should have just stayed at the barn and watched Nate. Amy was getting in Ryland's head, and Ryland wasn't prepared for that kind of invasion. Not when he had a clear mission and his family counted on him. If Nate was heading east, Ryland could catch him before he got too far south to ride across the mountain range. Unfortunately, Nate had a lot more options traveling than Ryland did. That knowledge didn't stop Ryland from driving the truck in dizzying speeds over the gravel roads to get to the junction before Nate took off down the trail into the mountains. A large pond fed by the creek off of Bess Ranch and the neighboring acres was the perfect place for someone to stop their horse. Using the watering hole was exactly what Ryland caught Nate doing. His tall silhouette stood out starkly against the bright green of the tree leaves hanging over the water. The rising sun reflected off the glassy surface, and Missy's dipped head and sloping neck could have been from a postcard. Ryland pulled over on the shoulder of the small road and climbed from his trusty truck. He crossed the 1-A half-lane highway with long, desperate strides. Calling out to his cousin, Ryland picked up the pace, not a fan of running in his boots. Nate. Nate. He bent his arms to go faster, drawing up short next to Nate when he finally reached him. Missy's ears pricked forward and she lifted her head to stare incredulously at Ryland. Amazing how the gaze of a horse could make him feel ridiculous. Ryland cleared his throat and lifted his chin. Are you running again? His short jog had knocked his hat off kilter and he straightened it, as if he hadn't just raced after Nate. Nate's answer was long in coming. The whisper of a few red and yellow leaves blowing across the green grass, the only proof Ryland could hear while he waited. I have to. I can't stay here. Everywhere I look there you are. I can't. Haunted shadows disappeared under the brim of Nate's hat, as if he couldn't escape anything. You were everywhere at the ranch, too. Always there. I can't see you without seeing Bella Acres. Ryland moved so he was in Nate's way, stopping his cousin from climbing on the horse. He couldn't keep the pain from his voice as he tried to lock his gaze with Nate's. We need you. His chest hurt with the honesty of that statement. I need you. The words almost choked him and he reached out, grabbing Nate's arm. Nate shook him off, adjusting his hat and trying not to meet Ryland's gaze. No, you're going to be fine. No. Honestly, we do. Jareth is leading us and he's driving everyone nuts. He can't help us ranch and help us get the jobs that we need while Cyan is around. She won't stop bugging him over their baby coming. Sherry is getting married. I have no idea when, but she's marrying Kyle and I think they're going to do it at Jareth's place. You left and now, Jareth has to deal with everything. He's not equipped for that. Ryland threw his hands in the air and dropped them to the sides. None of us know how to handle you being gone. Nathan, please. Missy's ears tweaked as he moved sporadically. Nate raised his gaze finally, as if he couldn't stop from looking at his cousin. Tears shone in his eyes. Marriage? Kyle's getting married? Cyan and Jareth are having a baby? They weren't even engaged before. Before you left? Had Ryland found the trigger to get Nate home? Nodding, Ryland rushed on in case he lost Nate's interest. Jareth proposed the week after and then they got married. You missed it. You've missed so much. Come home. Stephanie and Drake are doing bison on Bella Acres. He's restored a lot of your parents' place and it looks amazing. Stephanie even bought back a lot of the items you had to sell. Ryland didn't even swipe at the tears rising in his eyes. He needed his cousin. They all did. I'm sorry that you have lost so much. We're suffering, too. We haven't only lost Emma, though. We've lost you, too. Ryland reached out again and clamped his hand on Nate's shoulder. Please, don't do this anymore to us. We genuinely need you. Nate lifted his jaw, the muscles clenching by his ears. I don't want to know what I'm missing, because she's missing it, too. At least, I get to hear about it. I get to choose to go back and catch up. She can't. She will never get that. Ryland shook his head, his chest hunched over like he'd been shoved or kicked by a horse. We miss her, too. He couldn't help the sob ripping from his chest. We miss you. Can you hear me? We miss you. Nate stared at Ryland, as if in the next few seconds whatever happened would decide if he went with Ryland or not. If nothing else, at least don't run from here. Mr. Bess, he's a good man and he deserves better than this. Ryland didn't have anything left to give. He spilled his heart out. Short of knocking Nate over the head, he had nothing left to offer. Something passed in front of Nate's eyes. He shook his head ever so softly, causing dread to fill Ryland's chest. He knew what was coming before Nate did. Nate's whisper ripped across the space between them. I can't. Give me space, Ryland. I can't go with you, and I can't be with family right now. He climbed onto Missy's back. She cast a wide-eyed glare at Ryland as if he was giving up too much, too easily. Don't follow me. Please. I won't be so amiable next time. And with that, Nate rode away, as if Ryland wasn't standing there begging him to go home where he was needed. The fast clop of Missy's shoes on the gravelly road beat in sync with Ryland's heart. Defeated, Ryland slumped to sit on a fallen log. He leaned down and retrieved a rock, rubbing it over and over with his thumb. He pulled back his arm and tossed it into the clear water. What had he done wrong? The trails had sent him on the mission, certain he could do what he'd been asked. He'd failed his family. Nate. Himself. He'd failed them all. Ryland returned to his truck. He couldn't go straight back to the ranch. He needed to drive around. What was he going to do? His whole reason for being at Bess Ranch in Godfrey was wrapped up in Nate. What would be his reasoning for staying with Nate gone? He couldn't blame Nate for leaving though. Of course, the man had been through a lot. Looking at it from Nate's perspective, he'd lost more than any of them. Having never been in love, Ryland didn't know how much it would hurt to lose someone like that, but he was becoming attached to Amy. Somehow, she had become an integral part of his life. If he tried to take a second to think about the way Nate had felt about Emma, it wasn't hard to translate that understanding into his feelings for Amy. Could Ryland understand the loss that Nate had endured? Could Ryland handle losing Amy the way Nate had lost his love? Ryland shook the steering wheel, growling as he tried to vent some of his frustration. The pain wasn't worth considering. He didn't even have the history with Amy that Nate had with Emma. Just considering the possibility that he could lose Amy made Ryland want to throw up. He was starting to care against his better judgment. Not only did Amy have an anchor in his heart, her son had wrapped his arms around him and was never letting go. Cody had already claimed Ryland's heart. There was so much to learn from Nate, but by abandoning them, what did Nate hope to teach them? Even harder to grasp, was Ryland strong enough to learn it? Chapter 10. Amy. Kevin was like a wolf, descending as soon as he saw Amy walking alone. She didn't look at him as she continued swinging her arms and walking as fast as she could. But her pace didn't matter as she walked around the fence. Catching up, Kevin spoke to her with a familiarity that crept along the back of her shoulders and arms. He hadn't known her his whole life, but you wouldn't know that from his tone and the topics. Finally, she was tired of trying to walk him, so she stopped and rested her foot on the lower rung of the split-rail fence. Uncomfortable with his proximity, she folded her arms and leaned over to stare pointedly out at the pasture. Positioned close to the barn, Amy felt better being where people could see them. The man was pretentious. How many times was he going to mention he was foreman? Amy rolled her eyes. Yep, I bet you're a good foreman. What else was she supposed to say? Mr. and Mrs. Bess had obviously picked him for something. Mary rose every day on Amy's list of people she trusted, which was approximately 4 in the world. Yeah, I'm not so fond of kids. They get in the way. Kevin ran his fingers over his almost non-existent jawline. A slight pale line ran around his lips, giving him a puckered expression. Where had that come from? They weren't talking about children or even if she cared how he felt about them. Had he really just said he didn't like kids? Maybe he didn't understand his audience. She scoffed, keeping her tone just slightly above patronizing. That was random, and I have a kid. He's adorable. I don't think they get in the way at all. She clenched her jaw and turned fully away from him, just in time to see Ryland drive up in his truck. Dropping her foot from the fence, she pivoted on her heel, tossing over her shoulder. Excuse me. She didn't have a lot of time left before she needed to go reclaim her son. Confidently, Amy swung her arms as she walked to meet Ryland. Glancing at her through the truck window, Ryland's gaze met hers, and a slight smile curved his lips until he looked past her shoulder and saw Kevin. She could see the moment he recognized the foreman and what he assumed. His face tightened and the smile dripped from his mouth. He parked the truck and climbed from the rig. Amy felt a presence beside her and glanced to her right, breaking her stride as she realized Kevin followed her. She blinked at him and shook her head. Excuse me. I'm going to get my son. I don't need an escort. Just leave him. He's fine. The old woman has him. Kevin reached out and grabbed Amy's arm, jerking her to the side and forcing her to hit a mud patch with the side of her boot. The angle he yanked Amy combined with the backward slant caused her to crash onto the dirty rock-covered ground. Banging her elbow on the rocks and slamming the side of her head on the fence posts, she cried out. Rolling to her back, she grabbed the pain-filled arm and closed her eyes. In seconds Ryland stood above her, crouching low so he could see her face. Amy, are you okay? What happened? Concern crinkled the skin on the outer edges of his eyes. He pushed the hair across her forehead out of her face, his touch soft. The thunder of other feet announced the arrival of other men around her. Amy pushed her fingers against her eyes, a headache already forming from the fall. Embarrassed, she tried to sit up. It's fine. It's nothing. Kevin growled, thrusting his finger toward the ground. It wouldn't have happened if you hadn't tried to rush off to grab your son. You need to be more careful. Dean stood from his position where he'd crouched beside her. He clenched his hands into fists at his side. I saw the whole thing. You grabbed her. She slipped. If you hadn't touched her, this wouldn't have happened. The other ranch hands that joined the group turned their attention from Amy to Kevin. Murmuring and shifting their feet, the men looked at each other with tension mounting as they tightened their jaws and gripped their hands. Kevin glanced around the group. It's not my fault she can't walk right. His comment spiked an increase in the muttering volume of the men. That's it. You're fired. Get your stuff and get off my land. You have 15 minutes. Dean turned his back, squatting beside Amy. He gingerly pressed his fingers along her elbow. Does this hurt? We might have to get you into the doctor. Face red and spittle forming at the side of his mouth, Kevin screeched, What? You need me. Dean didn't even turn his head and spoke as if he'd already moved on from the topic. I don't need apathetic workers here. I need people who are only concerned with the welfare of others and with animals. You've proven time and again that none of that matters to you. My bottom line has nothing to do with dollars, but when saving me a few is an option, you can't help me out there, either. We're done. That's all I'm going to say about it. He looked up and motioned to two of his next in line. Kevin looked at them all, taking in the group's solidarity. Amy avoided his gaze, heat flushing her face at the attention she'd brought on herself. He hadn't hurt her near as bad as Buck had hurt her regularly. No one had ever bothered sticking up for her, then, though. Even the people who had witnessed a beating in the park. Kevin spat in their general direction, saliva spackling on Amy and Ryland. "You're going to regret this," he thundered off, a few of the men watching to make sure he didn't return. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any problems. Please, don't fire him on account of me." Amy carefully shook her head, holding the hand Ryland held out while he placed his other arm behind her back to help her stand. Dean moved to offer support on her other side. "No, it's been a long time coming. I'm just grateful for the chance to push it before he ruins too many other plans I have for my ranch. I'd hate to be stuck with him throughout the rest of summer and into winter." "How's that arm? Looks like you got a little bit of blood spotting. Let's get on up to the house and Mary can clean you up." Amy's head hurt more than her arm. Moving even the slightest amount sent lightning bolts of pain down her spine. She moved her mouth as little as possible. "Yes, I need to go get Cody anyway." Securing his arm tighter around her, Ryland looked at Dean, but spoke to Amy. "You're not going alone. I'll come with you and grab Cody. You're in no condition to carry that boy. Dean, if it's all right with you, I'll run up with her and get her settled and then come back to see if you need any more help." "That's mighty fine of you. It's even your day off. I appreciate the help." He looked around at the dispersing ranch hands. He lowered his voice to a threshold only the three of them could hear. "Nate's gone, isn't he?" It wasn't a question, and Dean's significant disappointment made itself known as his normally smiling face was sullen. Amy glanced sharply at Ryland. He'd left to chase after Nate and he'd returned without him. Ryland had to be extremely depressed at the results. Had Amy done something to ruin his chances? "Yes, sir. He's gone. I went after him, but he," Ryland shrugged, walking alongside Amy. His words ended there, leaving behind the bitter taste of failure in the air. Dean sighed, keeping his pace sedate for Amy's slow going. "Nate's got some demons chasing him, son. As soon as he faces them and defeats them, he's going to find more happiness than he thought possible. Until then. Yeah, that man had the look of a wanderer. Kind of like you, Ryland." Agreeing with Dean seemed like stating it was raining with a hurricane whipping through her hair. Amy kept her mouth shut, but she had so many questions she couldn't ask because she feared what they would push Ryland to do. Leave or stay? He had to choose on his own. The three of them went to the main house, and Mary's face lit up when she saw them together. "I'm glad to see you're with the right cowboy, Amy. I wondered there for a minute if I had your type pegged wrong." She winked as she placed Cody into Ryland's open arms. Amy glanced sharply at Ryland and then back at the grandmotherly type woman. "I don't know what you're talking about. When was I with the wrong one?" Mary shrugged innocently, gathering the freshly used diaper bag contents and tucking them securely inside the black confines. "I just saw you with that foreman, ex-foreman. He's no longer welcome at Bess Ranch." Dean scowled, pouring a glass of water and handing it to Amy. "He's overstepped his bounds one too many times, now." He winked once at Amy, nodding his head tightly and crossing his arms as if that was that. "Oh, well, that's good. He wasn't very nice to have around anyway." Mary gave the bag to Ryland. She moved to the table and spied Amy's arm. She rushed to her side. "Oh, my word, girl, let's get that cleaned up." As Amy allowed Mary to maneuver her to the table to administer to her scrape, she couldn't help casting a startled peek at Ryland. Had he thought that about Amy? He couldn't actually think she was interested in Kevin. Could he? Ryland ignored the conversation, as if he agreed with Mary. Had everyone figured Amy and Ryland were together? It wasn't something she was saying no to, but a little bit more interest on his part would be more reassuring. Her soreness ebbed, but she didn't trust she was steady enough to take Cody. She smiled at Mary, who cleaned and bandaged her arm. "Thank you for watching him. Did you have fun?" Mary reached over and squeezed Cody's little foot while he was cradled in Ryland's arms. "I would love to do it again. I'm available a night next week." She arched her eyebrow and wiggled her fingers coyly. She wasn't very subtle. Amy appreciated that, and she hoped Ryland picked up the hint. She didn't want to lose a chance with him, because she didn't know how to be forward. At the same time, she didn't want to fall for him if he wasn't going to stick around. The problem with Buck was she hadn't wanted him around and he wouldn't leave. The problem with Ryland was she wanted him around and he might not want to stay. Chapter 11. Ryland. After settling Amy and Cody into the cabin and making sure she was okay enough to take care of Cody and herself, Ryland ducked outside to call his brother. He had a lot to report and it wasn't good news. His hands still shaking from the run-in with Kevin and his concern over Amy, Ryland took a deep breath as he leaned against a large tamarack tree trunk. Pulling out the phone, he dialed his cousin's number, but didn't hit call. The reception was only at a bar. Walking further down the road, staring at the phone screen, Ryland finally came to a stop by the barn, resting his boot on a rung to the outside ladder leading up to the barn loft. He leaned to the side to stare at the ceiling, pressing call at the sight of 3 bars. He hoped Damon wouldn't answer the call. If Damon didn't call, Ryland would just leave a voicemail for Damon to call Ryland back. The phone rang. Then rang again. Was Ryland going to be let off the hook? Would he be able to handle the disappointment, and did he have a plan in place for when Damon asked for an update? After the 3rd ring, Ryland felt confident Damon wasn't going to answer, and relief dispelled his nerves. He would just have to leave a voicemail. As he prepared to do so, Damon answered and Ryland squeezed his eyes shut and frowned. "Yeah, Ryland, give me good news." Damon's frustration was palpable. "I could really use something good right about now." Clearing his throat, Ryland shook his head even though Damon couldn't see him. "Nope. I wish I had something good for you. But I don't. Nate's gone. He left this morning." Ryland didn't hold back, or flower it for Damon. He had to tell his cousin exactly what had happened so Damon could tell Jareth what was going on. No one wanted excess fluff. Damon paused as if he had to process Ryland's words. After a minute, he demanded, "Go get him." "Why are you calling me?" "You were going to bring Nate back." "Do whatever it takes. We can't keep on like this for long." His desperation reverberated in Ryland's gut, retrieving the guilt he'd stamped down at not chasing after Nate. "I don't know. Ryland closed his eyes and lowered his head. He couldn't tell Damon what was going on. Damon would laugh at Ryland's reason to stick around Bess Ranch. Especially since Ryland was the one who had been so high-strung about going after Nate and bringing him home. He'd spent so much time convincing the rest of the trails they needed Nate, it was foolish he'd just backed off. Why? What's stopping you? But Damon's exasperation didn't encourage Ryland's confidence. There's something here I need to do. That was as far as Ryland would get into it. Damon didn't need more than that. Damon sighed, hardening his tone. Nothing is as important as family. Go get him back. Quit messing around. We need your help back here. Some wolves got into the bison herd, and there's a lot of work to be done on the back fence. If you're bored there, then come back. Got it. Ryland hung up. Of course, he would have to call and talk to Damon when he was having a hard day. Damon wasn't going to understand what Ryland needed to do. How could he understand when Ryland didn't know exactly what was going on either? Damon couldn't understand that Nathan didn't want to go home. He didn't want to return to where Emma used to live and now was buried. He wanted nothing to do with the trails for the time being, if ever. If Ryland chased after Nate, he had a feeling he would just push Nate further away. He hung his head as he tucked the phone back in his pocket. Reaching out, he braced both arms against the ladder and closed his eyes. Just what exactly was he supposed to do? For a brief moment, Ryland wished someone from above would come down and tell him what he should do: stay there on Bess Ranch or chase after his cousin. Nathan had told him to stop pursuing him, and Damon wanted Ryland not to quit. And then there was Amy. Ranch and wandering cousin aside, the pull she had on Ryland was like a magnet to metal. He couldn't avoid it. He didn't want to leave her. He wasn't even sure he could, if he tried. Standing back up, Ryland turned back to the cabin, beaconed in by the soft light glowing from the windows. He had to talk to Amy. He had to figure out just what he was sticking around and hoping for. Amy rested on the couch, reading a book. Cody slept peacefully in a bassinet Amy had borrowed from Mary, which she'd set up to the side of the couch. She glanced up at him when he came through the door and smiled, surprised to see him. He tapped his finger on the edge of the couch and nodded toward the baby supplies. Mary set you up really well with all the baby stuff, huh? Amy set the book she was reading down and leaned forward. She looked where he pointed. Yeah, she's taken to Cody, so she keeps sending me home with stuff. I think she's hoping it will make me stay. She coughed embarrassedly and sat up more fully on the couch. Sit with me. We haven't had a chance to chat lately. Good point. Relieved that she'd opened the opportunity to talk up, Ryland claimed a spot on the cushion 6 inches from her. I need someone to bounce ideas off of, is that okay? He'd never admit it, but he needed some kind of confirmation that she wasn't interested in Kevin. And therein lay his worry. He didn't want to inspect it too fully, but he couldn't help thinking maybe she'd been interested in the despicable foreman. Seeing her with him had set Ryland's blood to boiling. If she wanted to be with Kevin, then Ryland needed to know. He wouldn't stick around to watch Amy be with someone else. Of course. I love talking to you. Amy pointed at the book, wrinkling her nose and shrugging. Mary gave me this book. It's by some guy named Lewis. It's all about the West. I kind of like it. I didn't think I would, but he has some pretty cute cowboys in it. She winked and folded her hands in her lap. So, what's up? I was hoping to go on a walk with you today, but you weren't here when I got out from Mary's. She wanted to watch Cody. So, she took a deep breath. She must be nervous with the constant chatter. Yeah, I went after Nate. Ryland leaned his head back. The brim of his hat hit the couch and toppled forward, so he pulled it off and set the bucket on his chest. He left without saying goodbye. He didn't tell Dean, or me, or anyone. I feel like it was because I was here, he didn't want to be around me. Does that make sense? He hoped it made sense to someone, because it didn't make sense to him. That's awful, that he just left. I'm so sorry. Amy scooted closer to Ryland, tucking her feet up under her and bracing her elbow on the couch by his head. She studied him, concern in the way she held her mouth and the lines at the sides of her eyes. He was distinctly aware of her nearness and wanted to tell her he was starting to care for her, but he didn't know how to start the conversation. He wasn't a relationship type of guy. With her though, he could learn. What are you going to do? I know you said you have to get him back. Are you leaving here? She bit her lip and watched him, her fingers laced together around her one raised knee. He turned his head so he could see her fully and watch her reactions while he spoke. I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to stay here, but a bigger part of me needs to go get him and finish what I started. He watched her and didn't look away. What do you want, Amy? Please, want me, please, say you want our relationship to go further. Somber and wide, Amy's brown eyes intensely focused on him. I want to be safe. I want my baby to be safe. Buck is still looking for me, and until I'm free from him, there's nothing else I want. She looked toward the carpet and rubbed at her cheek. Something inside of Ryland screamed she wasn't being honest. Screamed there was so much more she wasn't saying. His pride wouldn't let him push. She didn't want to claim him, then he wouldn't push it. Do you need more formula? I can run into town for some stuff. Diapers? He wanted to be indispensable to her, and he didn't know how to be what she needed. She tried so hard to do everything herself. No, I'm good. Thank you. Amy moved to the side of the couch, her smile tight. She'd closed off from him as if the topic scared her enough to make her run. Ryland reached out and stopped her, his fingers gently pressing on her forearm. She glanced up as he spoke. I'm not going to push you, Amy. I know you've gone through a lot. You're probably gun-shy about men. But I want you to know that I'm interested in more. With you. I mean between us. Heat crawled up his neck and face. Why couldn't he be suave and say just the right thing? Instead of fear widening her eyes, interest and delight placed a smile on her lips. I'm interested, but I don't want you to be shackled with a mom and her kid. I've already slowed you down. Her excitement faded as her words sank into her own heart. I definitely don't want to stop you from doing what you have to do. Ryland could see she was conflicted. He nodded to take the pressure off. Look, let's talk about our options when I get back. There's a lot more to cover than just a few minutes will give us. He sat forward, bringing himself closer. He brushed his fingers down the sides of her smooth cheeks and studied her face. She didn't move, as if she suspected any movement would scare him off. But nothing was going to scare him off. He framed her face in his hands and pulled her softly to him. When their lips touched, he could see why men would move mountains for women. If she asked, he'd lasso the moon and hand it to her. He pulled away, her eyes were half-lidded and her breathing had shallowed. We'll talk more, when I get back. His murmur held a wealth of meaning. The sooner Ryland got out of there, the sooner he could return. Now, he just needed to talk to Dean. Hannah. Hannah hung her head as she leaned forward, bracing her elbows on her knees where she sat on the stairs. Damon had come to talk to Drake about the bison and what they could do to strengthen the back fence line. He'd stepped out of the room to take the call and Hannah had followed, determined to talk to Drake about her ideas to help around the ranch. Damon had talked to Ryland. Why hadn't he taken the call in the kitchen where everyone else was? Why had he hidden the conversation like it was a secret what Ryland was up to? She didn't need to hear Ryland's side of the conversation. Damon's frustration made things easy to understand. Ryland hadn't been able to get Nathan back yet. She couldn't figure out if Ryland had found Nate, or if he knew where he was and just hadn't talked to him. Either way, it was clear Ryland wasn't doing what Jareth had sent him out to do. How long was it going to take? Maybe Ryland wasn't the right one for the job. He didn't know Nathan as well as Hannah did. How could he? He'd always been closer to Emma. They'd been like brother and sister, while Nathan had his own sisters. Toward the end, Nate had done everything he could to put up a wall against any family, including Hannah and Stephanie. Those relationships had been put on hold. Well, Hannah was done being put to the side. No one understood what it was like to have both parents die and then have your brother abandon you. Stephanie might, but Hannah couldn't tell. Her sister never talked to her about anything important. Hannah was finding out she had to be stronger than most people. Damon's muffled curse and he hung up the phone broke through Hannah's frustrated musings. She pushed herself up from the step and returned to the kitchen before Damon could see she'd been there. She went to the sink and turned on the water to wash her hands. She pumped soap into her palm, glancing at Stephanie who stood at the counter with Drake as they both studied a map stretched out over the surface. Damon strode through the doorway, his features smooth and unperturbed, completely different from the way he'd sounded on the phone. I think what we need to do is get some dogs to protect the herd and the property line. He didn't say anything about the call, acted instead like he'd just stepped out for some fresh air. The call was important. Why wasn't he speaking up? Hannah turned off the water and reached for a towel draped from the handle of the nearby stove. Where'd you go, Damon? Was someone on the phone? She rehung the towel and turned to face him. He met her gaze and shrugged. Wrong number. He lied without even a flicker of an eyelid. Hannah's lips parted and she stared at him. Stephanie and Drake didn't even glance up as they continued looking at the map. Her chest rising and falling with increasing speed as her breathing shallowed, Hannah blinked at Damon and then shook her head as she folded her arms over her waist. Her vision became focused and she narrowed her eyes to stave off the dizziness swirling around her. She took a deep breath. You're seriously going to stick to that story, aren't you? There was no doubt to the accusation in her tone. Stephanie lifted her head to look at Hannah. That was rude, Hannah. What's gotten into you? She glanced to the side at Damon, then back to Hannah. No, actually, it's not rude to demand that family tell the truth. Do you think so, Damon? Do you think it's okay to boldly lie to family you're supposed to be completely loyal to? Hannah stepped forward, bracing her hands on the counter separating her and Damon while Stephanie and Drake watched them with confusion. I guess it depends on what we're talking about. Damon seemed unfazed, his expression unchanging from affable and interested. Hannah slapped her hand on the counter, her mouth tight. Fine, you want to act like that? I'll tell them. She turned to Stephanie and Drake and pointed at Damon. I just heard him on the phone with Ryland. Nate isn't coming back. I wasn't able to hear Ryland's side of the conversation, but that was clear from Damon's side. He urged Ryland to keep going. Isn't that right, Damon? It wasn't a wrong number after all. Damon inclined his head, his features shifting to display his frustration. You're right. Since the news really hasn't changed any, I thought it wasn't important to stress everyone else out. He turned his hands over so his palms faced the ceiling. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied. Well, it is important. If Nathan doesn't want to come home, then we can't make him. Or maybe we sent the wrong person after him. Maybe Ryland doesn't know my brother as well as someone else would. She wasn't ready to declare she was the one to go after him. Not yet. She didn't have the funds saved up for a trip like that, and she would need to borrow a vehicle. There were a lot of logistics wrapped up in going after her brother. Plus, with Ryland already out there, the trails were short more than one important member. If she left right then, she might cut the group at the knees. Nathan, he's not coming back. Stephanie glanced at Drake and then back to Hannah and Damon. She shook her head, pressing her fingers to her forehead. I don't understand. Why wouldn't he want to come back? Hannah jetted her jaw to the side as she stared at Stephanie. After a second or two had passed, Hannah shrugged. I don't know, Stephanie, maybe because his wife died. Maybe because this isn't his home anymore. Maybe because he's completely heartbroken and alone. I wonder why I even stay, to be honest. Stephanie's mouth fell agape and she shook her head. Why are you being so hateful? I'm not. I'm being honest. This whole situation seems to be easy on those of you with someone. What about those of us without anyone else? This family is supposed to be our soft spot to land, but Emma, her death tore some of us down in ways I can't even explain. Hannah flipped her hand over while motioning toward the three others in the room. Honestly, I'm glad none of you are completely alone like this. I really am. But at the same time, I wish there was a way you could possibly understand how the rest of us are feeling. Ryland went after Nathan because he's mad, but his anger stems from sadness. He's going to find points in this journey where he's more sad than mad, and that's going to give him bouts of doubt. She shook her head at Damon. And all you could do was demand he get the job done. You didn't even ask him what the problem was. You're right. I didn't. I'm more frustrated than I thought I would be. I promised myself I wouldn't get upset if Nate came back or not. Either way, I'd be fine. But Damon shook his head, his shoulders rounding forward. I don't want him to miss out on anything more. Kyle's getting married and he's going to miss out on that. Jareth is having a baby and he's going to miss that. I want to propose to Rakia, but I don't want Nathan to miss out on that. Stephanie nodded. I know. I feel the same way. I want him here to give me away, but that might not be an option. It will be an option, if you wait. Just wait for him to come back. He has to come back on his own. Hannah bit her lip, folding her arms again to her chest. I could go after him. You guys could release Ryland from this mission and I could go in his stead. Most likely they wouldn't go for it. Between Hannah and Ruby, they were the last of the cousins, and everyone protected Hannah a little too much for her own good. She needed a break from being the sheltered cousin. Stephanie shook her head, wrinkling her nose as she blinked back tears. I'm not going to put my life on hold because Nathan chose to leave. We're ready to start living our life, Hannah. I can't sleep in a separate room from Drake forever. They decided to keep their physical relationship pure for marriage. Stephanie had told Hannah it was important to both of them. While Hannah understood, at the same time, she didn't. Well, put the wedding on hold and just act married. Drake set his hand over Stephanie's on the counter and shook his head. No. Hannah, I'm not going to do that to your sister. We're getting married. If Nathan wants to come back, he'll be welcomed with open arms. Suddenly angry that they were talking like Nate might never come back, Hannah burst out. You never liked him anyway, Drake. Don't act like you care, if he's here or not. Drake pulled his hand from Stephanie's and rounded the end of the counter until he stood directly in front of Hannah. He reached out, curling his fingers around her upper biceps. I don't not like Nathan, Hannah. He's my brother, in law in more ways than one. He will always be family. The problem isn't what I want or don't want. It's what Nathan wants. Hannah blinked, hot tears finally spilling over her cheeks. I don't understand why he wouldn't want to. I get that he's sad and lonely. But we're family. We could be there for each other. Why wouldn't he want that? Drake shrugged, not letting her go as he, instead, pulled her into his arms for a brotherly hug against his chest. I don't know. None of us know. But it's his choice, and we have to respect that. I don't think it will matter who goes after him. Nate is running from his own demons, his own feelings. Until he faces them, there's nothing we can do to change his mind. And deep down, Hannah knew Drake was probably right. She just didn't want to accept it. Ryland. Ryland wasn't leaving Bess Ranch immediately. As it was, he couldn't abandon Dean so soon after Nathan had left. That wouldn't help Dean when he'd also lost a foreman who seemed vindictive enough to cause problems for the town and the ranch. Unable to push things with Amy forward yet, since he wasn't even sure what it was he had to do, Ryland did his best to do what was expected of him. In and outside the cabin. Running into town that evening for Dean, Ryland bypassed the grocery store. He pulled into a parking spot in front of the hardware store. The short list he had of things Dean needed wouldn't take more than a few minutes to gather up. Dean had also asked Ryland to stop in C's Tavern. He claimed a booth in the back of the dark interior. Just past mid-day, and he could barely see clearly inside. The few windows at the front of the business had been covered long ago with posters and other items to block out the harsh reality of daylight. Not that Ryland was complaining. He wouldn't mind a few minutes to think things through as he faced the fact that he'd failed his family. Ryland didn't really know what to do anymore. Even if he did leave Amy to go after Nathan, he was pretty sure his cousin was going to be even more difficult the next time they saw each other. Coming into the tavern was an opportunity to make sure Kevin wasn't causing problems in Godfrey, but also a chance to make sure Ryland had his plans straightened out. Regardless of what Damon had demanded, he didn't know what Nathan had said. He couldn't see the desperate plea in Nate's eyes as he told Ryland not to come after him again. That wasn't something Ryland could explain to anyone. Not well enough to justify the abandonment of the task set before him. Ryland appreciated the time to think. Did he stay and pursue things with Amy? His heart thrummed harder at the mere thought of her. He couldn't stop thinking of her and her son, which meant his heart wouldn't slow down. He was getting to know her in ways you couldn't get to know someone with just a few dates here and there. They shared a small cabin. He could hear her breathing at night in the dark confines of their home. When she fed the baby, he could hear them moving around. The water running in the shower told him when she was up. She made meals in the kitchen and laughed with him in the living room. The more time Ryland spent with her, the more he realized he didn't want to miss out on anything with her. But Damon had told Ryland to get Nate. Nothing else was as important. Was that true? Was nothing as important as family? If Damon was asked to leave Rakia behind, would he claim she was family? They weren't married, and if they were going to get married, that would make her family. He wouldn't demand Ryland leave Amy, if Amy was family. How could Ryland make Amy an important part of his family, if he didn't give her the priority she needed now? Not to mention, Amy was a special case since her vulnerable situation was made more prominent in the fact that she had a baby to take care of. That ramped up the situation a little bit more than Damon could understand. The bartender dropped off the soda Ryland had ordered. He'd never been a fan of drinking alcohol, especially when he was on the job. Sending him to the tavern had been Dean's idea since Kevin was known for visiting the establishment as much as possible on his days off. Dean just wanted to make sure Kevin was moving on. The last thing Dean wanted was to put the town in a position where they had to deal with the cast-offs from Bess Ranch. Ryland downed 2 pops before he figured his time was better spent elsewhere. He dug through his wallet for some cash to pay his tab. There was only so much idleness a man could handle. A rowdy Kevin pushed through the front door, lights spilling around him. His loud voice gave away his identity. He stumbled to the side, but didn't look around the inside of the bar as he approached the counter. Ryland pulled back into the shadows. Kevin had obviously had a few drinks before coming to the tavern. His loud, brash voice announced over and over that he was the foreman as he leaned against the surface of the bar and slapped his hand on the counter. A group of men Ryland had ignored when he'd come inside stood closer to the front of the bar. Moving around the group as if the bartender was ignoring Kevin because of the group, Kevin bumped into one of them. The man pushed back. Grumbling, Kevin tottered to a different part of the counter and yelled at the bartender. "I'll tell you what, stay away from uppity blondes and their brats. There's one out at Bess Ranch. You would think she owned the place rather than just being a new hire. She had the best thing going for her, I'm the foreman." He threw back a shot and tapped the glass. "Keep 'em comin'. Yeah, that Amy, she's going to get hers." He looked around to make sure people were listening to him. No one else in the tavern seemed to care about what Kevin was spewing as they were more absorbed with whatever they searched for in the bottom of their glasses. Except for a dark, hulking figure who pushed from the group of men standing off to the side. His voice was dark and rumbly and carried around the bar when he tapped Kevin's shoulder. "You said this blonde's name is Amy? She's got a kid?" Kevin looked up at the taller man and nodded his head jerkily. His eyes grew wide with eagerness. He poked the man's chest. "That's right. I couldn't get anywhere with her. She's pretty picky. Where can I find Bess Ranch?" The man tapped Kevin's glass and glanced at the bartender. "This one's on me. Can't let you get dry, now can we?" "Thank you. Finally, someone who appreciates me." Kevin smirked smugly at the bartender as he poured the next drink. Another man from the group called out, "Buck, we can find the ranch pretty easy. Let's find your girl so we can get back to partying." He laughed and the rest of the men laughed with him. Ryland's stomach dropped like a rock. Buck. The jerk had found Amy. Ryland had to do more than just tell her he was going to protect her. He would have to step up and actually save her. The realization that he wanted nothing more than to protect her for a lot longer than just a few weeks almost bent him over. Leaving money on the table, Ryland slid from his spot on the seat. Stepping from the booth, Ryland tried to keep an ear on what Kevin and Buck were saying while keeping out of sight. Kevin muttered directions that would take Buck the roundabout way. His slurring words obviously said he was more than half tipsy. He must have drunk more than even Ryland had assumed before coming to the bar. Kevin and Buck turned toward the group, their backs facing out. Buck joked about something and slapped Kevin on the back, while looking around at the rest of his comrades. The group stood closer to the front of the bar by the door. If Ryland went out the back, he could escape without being seen. Maybe. Taking his chance to get out unnoticed, Ryland made his way out the back door, rounding the building and getting to his truck. How had the afternoon slipped away so fast? The sun would set soon and he had to warn Amy. The more time she had to protect herself, the better. Ryland would need to give the Besses a heads up. They might even be able to get the ranch hands to work together to protect Amy and her son. He opened the door, grabbing the handrails to climb in. He didn't have a lot of time to warn her. The scratch of gravel on pavement and a sniveling voice muttered from behind him, "I'm not as drunk as you thought, Johnson." When Ryland turned to look, he didn't get far. A rock smacked him in the side of the head and he blacked out. Damon. Damon didn't glance in the rearview mirror as he drove the old pickup through the fence posts marking the start of Jareth's place. He'd been at his cousin's ranch a few times in the last week and he knew the dog Cyan had adopted would chase Damon's rig down the drive and around the loop with his tongue hanging out. He'd even get a chance to pet the adorable retriever Mix as it bounded around his legs. Parking the truck, Damon slid from the seat. He laughed as the dog did exactly what he expected, and he reached down to rub behind his ears. "Hey, Weed. How ya doin'?" The dog rolled onto his side and lifted a leg and his front paws so Damon would have easy access to his stomach. A shrill whistle called from the barn doors. "Hey, Damon. What brings you out here again?" "Cyan can cook, but not that well." Jareth shot a glance toward the house and widened his eyes. "Don't tell her I said that." Damon chuckled, then remembered the reason he'd traveled all that distance to see Jareth. He straightened from petting the dog and let his hands hang limply at his sides. Jareth had been so certain Ryland could bring Nathan back. How did Damon let him down? He felt kind of responsible for Ryland's failure since Ryland was Damon's brother. If the failure had come from Kyle, then Damon wouldn't feel as bad. Kyle and Jareth were siblings and they could deal with each other. Studying Damon's face, Jareth drew his eyebrows together and jerked his head toward the barn. "Come on in. Let's take a break. You look like you need to talk." He turned, leading the way with Weed jumping and bouncing around his feet. As he walked through the door, he motioned toward Damon. "Go ahead and leave the door open. Weed likes to go in and out. Sometimes, I swear he gets too excited and pees himself." Jareth rolled his eyes as he dropped down onto the bench. Staring at the dog, he grinned a sappy smile that reached his eyes. "But he's a good dog." Cyan needed a new one and she was so excited when she saw him, I swear she could have peed herself. He glanced past Damon to the door. "Don't tell her I said that." More than willing to procrastinate telling the news he had, Damon slowly claimed a seat beside Jareth and glanced at the doors, as well. "You seem kind of jumpy about Cyan. Does she beat you or something?" Damon was joking, but at the same time, something seemed off with Jareth's behavior. Jareth shook his head and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He rubbed his hands down his face and then rested his chin on his folded hands. The thing is, pregnancy is crazy. I can't say anything without her falling apart. Or when I do get so irritated or impatient and I say something to rile her, she laughs. I'm so confused half the time. I honestly don't know what to do. She falls apart? Like cries, or screams, or what? Damon hadn't had the chance to see a pregnant woman in action yet. He pulled his hat off and furrowed his brow as he stared at Jareth. Not just one. More like all of the above and then some. I swear she was talking in tongues the other day when she couldn't remember what she was asking me about. I'm learning to redirect her negative reactions towards something to eat. Last night, she woke up crying and didn't want me to hold her. So, I suggested a late night ice cream run. She started smiling immediately. He sighed. I hope Cyan returns to normal when she's had the baby. Damon stared at Jareth in surprise. That all sounds exhausting. What would he do if Rakia did that? He was still trying to figure out a way to propose to her. He first had to get permission from her parents. Getting a blessing from the powerful Mason too, Claw, was going to be the hardest thing he'd ever done. But Rakia was worth it. Okay, enough about the insanity at home. Tell me why you're here and looking worried. Jareth leaned back, folding his arms across his chest as he studied Damon with full seriousness. On the spot, Damon tried to swallow with his suddenly dry mouth. Well, the truth is, I heard from Ryland. He took a deep breath, unsure how to state what he'd found out. Judging from your expression, the news isn't good. Jareth continued watching him, ignoring the soft background sounds of the horses in their stalls or the breeze coming through the open windows. We'd sniffed around the stall doors, his tail wagging slightly from side to side. Damon sighed. No, it isn't good. Ryland found him and Nate doesn't want to come back. I told Ryland to follow him and make sure he gets him, but Ryland seemed hesitant. I don't know where his anger has gone. He was counting on Ryland's fury to fuel the search. If Ryland wasn't mad anymore, what would keep him going? Why are you so upset? Jareth tilted his head to the side, waiting for Damon's reply. Confused by the question, Damon glanced down at his hands. Why was he upset that Ryland had told him he'd failed? What was Damon's stake in it? I think it's because Nate isn't coming back. I agreed with you and sent my brother out, and I feel personally responsible that he failed. I feel like I let you and the rest of the family down. He shook his head, pressing his lips tight together. Jareth patted Damon's back, the contact unexpected but not unwelcome. Look, I didn't send Ryland out to find Nathan because he's an excellent bloodhound or even because I expected him to succeed. In all honesty, no one can make Nate come back until he's ready. The journey, though, that's the important part of the search. He sighed, and crossed an ankle over his knee, his pant leg pulling up on his boot but not much. The problem with Ryland was his anger. He couldn't see past Emma's loss or the fact that Nathan had left us. His loneliness was, well, I could feel it when I was around him, and that was with him smiling. Jareth spoke slowly as if there was something there for Damon to learn, too. Jareth shook his head. I don't expect Ryland to come back with Nate or even for him to change Nate's mind. That's got to be in Nathan's hands. When he's tired of running, Nate will come home and he'll be welcomed with open arms. Until that point, we all have to try to live our lives. That's why I sent Ryland and no one else. He had to go. So, why am I babysitting him, then? He doesn't even need to call and check in, right? Damon didn't know if he was relieved or upset. He'd spent the last 6 months or more worrying about his brother's progress, when his progress wasn't even important. I feel like all of this has been a waste. Really? You feel like this is all a waste? You're more invested in Ryland than you have been. This has helped your relationship more than anything. Plus, he's not mad anymore, Damon. That's a great thing. We just need him to work on the rest, now. Things will get a lot easier for him, since he's letting go of the anger. Jareth grinned, standing. Come on. I know Cyan has something inside we can munch on. I always get hungry this time of day. Damon shook his head, but followed the older cousin willingly. You better be careful, Jareth. You're starting to sound like the older, wiser cousin more and more. Throwing back his head and laughing, Jareth replied, older, yes. Wiser? Not so much. Jareth. Cyan waved to Jareth from the porch that wrapped around the upper level of the home. Jareth, your mom is on the phone. His smile fading, Jareth glanced at Damon. Come on. Normally, she calls me on the cell. I don't know why she'd call the landline. Damon followed Jareth up the stairs and onto the porch, where he leaned against the railing while Jareth took the cordless phone. Hey, Mom. He turned and stared out at the field spread around the house. After a minute of listening, he murmured, I'm sorry for your loss. I know you liked him. Right. Okay, but what about Ruby? Do we need to come up for the funeral? We can be there, okay. Got it. Well, if you talk to her, let her know we're here. Right. Okay, I love you, too. Jareth glanced at Cyan, nodding at her questioning gaze. Our uncle died. Ruby said she doesn't want any of us at the funeral. She doesn't want to see us or talk to us. She doesn't even want to talk to our mom. Well, maybe it's time you and Kyle did for Ruby what Ryland and Damon had done for Nathan. I'm not saying he'll come back, but he has to know he's loved, right? Maybe Ruby needs to know that as well. Cyan arched an eyebrow, placing her hand on the small of her back and bending backward a little bit. How did you know? Jareth blinked at Cyan, his eyes shifting to Damon. Did you tell her before you told me? Or maybe Rakia told you? I haven't talked it out with Rakia, yet. The only time I've said anything was in the barn. Damon turned his attention towards Cyan at the same time as Jareth. Cyan placed a hand on her hip and narrowed her eyes. I told you I was going to start testing baby monitors. I heard everything you boys said. As that sank in, Jareth's eyes grew round. Cyan held up a hand and shook her head. Don't even try it. I know I've been crazy and you've been wonderful. Just tell me how I'm acting. I'll try to be understanding. She winked at Damon. But not too understanding. I gotta keep him in line somehow, right? That's right. Damon laughed and pushed at Jareth's shoulder. He needs to be maintained. The three of them laughed as they walked inside. Damon would figure things out with what to tell Ryland. All he wanted for his brother to be happy. Finding Nathan wasn't doing that. Something else had to. Chapter 12. Amy. The spring sun set a lot later than the winter sun had. Even the moon seemed to sense it wasn't winter any longer as it pulled further away in the night sky. Even with the spring daylight hours, 6 and 7 at night were still fairly dark, enhanced by the shadows of the mountain and trees against the back of the cabin. Alone all day, Amy paced impatiently in the living room, waiting for Ryland. He'd promised they would talk, and she hoped that would also include some more kissing. She needed to figure out where his heart is because she had a sinking sensation that hers was more invested than his. Which would be fine, she just had to know. Wringing her hands, Amy paced back to the bedroom door and peeked in on Cody already asleep and in bed. She'd cleaned the kitchen, straightened the living room, and changed her shirt 3 times. She might have done her hair a couple times, too. The fluttering in her chest wouldn't stop when she thought about him saying he was interested in her. He was interested in her. Yes, he was interested, but was he as invested in Amy as she was in him? That's where her caution lay. If he didn't care about her as much as she did him, then she wouldn't tell him. That's all there was to it. She checked the clock on the microwave for the 60th time and glared at the passing of mere minutes since she'd last checked. Amy missed Ryland. She hated when he was gone. The rest of the ranch was settled down for the evening. Wasn't later than 7, but with the sun down it felt much later. Was it too late for a date or something that would lead to more time together? The grumble of a truck engine pulling up stilled her. Her heart pattered, and she bit her lip. Ryland. What would she say? They could talk. That was the plan. She had to tell him she wanted to see him in a different way. She knew that she had pushed friendship on him, but she really wanted to date him. Although how much could someone date when they lived together? She needed a romantic connection between them. The spark when they touched deserved something deeper than sharing a bathroom or television remote. Even though she was attracted to him, she didn't want to give their possible future a false start with just physical attraction and no foundation. Would he think she was on the rebound from Buck? She had to make sure to tell him she hadn't cared for Buck in a while. Probably around the time when she found out she was pregnant. She'd been cautiously excited. When she'd told Buck about the baby, he'd slapped her. It was the first time he'd ever hit her. Sadly, it wasn't the last, but it was the one that had the most impact. Did Amy sit on the couch and wait for Ryland to come inside? Or did she walk over to him and welcome him? She wiped her damp palms on her pants. How did she do this? She wasn't good at the girlfriend thing. Anytime she had tried to show affection to Buck, he'd laughed at her. Anytime she hadn't shown it, he'd yelled. Amy took a deep breath. She wasn't with Buck. What did she want to do? She wanted to run into Ryland's arms. The thought made her laugh softly. That wasn't very logical, so what was the next best thing? How about greeting him at the door? Okay, come on, Amy. Don't be nervous. She stood by the door and then turned the door handle. Wait, was that too desperate? She chuckled. What was wrong with her? Footsteps on the stairs had her rolling her eyes. She called out, as she held open the door, letting the cool air steal the warmth of the house. I cannot believe this. I'm so nervous to see you. Is that stupid? Hopefully, Ryland would say no, and he was just as nervous as she was. She opened the door wider. Are you coming in, or do you need help with something? What was he doing? Why wasn't he inside yet? Maybe she was scaring him off. In seconds, there was a body pushing her back. After she reoriented herself and allowed herself to see past her irritation at Ryland, she realized Kevin had pushed his way through the front door and shoved her up against the wall. Holding her against the wall with one arm strong from ranching, he kicked the door shut behind him. He pushed closer to her. His heavy breath blew hot on her face as he grunted. "Oh, don't worry, darlin', I'm comin' in." Panicked, Amy opened her mouth to scream, but Kevin slammed his hand over her mouth. "Nope, not this time. You're not calling out for help from anyone." He adjusted her on the wall so he could press his full body against her. He continued holding his hand over her mouth and immobilizing her head. "I like having your mouth closed." He studied her while she searched the small foyer area for a way out. Kevin laughed. "Sounds like you have someone after you. You should have picked me and not that little jerk. You would have been better off with me, but maybe you want Buck again. Right? He's looking for you, isn't he?" Amy stopped struggling at the mention of her ex's name. Pure fear flooded her and she suddenly felt completely calm. The only way Kevin would know about Buck was if he'd met him. Terrified, she refused to show her panic. She learned that hard lesson with Buck. The secret to less pain was in the tactic of hiding her reaction to their intimidation. She had to act bored. Laughing against his hand, she almost convinced herself of her feigned indifference. Until he shifted his hand away from her mouth, her words were muffled, but still clear. "You're boring compared to Buck. Good thing you're turning me over. I'd hate to see how hard he'll make you cry." Kevin slid his hand down off her mouth and draped it around her neck. She wasn't joking. If anything, Buck was the most extremely territorial man she'd ever met. Kevin shook his head softly back and forth, his forehead brushing her temple. His proximity made her gag, but she hid it. "I'm serious, Kevin. He'll skin you alive, if you so much as touch me. He won't like a scratch on me, unless he's the one that does it." Buck had once told her that no one beat her but him. "I'm not scared of him. He should be scared of me. Come on. I'll take you back and show you both who's the bigger man." He wrenched his hand up into the curls at the base of her skull and dragged her through the living room and toward the door. The rough way his uneven nails scratched her scalp almost made Amy cry out. He would be mean, as well. Really, her options were coming down to Kevin or Buck, and she wasn't sure her options were fair. Would she rather go with Kevin, or would he try to take her to Buck afterward? What about Ryland? Where was he? What would happen when he got back? Because he would come back soon. He'd promised. Did she pray that he didn't return until much later, or did she pray for herself? As long as Cody was okay, she could handle whatever Kevin did to her. There was no way the bully in him would be able to handle it when she stood up for herself. She just had to wait until they were no longer near Cody. They had to get away from the cabin. That's all she needed. Get out of the cabin and she could fight Kevin back. As long as they were in a position for him to use the baby against her, she was powerless. Kevin might be vicious and brutal, but she could survive him. She knew she could. Buck was another story. Chapter 13. Ryland. Throbbing at the back of Ryland's head clanged as he slowly came around. He woke, his face next to a large black mass he didn't recognize until he reached out and touched the textured surface. The dirty rubber of his rear tire wasn't as bad as it could have been to open his eyes to. Groaning, Ryland pushed himself to his feet. No one was around as he scanned the area. Evening had fallen in the short time he'd been out. He climbed into his truck, fear for whatever was potentially happening to Amy making his hands shake as he put the key in the ignition. He turned the key. Had his attacker disabled the truck? The motor started right up and continued idling. Nope. If Kevin had been the one that attacked him, the man hadn't been smart enough to disable Ryland's truck. He should have. Because now Ryland's anger was going to boil over and take out the man who had the audacity to attack him and not ensure he wouldn't be followed. The arrogance was insulting. Ryland's headlights bounced along the road as he drove quickly through the dark. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out, lying on the ground. Any amount of time was too long. Buck hadn't seemed like a nice guy when Amy had spoken about him, but seeing him in person and Ryland had every reason to fear the results if he found Amy. The sun had set, leaving behind a cooler evening. The summer heat would be there soon, and Ryland hoped he got the chance to walk in the warm sun at least once with Amy. Buck was ominous. He had an aura about him that promised punishment. Ryland couldn't let her go to him. No matter what. And Kevin? What about Kevin was a part of the whole thing? Why was Kevin mixed up with a man like Buck, unless Buck was giving him the impression that they were equals? A bully like Kevin and a monster like Buck would make for a very dangerous partnership. Barreling down the dirt road toward the ranch, Ryland ran over the possibilities in his mind. He couldn't get past what could happen if Buck or Kevin got a hold of Amy. That's where his imagination shut down. He didn't want to know, and he refused to find out. He'd get to her first or he'd die trying to save her. As he turned the curve that harbored the cabin he shared with Amy, Ryland's headlights illuminated Kevin's truck tucked to the side under the trees. Alarming concerns stung like nettles along the backs of his legs and pricked his neck. He barely put the truck in park before he jumped from the rig to run up the steps. He felt like he was moving through a thick viscous material that was stopping him from going as fast as he normally did and was preventing him from breathing normally. At the front door, Ryland pushed the panel open and paused, waiting to hear something. Where would they be? Ryland couldn't call out for Amy in case something was happening or in case Kevin didn't know he was there. Surprise had to be on his side. Sounds of a struggle from the back room drew his attention. Amy cried out, the words muffled. Ryland rushed toward the back of the cabin, working to be quiet but also trying to get there fast. There didn't look to be any signs of a struggle in the living room. Where was Cody? Stopping in the doorway to her bedroom, Ryland squatted into a half-crouch, prepared to pounce onto Kevin as he lay on top of Amy. With his arm pressed against her throat, he straddled her with a knee on either side of her hips. Cody's crib was on the far side of the room, and the baby began to cry. As if flipping a switch, Cody's cries triggered Amy's vulnerability. Cody, it's okay, honey. Mommy's here. Kevin flipped Amy to the side. Shut up, Cody. I'm going to make Mommy wish she wasn't here. Opening her eyes, Amy's gaze landed on Ryland and she gasped in relief. Her jagged crying ripped through him. Ryland, get Cody. Get him out of here. She looked toward Cody as much as she could. Snapping his startled gaze toward Ryland, Kevin gathered his surprise and sneered. Yes, Ryland. Don't save her. Save the baby. He rolled his eyes. Now, you have to understand where I'm coming from with sending the brat to foster care. Ryland stepped forward, his shoulders tense and his breath short. You can only save one. You can either have her and I'll take the baby to his dad. Or you can take the kid and I'll take her. Let's be honest. I don't like kids. I'm not sure I won't drop him a few times. An evil slant to Kevin's smile curdled the fear twisting in Ryland's gut. Amy's fractured whisper reached Ryland in the sudden silence. Please, he's my son. Please. She begged him with her brown eyes more than her tone. She would never forgive Ryland if he chose her over the innocent child. Ryland didn't want to choose one or the other, but in that instance, he had to. He didn't think any more about his decision. If he thought too much, he would try to save them both. But he couldn't go after Amy without leaving Cody vulnerable, and he couldn't go after Cody without leaving Amy vulnerable. He had to go for the weaker of the two. Ryland grabbed the black diaper bag and scooped Cody into his arms. Amy. He promised her with his own eyes that he'd find her. Hopefully, she read his as clearly as he'd read hers. Every step he ran from that room with Cody in his arms tore Ryland apart. All he could think to do was get the boy to safety. Then he'd go after Amy. Jumping in his truck, Ryland didn't put Cody down. The small boy whimpered in his arms and Ryland drove as fast as he could the couple hundred yards to the main house. He couldn't take the time to cross hundreds of feet by foot. Only one light was on in the house, but Ryland didn't stop. He parked the truck and carrying Cody and the diaper bag, he jumped from the seat. Rushing to the front door, he pounded on the metal knocker. Glancing over his shoulder, he tried to see the cabin from the stoop, but it was just out of sight. Please be up. Please be up. It wasn't late, but with farm folks, anything after dark might as well be past midnight. He slammed the knocker down twice, 3 times, 4 times. Ryland didn't stop knocking until the door swung open and the knocker was pulled from his hand. A shotgun in hand, Dean stared out at Ryland as if he'd lost his mind. And maybe he had. Goodness, what's going on, son? It's getting late. He peeked out the door as if a fire was just waiting to get inside. Ryland glanced past Dean at Mary lurking in the hall, just out of range of danger, but there in case her husband needed her. Ryland's plea cut past Dean's question. Can you take him, please? Amy's ex is here in town and Kevin is taking her to him. I had to pick her or the baby. He tried not to sob with worry, hiccuping as he shot another look over his shoulder. The lights from Kevin's truck pulled out down the drive. Amy was on her way to Buck. Ryland glanced back at the Besses, focusing on Mary. Please. I have to save her. He jerked his gaze between Mary and Dean. In desperation, he thrust the baby toward Mary. He couldn't wait for an answer. He had to leave right then. The older woman claimed the child and nodded hurriedly, taking the diaper bag. I'm going to call the police. Dean, grab the men and go. Save that girl. One step ahead of you, mother. Dean snapped his suspenders into place and yanked on his boots. Let's go, son. Ryland held out his hand. He didn't have a gun, at least on him. He kept his pistol in the glove compartment. I can't let you do that. I can't ask you to put yourself in danger. I don't want to do that to you. He needed the help, but putting Mr. Bess in harm's way wouldn't help Amy or Cody in the long run. Dean straightened to his full height and thrust his face into Ryland's. She's my friend, too. You're not the only one who's come to care for her. And that pain in the rear, Kevin, is my problem, not yours. You're new here and you're welcome here, but this is my town. Godfrey is my home. This will not be tolerated here. Seems I have more right than you do to fix this problem. Now, let's grab the guys. Dean didn't wait, and patted Ryland on the shoulder as he passed. Dean climbed into the passenger of Ryland's truck and waited for Ryland to join him. Ryland didn't waste time and drove down to the barn. Standing at the barn door and using up precious minutes, Dean broke into the reverie of the men in their evening routines. Offering up horses and extra arms, Dean led with a commanding voice. Everyone, grab a ride. We'll go at this old school. Instead of taking the road, we'll cut cross-country. That will get us caught up faster. It was almost like Ryland walked with his cousins and rode with them to save someone. He could handle that. He could handle the support of a family, even if it wasn't his own. For the first time in a long time, though, he had to admit that this one time, he was closer to feeling like he was home than he had since Emma passed. And Kevin couldn't take that away. Not when Amy was most of the reason. Chapter 14. Kyle. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief when he met Jareth at Bella Acres. Drake had gone into town and the trails who were available had been hired to run the ranch. Jareth came over frequently to assist in managing when Drake wasn't able to be there. Plus, Jareth had more experience than Drake did. You look more relieved to be here than at home. What's going on? Jareth wrapped a rope from his elbow to his hand, round and round like a continuous loop. Well, Sherry's parents are fine with her living with them until the wedding, which is great. But Sherry isn't allowed to keep her bugs there anymore and she doesn't have anywhere else to put them. I'm not sure what else to do but to let her put them at my place. He winced and whispered. Her tarantula watches me at night. Jareth grimaced. I saw that thing one time. She was holding it like people hold kittens. Yeah. So you understand why I'm glad to be here and not there. Do you think it will get better? Kyle sighed, leaning against the fence railing as he stared at Jareth. Kyle was engaged and couldn't be happier to marry Sherry. She was everything he wanted in a woman. Truth was, he could handle the bugs. He just knew they could get out. He hadn't experienced that yet, and he hoped he was man enough to handle it without shooting one. Sherry would never be happy with him if he killed her pet, Tommy. It will get better. I'm not sure how, but something will be good. Maybe after you guys get married, she'll help with the stress of them being there alone with you. That would not be good for my ego, to be honest. I'd probably run screaming from the house. Jareth obviously teased Kyle, but that's what brothers did. What makes you think I haven't? Kyle joked back and then folded his arms. Hey, have you heard from Ruby at all? Talking to Jareth about Ruby was hard. Both of the Darby boys had a hard time getting too personal about what had happened when Ruby left home, when she'd been sent away. Kyle felt like her circumstances had been his fault, while Jareth didn't want to even acknowledge that anything had happened. And Kyle got it. Ruby's assault hadn't been easy to swallow. The fact that Kyle knew who did it, but couldn't prove it, only drove a sliver into his heart of injustice. That bitterness shielded itself with guilt, and Kyle couldn't get rid of either of the emotions, which made it hard to talk to his sister. Or even to reach out. I talked to Mom. Jareth hooked the rolled rope on the metal J hook attached to the building and dusted his hands on his jeans. Better you than me. Kyle all but growled at the mention of his mom. There was plenty of blame to go around concerning the Ruby situation. His mother had earned her fair share and Kyle couldn't deny it. The fact that she did only made him madder. Jareth snorted and shook his head. He'd never liked how Kyle felt about their parents, but he kept his mouth shut regarding things. He understood, so he didn't fight Kyle. Anyway, Uncle Timothy died. I asked if we could go to the funeral and Mom said that Ruby left no uncertain terms in the letter that we were not welcome. No one was. She didn't want to see us or them and that was final. He shook his head, leaning on the same fence as Kyle. She doesn't want anything to do with us. Do you blame her? We didn't do anything to help her in her hour of need. So much for being family and older brothers. We failed her, and you know it. Kyle couldn't believe he was moving on with his life while his sister was stuck in hers. And now it was just Ruby and Aunt Cindy. What kind of an existence was that? Well, we all did what we thought was right. You just happened to be the bigger man of the two of us. Jareth sighed. Looking back, I should have been the one to run Guy down and take care of him the right way. I should have hounded him to the ends of the earth. But I didn't. Jareth stared off in the distance, his gaze unseeing as if he stared more inward than out. Kyle leaned his head back and readjusted his hat. Well, regardless of what happened then, we gotta deal with now. She's hurting. I honestly think instead of focusing on Nate for a bit, we turn to Ruby. If the whole family can work on her, maybe she'll come around. He wasn't sure, though. What was Ruby's perspective on what had happened? Kyle had never really asked her anything other than what it would take to get her perpetrator's name. He'd never listened, if she wanted to talk. Didn't that make him equally to blame? I think there's more than just Ruby and Nathan to worry about. Jareth's soft voice broke through Kyle's self-blaming musings. Glancing sharply at Jareth, Kyle squinted. Who else left? The Trails couldn't handle losing anyone else. They were getting down to the last few of their clan, and the last thing they needed was another member intent on leaving. We haven't lost her yet. Jareth turned to the side, to face Kyle. He shook his head, glancing down and kicking his boot in the dirt. After a second, he raised his eyes and focused on Kyle. The thing is, Stephanie said something about Hannah losing it the other day. She's frantic to find Nate and doesn't understand why no one else is out helping Ryland. Everyone feels out of sorts about just how to go forward. She's lonely and more than a little confused. I think we need to rally around her as well. What if we got Ruby and Hannah together? Kyle thought about the possibility, but he doubted it would work. Maybe, but they don't have a lot in common. They might be close to the same age, but Hannah was fairly sheltered growing up, while Ruby had been allowed to run all over the place. Maybe they had things in common, maybe not. Whatever you think, I think it's worth a try. Kyle muttered. Because honestly, our family is falling apart and I want more than that for the Montana Trails. For us. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. And he would. Because if anyone was sad, he wanted to share in their pain. And if anyone was happy, Kyle wanted to share in their joy. A solid family did that, not a broken one. He'd do what it took to build the foundation of the Montana Trails, even if he had to work overtime to do it. Amy. The roots of Amy's hair stung where they'd been pulled at the scalp. Kevin hadn't been messing around and he dragged Amy to the cab of his truck. The savage way he'd snarled his fingers in her hair and hit her against anything they passed gave away his anger that he hadn't had time to hurt her the way he wanted. He dragged her with his hands, clamped around her wrist down the steps and into the rig. For such a weasel, he was surprisingly strong. The more she struggled, the harder he held. She tried to kick free, striking his shin with the toe of her boot, but he drew back his arm and backhanded her across the upper cheekbone. She stopped fighting, dazed and seeing black spots in her vision. Even though he'd smacked her hard, Amy hadn't been hit enough to knock her out. When Buck had hit her, he'd always struck her below the neck. He'd always been very careful about not leaving marks people could see. The hit from Kevin smarted in the worst way, the swelling evident almost immediately as her skin plumped up with pain. Kevin drove through the small town. Most of the lights were off along the street. The lights in the bar were neon and bright, beckoning to one and all to come and hang out. For a second, Amy thought maybe he was driving back to Dylan as they drove through the small town city limits and then pulled onto the highway on ramp. Before they could turn fully onto the interstate, Kevin pulled into a parking lot with a building shaped like a safety cone complete with doors and windows at the end. 3 good old boy trucks flanked the strange building and a light glowed from inside the cone. A sign hung crookedly from a hook above the front door, declaring the cone as the historical mining office. The building was seemingly abandoned with its cracked windows and the screen door hanging slanted from its hinges. When he turned to park, Kevin's headlights lit up Buck's truck. The 2 other trucks on the far side showed Buck wasn't alone. He'd brought along a good number of his drinking buddies, the ones that encouraged his bully mentality. The ones that had always ogled her as if they wanted Buck's leftovers. Just the sight of his truck made Amy's knees go weak, and not in a romantic way. Buck was waiting. The skin on her back prickled and she wanted to cry. At least Cody wasn't there. At least he was safe. She would hold on to that. She had to keep it together or Buck would feed off her fear. Kevin climbed down from his seat and rounded her side quickly, as if she would try to get out before he got there. He had a hard time getting her in the truck, and now she was fighting to stay in the truck. Reaching in, Kevin grabbed her forearm, gripping so tight she swore her bones ground together. She pushed her feet on the floor, making it harder for him to pull. He did anyway, dragging her from inside until she fell to the rock-strewn ground. She forced him to pull her every step of the way. She was not going to make any of it easy on him. And why should she? For every mark on her skin, Kevin would pay. One thing that she could count on from Buck was his need to be the only one to hurt her. She'd learned that the hard way. Falling forward, Amy ignored the sudden lancing of pain that sliced up the bony part of her arm and elbow. She'd struck a rocky portion of the ground and combined with Kevin's tugging, her skin had torn on the jagged points. She didn't even bother trying to wipe at the warm blood spotting on her skin. Come on, you little strumpet. All this effort is just getting you good and tired. Using his backside, Kevin pushed through the doors and hauled Amy after him. Huffing and puffing, he tossed her to the floor of the building, where she sprawled, further scraping her elbows and knees on the glass and wood-strewn laminate surface. She sat up slowly, pushing her hair out of her face. She'd been working so much the last few weeks. She was barely breathing hard after fighting Kevin. Buck lounged in a chair that had been left when the building was abandoned. His dark eyebrows drew together and he swung himself on the chair, watching Kevin bring her in. His chuckle could have been made of acid. I bet you thought you'd never see me again. Or maybe you hoped for that. There, girl. Amy pushed herself to her feet, a little unsteady after all the solid hits to the head. Her pulse pounded in her cheek and jaw where Kevin hadn't held back on his punches. She couldn't remember when he delivered the second one, but she must have been fighting to get it. One of the men turned the LED lantern to face Amy. Buck's smile faded when he saw the marks on Amy's face. He dropped his legs from the table and thrust himself to his feet. Rounding the desk, he approached Amy cautiously and gently took her face in his hand. He inspected her skin, speaking to Kevin. The chilly undercurrents in his voice familiar to Amy. "Did you do this, boy? I brought her to you." Kevin put his hands on his hips like he'd brought the king's ransom. His tone didn't even bother to fake deference to Buck. A big mistake on his part, and Amy wasn't even in the mood to warn him. She knew Buck's triggers. Even the ones he himself didn't know. Kevin was looking for Buck's anger, even if he didn't know it. "Where's the kid?" Buck didn't look away from Amy's face. He searched her skin as if something in her expression would tell him what he needed to know. It took everything in her not to flinch when Buck mentioned Cody. "Ryland took him, but I brought her. I can go with you guys now, right?" Kevin's eagerness belied the toughness in his tone. "What did you do to her? I've never seen her looking like such a mess." Buck lowered his hand and walked around her, inspecting every part of her like she was a horse at market. Amy stood there, her shoulders back and her chin up. He could treat her like a mare all he wanted. She wasn't his animal or his property, and she'd never go back to feeling like she was. No matter what. Screeching at Buck, Kevin motioned his hands in the general vicinity of Amy. "She fought me. She wouldn't stop fighting. I had to do what I did to get her under control." Buck's surprised laughter bounced off the cracked plaster wall. "Amy doesn't fight back." His mirth hardened with anger, the telltale sign of his judgment about to be handed out. "Take him out back, boys. I'd say about 5 minutes. That should teach him." Kevin's wail was louder than Buck's roar. He glanced around at the approaching men from all sides. "What? Teach me what?" Amy didn't look at Kevin. She trained her gaze on Buck. "You'll be beaten for 5 minutes." She'd be lucky if that's all she would get. If Buck was in a good mood. Buck nodded, approval in his slim smile. "That's right, sweetheart, but not for you." "Nope. I promised you worse. I just need to wait for my son. Don't worry, I'm patient." He reached out, trailing his scratching fingers down her already pain-filled cheek. She didn't pull away as she stared into his eyes, hiding the fact that her stomach sank. She wouldn't cower, even if worse was not going to be good. At least she would have the element of surprise. He didn't think she fought back. She could use that. She'd proven to herself she was strong enough to leave, she was strong enough to fight back. If nothing else, she could get herself a couple seconds. Maybe that would be enough to get away. Chapter 15. Ryland. Dean motioned for Ryland to go into the bar. They pulled up their horses and waited, Dean holding the reins for Ryland's borrowed horse. There weren't any more people inside the bar when Ryland entered than there were earlier that afternoon. He scanned the interior, looking for Buck or anyone that might have been in there the first time. The only familiar face was the bartender's. Ryland rushed up to the counter, intense as he spoke. "That group of guys, the ones that were here earlier. Where did they go?" The bartender shook his head, wiping a cloth on the flat surface of the bar. I heard them talk about heading toward the mining cone. It's on the other side of town. Whatever those guys have planned, it's nothing good. He shook his head. I called the sheriff. We don't allow that stuff in Godfrey. Solid community was something Godfrey had in common with Taylor Falls and Colby. We're here to stop it. If we get there before the law, that's what's going to happen. Thank you for your help. Ryland shook the man's hand and returned out front. Determination strengthened his stride. He reclaimed his horse and climbed in the saddle. He said something about a mining cone. What is that? Dean jerked his head east. The abandoned mining office. They did it as a cone because they used to think that it would help with storms and drifts. I'm not sure how it worked out. Let's cut across the park. Follow me. He moved his arm in an arc as he waved them to follow after him. His horse moved in sync with his commands, as if she'd been waiting all day to hear those exact words. She sprang forward, galloping down the side of the road, her shoes thudding on the packed dirt shoulder. The group reached the abandoned lot with the large cone right in the middle of it in minutes after cutting through a small park and some front yards. No one stopped the tsunami of horses and riders, even as they probably tore up scenery and destroyed spring buds. Gravel and tamped-down dirt made up the parking lot. 4 trucks parked in front of what was supposed to be an abandoned building stood sentinel as they rode up. Ryland tucked his chin and glared from under the brim of his hat. They were in the right area. That was Kevin's truck. They pulled up, tying their horses to posts. Grunting and a cry from behind the building caught their attention. The voice wasn't that of a woman. Dean sent 3 of the 7 men he'd brought along to go around back. He whispered to a second set of 3, take out the valve stems of the tires. Make it so these jokers can't get too far. He pulled the last man along with him as he followed Ryland to the boarded front door. Besides the cries of the man out back, the soundless air was eerily still. Until suddenly Amy's scream reached through the broken glass of the window. Ryland kicked through the door, not waiting to see if it had been opened or not. He stepped inside, finding a room barely lit with a lantern and Amy lying on the ground. Buck stood above her, a belt in his hand. Turning his head to look over his shoulder, Buck taunted Ryland with a cold sneer. Well, if it isn't the replacement. I hate to break it to you, ranch hand, but you can't have her. She's mine. He stepped around Amy, half kicking her as he moved his legs. Ryland didn't wait for him to finish. He rushed Buck, tackling him around the waist with arms sweeping out wide to the sides. While Ryland wasn't as big as Amy's ex, he was faster. He also had a slim element of surprise. Buck wasn't the type of guy that men stood up to because of his sheer size. Somehow Ryland got off a punch to Buck's midsection and one to Buck's jaw before they fell to the ground, scrambling and stretching, trying to get a handhold of whatever way they could to gain the upper hand. Suddenly a shotgun went off. Drywall shot from the ceiling clattered to the floor. The echo of the blast reverberated around the room. Buck and Ryland's breathing was the only sound as everyone froze. Ryland stared into Buck's ill, amused eyes, inches from the man who had tried to hurt Amy. If Ryland had the chance, he'd return the favor in more ways than one. The sound of boot soles scraping on the dirty laminate pulled their attention. Get up. Dean motioned upward with the barrel of his gun. Both of you. The next blast won't be up. Ryland and Buck stood, hands in the air. Ryland wasn't afraid Dean would shoot him. He was more worried that Buck would use whatever distraction came up to his advantage and hurt Dean, Amy, or one of the other ranch hands. Dean didn't move far from the doorway, his last unassigned ranch hand standing behind him. He brandished the shotgun like a shield. "We're done. My wife called the cops. You, sir, are not welcome in my town. You made the mistake of coming this way." He glanced at Ryland, nodding reassuringly. "I'll deal with the rest of it, Ryland. You don't have anything else to do with this mess." "I came to get my property." Buck lowered his hands and stepped forward, curling his fingers into fists. He nudged Amy with his boot. She didn't make a sound, as she stared up at Ryland with tears in her eyes. Reaching down, emboldened by the steady control Dean had of his gun and his calm, Ryland gently wrapped his hands around Amy's waist. He pulled her to him, moving her across the floor toward Dean, but not blocking his view of Buck. He held her securely to his side as he protected her between him and the wall. If anyone wanted to get to her, they'd have to go through him. Dean arched an eyebrow, spitting to the side. "Take another step, boy, and let's see how much of this lead you'll call your teeth." Blue and red lights flashed through the windows, creating a strobe light effect as the lights spun round and round. Sirens announced their arrival a moment after the lights. Buck moved as if to bolt out the door past Dean, but the older man held firm and thrust the gun forward. "Don't push me. My fingers are mighty itchy, and I have witnesses who would say it was self-defense." Shouts carried to them from outside. The sheriff burst through the door, holding his gun out. He rolled his eyes when he saw Dean. "Come on, Bess. You can't act like you're the law around here. I can take this." "Geesh, you didn't even wait for me." "I know I'm not the law. My wife called you." "She's the law." Dean shrugged and stepped back to allow his friend into the building. The sheriff arrested Buck and, in short time, he and his deputies had rounded up the rest of the group traveling with Buck. Kevin's yelling and struggling brought Ryland and Amy with Dean outside to stand by the horses to watch. "Why are you taking me?" "They were beating me up." "I'm pressing charges." Kevin yanked his arms out of the police officer's grasp only to get brought back in control. His hands bound behind him with handcuffs, Kevin spluttered and groaned. "That hurt." His plaintive whine scratched through the air. "You were already told you're being arrested for assault and kidnapping. You'll need to deal with those charges before you can bring charges against your accomplices." The deputy pushed the still struggling and whining man into the back of the last patrol car. Dean turned to Ryland, shooting a concerned glance at Amy and her wild-eyed expression. He leaned close to Ryland and murmured, "You better get her home." As if he were her father, Dean reached forward and pulled Amy into his arms, squeezing her tight. Louder, he spoke soothingly. "You're okay, now, Amy. Everything is going to be okay." Rocking her back and forth for a minute, he patted her back. "It's okay. You're safe, girl. You're safe." He held her for a moment and then carefully handed her off to Ryland, jerking his head west. "Get going. Get her away from here. I think she's in shock, but the moment she starts coming out of it, she'll be more aware of her surroundings." Ryland didn't need any further encouragement. He needed her safe and he needed to make sure Cody was okay. Amy probably needed her son more than anything else. Chapter 16. Amy. Amy followed alongside Ryland to the horses. She ignored the numerous cars all around and the chill of the night air on her aching skin. Where's Cody? She hadn't allowed the panic to set in over worry about her son. Why was Ryland there when she had asked him to take care of Cody? Cody was the most important thing. Not her. If Buck got Cody, she would never forgive herself. Or Ryland. Ryland wrapped his arm around her as they walked. Come on, let's get going. You can ride with me. He swung into his saddle and helped her mount up behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist and watched as the night passed by. No matter how fast Ryland went, she didn't think it was fast enough. She just wanted to get back to her son, wherever he was. She had an inkling he was with Mary, but until she held him, it wasn't going to be enough. Nothing was enough. Nothing could be enough. She stared, unseeing past his shoulder, and barely blinked as the ride passed in a blur. At the ranch, Ryland didn't stop at their little cabin. He rode the horse straight to the main house, pulling up at the stairs and helping her dismount. She couldn't give in to the anxiety eating at the edges of her numbness. It was like she couldn't smell or feel. If she did, she would fall to the ground, screaming. The pain in her cheek and along her back where Buck had belted her weren't in the forefront of her mind. Nothing mattered. Nothing except Cody. Amy didn't wait for Ryland to dismount the horse and join her. She rushed up the steps and opened the door. Mary? Cody? Where are you? Like an aquarium of water closed around her, she put her hands in the air and pressed outward. Why couldn't she breathe? Where was her son? It's okay. I've got him. Mary came around the corner, holding a sleeping Cody. Why did everyone keep saying it was okay? Nothing was okay. Mary handed the child to Amy, who greedily clutched him to her chest. Mary patted Amy's back. The bands of anxiety loosened from Amy's chest and she dragged in a deep breath. Cuddling her little boy, she finally let the wall of numbness down. Shock had been a shield for her emotional protection, but she leaned against the wall and slid down to the floor. Her knees tucked toward her chest and she hung her head. Careful not to squish her baby, Amy allowed the shaking to take over. Her body shook, her jaw tremored. The tears started before she could even drag in a shaky breath. She didn't care who saw her in such a weakened state. Sobs broke free and she let herself acknowledge her fear. She'd been so scared, for so long. Running from Buck had been one of the riskier things she'd ever done. Now, he was arrested. Hopefully, she didn't have to be afraid anymore. Would she ever drop her paranoia? Would she ever be able to be happy? She shivered, grateful for the safe place to fall. She didn't fight her tears. After an indeterminable time, her racking sobs subsided. Amy lifted her head, slowing her breathing from the gasping pant she'd adopted while she cried. Her cheek throbbed and she didn't want to acknowledge the pain in her back, legs, and arms. Raising her gaze, Amy glanced at Mary, who stood above her with her closed fist pressed to her lips as she watched Amy with concern. I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for, child. Come on. I can treat your wounds. Mary motioned for Ryland to step forward. Ryland, my boy, you can hold Cody right by Amy while I dress the worst of them. She reached down and took the baby from Amy's resistant arms. Gently, she spoke to Amy as she coaxed Cody from her hold. Amy, we need to take care of those open sores, or you'll get sick and be unable to take care of your son. You don't want that. Amy didn't want that. She wanted to be able to take care of Cody, be there for him. She couldn't be any weaker than absolutely necessary. She nodded jerkily, moaning as she rolled to her hands and knees to stand. She crawled up the stairs until she could stand fully, and then inched her way up the steps. Sinking carefully onto a stool outside Mary's kitchen, Amy waited with her breath held until Ryland followed her and stood close by with Cody in plain sight. That slightly mollified her fear. She didn't even wince as Mary pulled her shirt from her back and gently swiped salve on the welts and broken skin. Before Amy knew it, her cuts and bruises had all been tended to and she was being given a nod of approval from Mary. Ryland reached out and helped Amy stand. He wrapped an arm around her back, careful not to jostle Cody too much as he replaced the baby into Amy's arms. Come on. Let's go home. She didn't remember the walk back, only that she was holding Cody, and that's what she needed. And that she was safe, because Ryland was right there with her, every step of the way. Stretching in her bed, careful not to stretch with her sores and aching muscles, Amy glanced down at Cody sleeping beside her. He'd only woken up once during the night to eat. She'd been so grateful for the time with him, to be back with him, to wake up to a new day without Buck hanging over her head. Or her heart. She could let herself feel again. The interest she'd had in Ryland could grow and she didn't have to worry that Buck would come after him or her. The only thing she had to worry about was Ryland's desire to stay. After the events from the night before, why would he want to stay? Drama had followed him since she'd joined him. What man wanted that around? Ryland rapped quietly on her bedroom door. He was careful not to wake Cody with the soft knocking. The sound startled Amy, and she carefully unwound from her position around Cody. Throwing back the covers, Amy climbed from the bed. She approached the door and glanced down quickly at her shirt and sweatpants to make sure she was at least dressed. She wasn't presentable, but dressed would work. Joining Ryland in the hall, Amy reached up to pull her curls back into a tight bun. She pulled the door half shut and crossed her arms. Good morning. Ryland searched her face and pointed toward the kitchen. Good morning. I made some breakfast, if you're ready. I didn't want to wake you up, but I wanted you to eat it while it's hot. He was fully dressed and even had his boots on. Amy followed him into the kitchen. Why was he dressed? It couldn't be later than 7. Mr. Bess had ordered a later morning for the ranch hands that had chosen the longer shift, at least for the men that had gone and helped rescue Amy the night before. She needed to take a chance and thank them for their efforts. They were a large part in her making it back home to her son. Amy sat at the table and Ryland placed a plate in front of her filled with eggs, sausage, and hash browns. She couldn't focus on the food. So, she watched him, waiting for his news to drop. He didn't say anything as he claimed his own seat across from her. His blue gaze traced her face as if he tried memorizing its lines. What wasn't he saying? Foreboding shortened her breathing and she pushed her fists into her lap. Even with the ibuprofen Mary had given her to take for the pain, she had a hard time taking a full breath. Amy licked her lips. What aren't you telling me? Looking down at his plate, Ryland picked up his fork and pushed at his scrambled eggs. He came to a decision and finally looked at her, his eyes guarded. I'm going on. I need to get Nate. There it was. She'd been waiting for it, but hadn't really thought it would hurt so badly. You won't stay? Don't cry. Don't whisper. Use a normal voice. You're stronger than this. He'd left his hat off and a collection of curls framed his face. Why would I stay? What's here for me? Was he asking her? Or was he saying it rhetorically? Finally, he looked down and claimed a bite. After he swallowed, he spoke again as if he might be trying to convince himself. I don't belong here. I have a home. Amy nodded shortly. She picked up her cup of juice and sipped it, wildly trying to figure out just what was going on. Okay. Even as she agreed, her heart seemed to be splitting in two. She swallowed. When? Why did he have to leave? Did he really need her to beg him? She would. She would do whatever it took, but what if he didn't want to stay and he just wasn't saying that? Later this morning. Are you going to stay here? He watched her, as if all the secrets of the universe hid in her face. Why would he ask that? Amy lifted her chin. I have nowhere else to go. Did he want to take her? Was he asking her to go with him? Nothing was set in stone, and she needed to ask him. She thought they were going somewhere together. She thought he cared for her. They were going to figure things out the night before until the world had imploded with her abduction. Now, he was running away. She opened her mouth to ask just what exactly was going on between them, but Cody cried, breaking the moment. She held up a finger. I'll be right back. Amy shook her head and went back to tend to her son. She unwrapped him and changed his diaper, getting him clean and ready for the morning. She made him a bottle and fed him in a small chair Mary had delivered. Mary had kept all of her daughter's things and she'd been so excited that Amy would be able to use them. Amy couldn't leave the Bess ranch. She'd become close with Mary and couldn't imagine not seeing her often. She would have to tell Ryland, and maybe she could convince him to stay. What if all he wanted was to hear that she wanted him to stay? It was so simple, but so huge. She just had to put aside her pride and ask him to stay. If he still left, it wouldn't be because Amy hadn't done everything in her power to get him to stay. Wasn't that what he was trying to do with his cousin? She didn't want to stop him from doing his duty for his family, but she also wanted the chance to see if they could be family for each other. She returned to the living room, carrying Cody, prepared to all but beg Ryland to stay. But he was already walking outside. She didn't want to be there when he drove away. A different type of panic welled inside her. Watching him head toward the barn, she stopped herself from calling out to him. He'd already made up his mind. There was nothing she could do. She couldn't stop him. He was a determined man and she wouldn't be able to get in his way. Amy didn't want to cry. She needed to get to the main house. She needed someone who could look at her with practicality and still be optimistic. Mary would be there for her. The best thing for Amy was not to be alone. A slight frost tipped the pine needles and the grasses on the trail. Her breath puffed in white clouds as she walked toward the big house. Even though summer was right around the corner, the higher elevation in the mountains left the temperatures lower at night. In no time, the tamaracks would replace their missing needles with bright green buds. Amy hoped she'd be around for when they changed to orange and red in the fall. Casting side glances at the barn as she walked to the house, Amy still longed to catch a glimpse of Ryland. Just one more. Knocking on the door, she waited for Mary to answer. There'd been too much drama in her life. She missed the idea of family and belonging. Mary and Dean had slipped into that role almost effortlessly. Amy was ready for boring, ready for her heart to be healed already. At least Ryland had spared her the pain of falling for him even more before leaving and saved her the pain of abandonment. Mary opened the door and reached out to wrap her arms around Amy. She tugged on the scarf she'd knotted at her neck. "I was headed down to check on you. I'm so glad you're okay. Now you know you're safe. I have some great news, too." She drew Amy into the warm house and peeked at Cody. "Look at your bright eyes, baby boy." She tickled his cheek and cooed. Gathering herself, Amy wrinkled her nose as she gave in to her emotions. "Yeah. I'm safe, but my heart is broken." Tears streamed down Amy's cheeks in hot paths of regret and loneliness. "Why? Where's Ryland now?" "He'll fix it for you." Mary led the way up a short flight of stairs to claim a seat on the couch in front of the large living room windows. "He can't fix it. He's the one who broke it." Amy shook her head, swiping her fingertips under her eyes. "He's leaving. He said there's nothing for him here and he's got to go after Nate." Mary covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide. "No." She slapped the couch cushion beside her. "Dean wants to offer him the foreman position." Dean went into the sheriff's office to make his statement. She rolled her eyes. All the excitement, and Dean had to go in and talk with all the other ranchers over coffee. She watched Amy and pursed her lips. This will never do. Dean really wants to hire Ryland. He wasn't sure he would ever be able to find someone like Nate. And when Nate said he had to move on, Dean was devastated. This could destroy him. The sound of an engine starting up captured their attention. They turned and watched out the window as Ryland drove away in his truck. Amy turned into Mary's suddenly open arms and sobbed into her shoulder. Why would he leave after going to so much trouble to save her? Chapter 17. Ryland. Driving away from Bess Ranch was one of the hardest things Ryland had ever done. Every mile he put between him and Amy and Cody felt like hot lead pouring on his skin. He didn't even want to think about the pain it was doing to his heart. He'd probably lost a few years off his life. He ran over the plan in his head for the 100th time. He'd go get Nate and not take no for an answer. After he returned Nate to Bella Acres, Ryland would return to Godfrey and beg Amy to consider being with him. While he had the guilt of an incomplete goal for his family eating at him, he'd never be happy with Amy. She deserved so much better. About an hour out from the ranch, he finally picked up the phone and called Damon. He set his jaw to the side and didn't even say hello or bother with pleasantries, and Damon answered. "I'm on my way to get him, brother." Damon's indifference reached the miles between them. "Yeah? I thought you had something else going on. Did something change?" Ryland narrowed his eyes, gripping the steering wheel with his right hand. "Yeah, I don't need you to give me a hard time about it. There's this woman. And I can see what the big fuss is about from all of you lovesick idiots." Ryland shook his head, taking the next turn and watching for any animals that early in the morning. The last thing he needed was a deer to run out in the middle of the road. "Wait a minute, you found someone?" Damon's disbelief struck a chord in Ryland, and he laughed bitterly. He took the time to fill Damon in on everything that had happened since their call on the highway and picking up Amy. Ryland fought an even stronger melancholic sting as he was driving after his grieving and resistant cousin, and he wanted to be with a woman who was braver than anyone else he'd ever met. Damon cut him off after Ryland said he'd left to get Nate as the last thing on his list. Go back. Ryland furrowed his brow and scratched his face. What? I gotta go get Nate. Don't mess around, Damon. I'm serious. I'm hurting and I don't need you making it worse. He ended on a growl. If Damon hadn't demanded he chase after Nate, Ryland wouldn't have felt so guilty about sticking around with Amy. Damon sighed with regret. I didn't know what you had going on was a woman. Nate's a big boy. We'll be fine here. You're not going to miss out on something that could be terrific because of me or the trails. Let me tell you, love is worth it. He paused, probably debating just how much more needed to be said. Go back for her. Look, Jareth and I got this. We probably need to let Nathan be for a bit. Confused further, Ryland gave in and spilled what was bugging him. I'm not even sure if I do love her. I'm just telling you what happened and why it hurts. If I'm not in love with her, I don't want to lead her on. Or make promises to his heart that he couldn't fulfill. Damon laughed. If you even think you might be in love with her, if you think there might be a chance, it's worth going back and finding out. Plus, you don't ever let yourself get attached even to this point. There's something more here. Give it a chance. Trust me, brother. When you find love, you don't want to walk out on it. Ryland pulled over to the side of the road, parking the truck and leaning forward on the steering wheel. He closed his eyes. What if she doesn't want me? His fear was out there. He hadn't had a chance to talk things out with her the night before, and with all the suspense, he hadn't considered the conversation a priority. Not compared to getting her back to her son or getting her away from her dangerous ex. Did you ask her? Damon's logical question drew Ryland up short. He sat up and stared at the trees along the side of the road without really seeing them. Well, no. Go ask, little brother. Be brave. This is the biggest thing you'll ever do. Even if nothing works out between the two of you, at least you can say you tried. You won't look back later and ask if you'd done everything you could have. I would hate to have you come back to the family, with Nate in tow, and have nothing else to show for the rest of your life. The change in Damon's tone was telling. We don't need 2 depressed trails at the ranch. Okay, I'll do it. I don't know what else to do about Nate. I swear I tried. He felt like a crushing disappointment to his family. He closed his eyes in defeat. I'm sorry, I failed. Hey, Nate is not your responsibility. Emma isn't your fault. It's okay that he's gone. Jareth was hoping you would have something to do, a purpose, feel like you were more than just a ranch hand by having you go after him. Because you are so much more than any one thing. Damon sighed, the sound carrying over the line. You need to understand each of us has something we're supposed to be doing. I've learned, and Rakia will probably take credit for this one, usually what we have to do is find someone to love. But that's pretty much all it is. Rakia has definitely taught me that. If you asked Jareth or anyone else, they'd probably say the same thing. Damon chuckled as if lecturing Ryland was his favorite thing of all time. Nate wouldn't. Ryland's bitterness and sadness at Emma's passing still stung. Once Nate has grieved over Emma for long enough, a time I'd like to add we can't determine, he might be able to look back and see what they had together and be grateful for it. After that happens, Nate will say the same thing as the rest of us. There is no way he would trade what he's feeling right now for never knowing her. He loved her too much for that. If you give yourself a chance, you can love this girl just as much as Nate did. It's possible. Nate is not the only one to find complete happiness. Damon waited a minute, and as if he sensed Ryland's hesitance, he pushed again. Don't be a baby, get after her. Be the man I know you are. As if waiting for something to break free, and it finally did, Ryland took a deep breath. A huge weight had been lifted, and he couldn't wait to chase after Amy. Okay, thanks, brother. I gotta go. I gotta check on a girl. They hung up, and Ryland turned the truck around. Instead of doubt or worry as he drove closer to the Bess ranch, excitement crowded out any insecurities or uncertainties he might have had. He couldn't wait to see Amy and Cody. What was he thinking in leaving? He'd never wanted to stay somewhere so bad, and there he'd been driving away. When he had rushed to the barn before leaving the ranch to grab some of his tools, he caught a glimpse of Amy's gold hair as she made her way to the main house. She was probably visiting Mary. She wasn't alone. Ryland didn't care. He had to see her, and he couldn't wait. He pulled up in front of the main house, ignoring the barn, everyone, and everything else. He rushed up the stairs and knocked on the front door. Mary opened the panel, arching her brows. It's about time, cowboy. Amy stood in the hallway, watching him with Cody in her arms. And just how much she was coming to mean to him crushed him, nearly dropping him to his knees. Ryland didn't care who heard. He rushed up to Amy and pulled her in his arms, baby and all. He held her and rocked side to side. He jerked back to see her face. Last night would have killed me, if I had lost you. I can't believe I drove away this morning, like nothing happened. I don't want to be without you. I'm not sure where we're going, not sure if we are a forever couple, but I want to try. I want to see what the three of us can do. Amy shook her head, irritation in her eyes and hurt twisting her mouth. This is the first time I belonged anywhere in a long time. I understand why you had to leave. I would have, too. But I would have talked to you about it. I would have said goodbye. I don't want to leave here. I don't want to go back to Taylor Falls with you. Not right now. I need the Besses. She wiped at her cheeks where tears had begun to track. She sniffed, but kept her chin up. I was terrified to get taken from you last night. I thought I'd lost my chance with you. Then I got it back, and then you took it away again this morning. I can't handle the roller coaster of emotions anymore. It's exhausting. She pressed her lips together and stared at him, questions in her eyes. She studied him, but didn't pull away. I've already lost you. While it will take me a while to get over it, if you're not gonna stick around, it would be best if you just left now. My heart can take it right now. I can survive this. I can't get more attached to you and watch Cody get attached only to have you leave us later. She lifted her chin, her brown eyes blazing. If you even suspect that you won't be here. Not being there with her wasn't imaginable. Ryland reached out and found the vulnerability in the softness of her neck. He pulled her close and their foreheads touched. I don't want to leave you. If you want to stay here, this is where we'll stay. I would like to touch base with my family at some point, but there's nothing for me there that I can't have just by talking on the phone. I'll stay here with you. Stay anywhere you want. I came back for you. My cousins will have to deal without me. And I have their blessing. Suspicion shadowed her eyes, but there was something else there, like hope. Something Ryland wanted to only ever see in her eyes. Hope and happiness. Really? You came back for me? What about your cousin? Worry took her optimism and dampened it. My family's going to have to work without me. Nate will make it. He has to realize there's more out there than grief. If he doesn't accept it, he'll have to learn to live with it. I would never forgive myself or him if I missed out on the opportunity to have what he had. Ryland glanced at her in question and then decided to throw caution to the wind. He lowered his lips to hers, relishing in the contact and that she pushed closer to him, careful with Cody in her arms. They didn't need to rush anything. They had a long summer ahead to get to know each other and to get to know the Besses better. As far as Ryland was concerned, chasing after his own dreams was a whole heck of a lot better than chasing after a broken trail. Chapter 18. Amy. Amy wrinkled her nose in teasing exasperation. Where are we going? I'm not ready to meet your family yet. She handed the small child bag up to Ryland, and he tucked it behind the back seat of the truck. Ryland smiled, and brushed some of the snowflakes off of Amy's shoulders. Winter had teased them all with an early spring and then a sudden attack close to Mother's Day with storms, wind, and another few inches of snow. No one was complaining, since more snow pack in the mountains meant a safer fire season for all. The difference between spring, summer, and the winter blast gave a disturbing confusion to the early blossoming plants. Snow blew around the road in powdery drifts, but not as high as they would get in the actual winter. You might not be ready to meet my family, but I'm ready to meet yours. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. They'd kept things formal and had agreed not to seek anything physical until they were sure they had a solid foundation between them, and they'd sealed it with marriage before God and witnesses. Her shocked expression made him laugh out loud. What do you mean? She watched Ryland grab Cody in the car seat and hook him into the base on the bench seat. Come on, I'm ready to meet your mom. I already called and set everything up. She's expecting us later tonight. We gotta get on the road though, it's gonna take about 8 hours to get there. He raised his eyebrows and wiggled them with excitement. Amy raised her hands to cover her mouth, bright tears filling her eyes. My mom? I get to see my mom again? I haven't talked to her in forever. She exhaled and shook her head. She couldn't finish talking with the constriction in her throat. He nodded, reaching out and touching her arm. I know. Let's fix that. She's your family. She needs to see her grandson, and you need to see your mom. She's so excited to see you. She doesn't know about Cody, but she said something about me having more manners than the last one. Let's let her keep that illusion for a while. He winked. So, don't make me late. Tears fell from Amy's eyes, and she reached up to throw her arms around Ryland. Every moment with him was happy, even when they had small arguments, they still ended in laughter. The man took care of her. He just wanted what was best for her. She'd never been so cherished before. He pulled back. I'm serious, Amy. Don't make me late to meet your mom for the first time. I do not want to leave a bad first impression. I'm determined to be better than the last one. He tickled her side and helped her up into the cab. Ryland. So much love poured out of Amy's heart, she stopped him. With her up on the seat, she could look down into his face. She took his stubbly jaw in both her hands, placing her thumbs on his cheeks. Looking down into his startling blue eyes, she whispered, "I love you." She didn't have anything else to offer him. That was it. That was all she was. Ryland put his hands over hers on his face and turned his lips to kiss the palm of her hand. Good. Because I love you, too. And I love that little man. He pulled back from her, his eyes holding hers. He closed the door when she put her feet back in the right way. Amy's heart couldn't handle any more happiness. She was safe, Cody was safe, and they were loved. Both of them. Ryland included Cody in everything, like he was his own son. Amy would see her mom for the Mother's Day weekend. Mary and Dean were like a new family for them, and Amy's endless trail of tears and worry had ended because of Ryland. How could it be she had gotten so lucky? Epilogue. Ryland. Ryland picked up the phone. The buzzing hadn't stopped for 3 minutes. He hadn't answered because he didn't recognize the number. Whoever it was, they were persistent as all get out. The 208 prefix was a North Idaho number. Ryland didn't know anyone in North Idaho. At least, not as far as he knew. He gave in and answered, certain the person calling was either a very stubborn telemarketer or someone with the wrong number. Hello. Ryland, it's Ruby. I can't find my brothers. Where are you? His cousin's voice tripped over the line, demanding, insistent. No one is by Kalispell or at my parents' old place. Ryland pushed himself up from the mattress. He looked at the wall across from him. Ruby? We haven't heard from you in years. They don't live on that side of the state anymore. They're in Taylor Falls, in Clearwater. Remember, Bella Acres? That's home base. She blew out a burst of air. Well, I'm coming back. I'm out for revenge. I need their address. Don't warn them I'm coming. This visit needs to be a surprise. Ryland told her where the rest of the Montana trails were at by defining an address and identifying specific landmarks. When she hung up, he marveled at the difference in how she sounded. She'd become hard, not like the broken girl he had seen the last time when she was much younger. Something was wrong, and he had a feeling he and Amy were going to be headed back to Taylor Falls. At least for a little while. Even though she told him not to warn her brothers, Ryland made the call. They all had to know she was coming. Montana wasn't ready for a girl like Ruby. Wow, just, wow. I love Ryland so much. He reminds me of that man who just wants to make everyone happy, even at the risk of losing his own happiness. Amy just wants to make him happy. They both do. Isn't that sweet? Ryland knows that Ruby is out for vengeance. Keep reading the Montana Trail series and follow Nathan as he tries to figure out what he's searching for, see if Maverick gets his own story, and what happens when Ruby and Hannah try to feed that desire in their hearts for a place to belong.